A very good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you. My name is Christoph Hamann. I'm press speaker for BASE. This is the Federal Office for the Safety of Nuclear Waste here in Germany. And once again, very welcome to all of you here now present. We are not complete. We have about 350 people and guests expecting for these 3 days here for the conference. And I would like also to give a warm welcome to all those following us online via Livestream. This is Berlin Calling. Welcome as well. I hope you had a good start this morning. Hopefully it was easy to find this place, and just let me make a little joke to entertain you at this very early morning time. This is not a preparational conference for the Berlin Marathon. Starting on Saturday, you might have seen the first preparations in town. Very big event. This event is a little bit smaller, but I'm sure you're gonna enjoy it. We have prepared a lot. We have prepared poster sessions. We have prepared workshops, lectures. We even brought a ship on the other side of the river Spree. You might have seen it in the morning light, and I would like you to make yourself familiar a bit with this building. It's called Radialsystem. It's also associated with waste. It used to be, about 100, 120 years ago, one of the places where the city of Berlin, who felt responsible for the safety and for the health of their inhabitants here in Berlin, to take away the sewage, the bad water, the used water out to the limits of the city, and this was one of the pump stations. So we are actually dealing with waste here, but today, as you can see, it's a splendid cultural center with people like Sasha Waltz here attending and giving performances. So I hope you all feel welcome and enjoy these 3 days of safeND. Once again, I would like all to welcome you. As I've said, we have 350 guests from 18 countries, as far away as Asia. So Hopefully you had a good trip to the place here. And I've already been talking about this place. It's a bit tricky when you change places. We have, for example, rather narrow staircases. Don't rush, please. Take your time. Watch your coffee when you have it in your hand, except that it's hot, of course, but also take care a bit once you're directing here. But it will be easy to find the different venues. And if you have any questions, anytime, please feel free to address us from base. Talk to the guys at the reservation, at the welcoming desk. We'll be happy to help you. Let us start now with our topic. By the way, I wanted to ask you, this is the third time that BASE is organizing safeND, third time in Berlin. We've been to the Westhafen, we've been to Café Moscow 2 years ago, now Radialsystem. Who's been here before with us? Wow, that's a pleasure to see. Who's here for the first time? Okay, we'll make you come back in 2 years, that's for sure. Time is a safety factor, opportunities and challenges of timely nuclear waste disposal. This is a strong, demanding topic. We have prepared some keynotes for today. We'll have, for example, the journalist Harald Lesch addressing us in a video statement in a couple of minutes. And we'll be musing upon all these aspects of this question. What is time? A philosophical question. What is security? What is safety? Is time borrowed? Because we don't have really good answers, apart from some countries who are quite vivid and interested in finding a final repository. Are we under pressure to make nuclear waste safe and soon? Next speaker, Christian Kühn, President of the Federal Office for the Safety of Nuclear Waste. He's been in office for roughly about 1.5 years now. Before that, he's been State Secretary at the Federal Ministry. He's deep into all these topics that our office is responsible for: the safety of nuclear waste, transportation, intermediate storage, and also, of course, involving the public when it comes to storing nuclear waste. I'm very happy to Mr. Kühn to hand over and ask you to start with your address.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hammer, for your warm introducing. Dear Sabine Mugala, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, it's my great pleasure to honor you, to welcome you to the opening third interdisciplinary research symposium, safeND, here in Berlin. I'm especially delighted to greet you on behalf of the Federal Office for the Safety of Nuclear Waste Management in Germany, known as BASE. Radioactive safety, decommissioning, and the interim and final storage of radioactive waste pose demanding technical and societal challenges in Germany, across Europe, and around the world. One thing is clear: nuclear safety cannot be the exclusive responsibility of experts or government institutions. Public participation is no longer optional. It plays a key role in establishing the legitimacy of safety policies. At BASE, we see ourselves not only as a technical authority, but also as a mediator and bridge builder between science, politics, and society. We are committed to being a forum for dialogue, transparency, and responsibility. Our mission is to engage with one of the most pressing challenges of our time: the safe disposal of radioactive waste, with foresight and a conscious awareness of the associated risks. BASE is the federal authority tasked with the safety of nuclear waste management. In the context of national site selection process, we act as a learning-oriented government authority guided by scientific findings. Our primary responsibility is to safeguard nuclear waste management while achieving scientific research and technological innovation. A cornerstone of our research is the development and validation of methods for the safety final disposal of radioactive waste. In these endeavors, we collaborate closely with national and international partners to reflect on and advance the current state of scientific and technology, of science and technology. These includes research into suitable geological formations, as well as the development of materials and technical components that ensure long-term environmental and public protection. Another central area of our work is risk assessment. We conduct comprehensive studies to identify and evaluate potential risks linked to nuclear waste management. These assessments are based on the latest scientific knowledge and are critical to developing safe and reliable disposal strategies. Nuclear safety is a socio-technical field, and sustainable research is only possible through interdisciplinary cooperation and international exchange. In this sense, safeND is an invitation to look beyond our own horizons, to explore interesting interconnections and uncover surprising interdependencies. BASE plays an active role in education and training. Through initiatives such as our doctoral program, we are fostering the next generation of scientists here in BASE. With independent science-based work, BASE make a vital contribution to strengthening public confidence in the safety of nuclear waste management. So, ladies and gentlemen of the scientific community and the organizing team of safeND 2025, allow me to express my sincerest thank you to all of you. All your dedication and energetic efforts have managed to bring us together once again here in Berlin. First, my thanks go to the scientific community. Your committee. Your expertise and commitment have enabled us to create a program that is both informative and inspiring. I think that's a warm applause. My heartfelt thanks also go to the organizing team, whose professionalism and dedication have turned this conference into reality. You have created a platform for international, interdisciplinary, and open dialogue, and for that, we are deeply grateful. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the guiding theme of this year's conference is as simple as profound: time as a safety factor. It addresses fundamental questions of technical feasibility, social responsibility, and the ethical dimension of our work. Allow me to explore this theme in form of 3 ideas. First, time as a safety factor in nuclear waste disposal. Ensuring the safety of nuclear facilities and the storage of radioactive waste requires a long-term perspective. The radioactive radiation emitted by these materials will persist for thousands of years. So it is imperative that we make decisions today which will protect current and future generations. Careful monitoring and maintenance of facilities, continuous improvement of safety protocols, a long-term planning of repository sites are all processes that must not be limited to short-term thinking. Time helps us to reduce risks by allowing us to gather experience, improve technologies, and ensure that all measures consistently meet the highest safety standards. But on the other hand, nuclear waste disposal can only succeed in financial resources, responsibility organizations, and a functioning state exist. When we consider the current global situation, we should therefore strive to accelerate safe disposal options. Climate change, destabilization of international order, populism, a war in Europe, all these developments make it clear that we cannot rest on today's stability. For this reason, we in Germany are currently in the process of accelerating the site selection process for the high-level raised final repository. Second, finding a repository requires long-term vision and clear milestones. The search for a suitable repository for high-level radioactive waste begins with the identification of potential sites based on scientific criteria. This selection process involves extensive investigations to reliably assess geological suitability. The fact in this process incorporates diverse and comprehensive forms of public participation is a major achievement. Each of the steps involved, it is critical to take time. Milestones help us track progress and ensure that all the necessary steps are carried out carefully and systematically. This structured approach is essential for creating transparency, gaining public trust, and ensure long-term safety. Thirdly, I would like to have you focus on timescales. We are operating in very different timescales at once. Politically, we often think in legislative terms. Socially, perhaps in generations, but geologically, we are dealing with hundreds of thousands of years. These immense time frames challenge our imagination. What does responsibility mean when it extends over millennia? What does communication mean when we must speak for people not yet born? And how do we secure access to knowledge today that will remain relevant in the distant future? Ladies and gentlemen, engaging with time in all these dimensions is more than abstract exercise. It is essential for our work and to the credibility of our decisions. I invite you to come together to discuss, learn, and challenge assumptions. safeND is a platform for precisely this kind of exchange. Let us take this opportunity with seriousness, openness, and stamina. We should take full advantage of these 3 short days to reflect on as many dimensions of this complex task as possible, not only on the temporal scale at once. Let us work together toward a solution that is both responsible and fair to future generations. In this spirit, may this conference provide you with deep and valuable insights. May your conversation be inspiring, and may we all gain new perspectives on time. Thank you for your attention.
Christian Kühn, President of BASE. Thank you for delivering your speech. Thank you to you as our host, if you like, for these 3 days. And I think you're going to be here for some more time. And I know you're a very approachable president and like to talk to people. So please use the opportunity and talk to Christian Kühn if you find the time here at Radialsystem. We had 2 speakers now, and now I would like you to watch some TV with me, with us. It's a video, and I had the pleasure to travel to Weimar, famous little town, you've heard of it, and we shot a video there with Harald Lesch. Harald Lesch is a very distinguished, very well-known German journalist. He's professor for astrophysics and also a part-time or fully professional philosopher. So he's covering different parts of our mind. And he's a very strong supporter of our topic, finding a final repository and bringing safe to new nuclear waste. We had the pleasure to work with Harald Lesch and shoot a video, a keynote, which will be around 20 minutes. Don't sigh. It's going to be very interesting and entertaining as well. For example, he will refer upon the question, was Sisyphus, the Greek guy rolling up the stone, was he really a happy man or was he an unhappy man? Was he somehow involved with finding a final repository or bringing safety to nuclear waste? This is one of the questions that Harald Lesch will now bring to you, and I would like to ask the regie just film up. Thank you.
Welcome to Berlin, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Harald Lesch, and it's a pleasure and an honor to speak at the beginning of your symposium on interdisciplinary research on the safety of nuclear disposal practices. Before I summarize my experiences and hints towards a new communication scenario, how to enhance the awareness of a society concerning nuclear waste disposal, let me say a few words about my scientific background. I am professor for theoretical astrophysics in Munich since 30 years. I'm teaching also philosophy of science in Munich since also almost 30 years. And my specialty is theoretical astrophysics, theoretical physics in general, and complexity. So I'm dealing in several projects about the interplay of science and technology, the scientific methods, the scientific results, and science communication. My major subject in science communication via electronic media is the relation of humans and nature and technique. Together with my editorial staff, we produced numerous television programs about topics and issues how German society deals with nuclear energy technology. And of course with related false promises, fake news, mistakes, recent developments about new reactor concepts, small modular reactors, but also about nuclear fusion, etc. And of course, also about the catastrophic handling with the issue of final disposal of high-level radioactive waste. Have a look.
Ach du lieber Gott. Das soll die Lösung sein? Was wird hier anders gemacht? Wieso ist es hier so anders?
Also ich glaube, dass die Voraussetzungen in Deutschland und in der Schweiz eigentlich komplett gleich sind auch für eine akzeptierte Suche und für ein Vertrauen in das Ganze. Das ist in der Schweiz so, dass es einmal eine komplett sicherheitsorientierte Suche sein muss. Deswegen gibt es so Sicherheitskriterien, die allein darüber entscheiden, was der beste Standort ist. Und auf der anderen Seite gibt es einen aktiven Bürgerdialog, ne? Also eine Beteiligung, die auch wirklich eine Mitgestaltung erlaubt. Wenn man das auf die Beine kriegt, dann bekommt man auch einen akzeptierbaren Standort. Und in der Schweiz sind wir schon so weit.
Und in Deutschland wäre es schön, wenn man so weit wäre, endlich. Ja.
What should a keynote at the beginning of such a conference say? What is its content? Because almost everybody in the hall, everybody in the conference now is expert in the field of nuclear waste disposal. And some of you have been dealing with every conceivable aspect for decades. From the chemical mobility of radionuclides underground to questions of safety, culture and institutions, there is really no need to explain to you why time is a safety factor and why we cannot just sit out the problem of nuclear waste disposal. Sit there and wait. And yet, one cannot help but note that also we have accumulated a great deal of knowledge since the first controlled chain reaction in Enrico Fermi's laboratory 83 years ago. The deep geological disposal of the world's high-level radioactive waste has not been implemented. As an astrophysicist, I often use aliens as my sparringspartner. Now, you know why they haven't visited us? Because they recognized the inhabitants of this wonderful blue planet, which is supposed to be one of the most beautiful planets in the Milky Way. The inhabitants of this wonderful planet use nuclear energy, but without taking seriously care about the nuclear waste. Ladies and gentlemen, ET and friends trust science, definitely. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived the journey across the interstellar medium. ET is not crazy. My claim, they will join us. Oh yes, they will join us. When nuclear waste is far enough below the surface. Otherwise, it is too dangerous, the aliens say. Only suicidal societies would leave the radioactive waste unprotected on the surface for a longer period. By the way, crazy and suicidal. Look at the timeline for different countries in Europe and beyond. I can say that. It's a scandal. We use technology, nuclear technology, since 70 years, more than 70 years, and still the pure identification of appropriate sites will take several decades. I mean, look in Germany, one of the most industrialized, engineered and administrated countries in the world. We still have to wait until 2046 for a possible identification for the repository site. I would say realistically a factor of 2. Yeah, so we can, I think in 42 years maybe we will have an answer for the place where in Germany we can deposit our highly radioactive waste. Before the last container with high-level radioactive nuclear waste will be safely stored, it will take maybe more than 150 years. Look at the timelines. It's incredible. And now, I don't tell you anything new. The world, especially in recent years, has become apart in ways that once seemed unimaginable. The global security architecture is being undermined. International institutions are under pressure everywhere. There is war in Europe. Climate change is permanently altering our environment, and. One might get the impression that the good old days of the Western civilization, with its regulations, diplomacy, and rational political style, gradually pass. The golden days of the Western societies, with their kind of dealing with problems, with also not only with competitions, but with negotiations, with compromises, seem really over. A new politics by populistic, irrational acting individuals in high power positions. It's exactly what you think. Produce a radically decreasing reliability on official public institutions like parliaments, governments, and even Supreme Courts. Security in a very general meaning is under strong pressure from all directions. For a democratic society which sees itself as a constitutional state, everyone should live with the absolute necessary feeling of trust, security, and credibility. All of these developments pose risk for the storage of high-level radioactive waste as long as it had not been safely placed in deep geologically repository. The pressure to act is growing, but the disposal plans of many countries do not foresee final disposal until far into the future. For among the many problems humanity faces in the 21st century, one of the most pressing is certainly the waste problem. Our societies are producing more and more waste of all kinds, and high-level radioactive waste from nuclear power stations is one of the most extreme forms. So how can we as a scientific community foster the mental awareness and sense of urgency in society to focus on safe disposal? It must interest everyone, of course, because it's so dangerous, one might think. It must be easy to find a place because everyone should be interested in it to find one. Every day, because it's so dangerous, one might think. So, are there ways to activate mental awareness of the society positively for the subject of nuclear waste disposal? And now here's the TV moderator, the one who does TV in Germany for really more than 30 years now. And let me first summarize some of the experience we have with the TV programs, videos, and several channels, and presentation of live discussions, etc. As long as we show new technology about transmutation, nuclear fusion, new reactor concept, new something, they are successful, these videos. Not very successful, but at least slightly above average. Their titles are promising. They promise something new, something positive, a problem-solving new information. That does not trigger me to have to change my life, of course. The audience loves technique that works like all the other wonderful new innovative techniques that move our cars, heat our flats, fills our computers and smartphones with films, news and photos. As long as we talk about and explain about and present new technical opportunities, innovations and their possible applications in near future, the films and videos run well. As I said, they run not extremely well, but they run well enough. But videos about waste, they are well under average, significantly under average. Whatever title we have chosen, after a few minutes, the audience found out that it's about waste. Yes. And the number of viewers shrinks to a real small number. This concerns every product about waste. Plastic waste. Nobody wants to see the picture again that all this turbulent plastic circles in the oceans. Chemical waste. In the soil, the drink water, aerosols in the air, fine dust pollution, and of course, radioactive waste as well. Nobody wants to know what is going on with the waste. No? We are very happy as long as everything runs, but go away with the waste. Obviously, the viewers are overwhelmed, even if we use comics, simple language, intensive elementarization. So we present it as simple as possible, that everybody really understood exactly what is going on and why it is so dangerous. People have the impression of being guilty conscience, feel they are being blamed not to have solved the waste problem. Anyway, waste has a negative vibe. It's a negative vibration issue. Waste issues are dirty, complicated, expensive, and nobody wants to have something to do with it. Somebody else will do the job, not me. The others. It is in psychology, it's said, the global bystander effect. It's a dirty old job, but somebody will take care about it, but not me. How to improve the perception of the society and to enhance the resilience of the society for the challenges to come is subject of environment psychology. Maybe we should also look into this issue for our task, namely to find a good communication strategy for society. Maybe we can learn from environment psychology and the results of their investigations concerning climate change and the status in society of investigations, polls and experiments is find allies. So find your friends, find the people who are interested. Go with small steps. So don't think about a goal which is far into the future. Work locally, find fast success, which is very important for us, that we find an immediate success, and find local projects with short timescales for successful results. So this already shows you how difficult it will be to apply that to the issue of radioactive waste disposal, because the timescales are different. But it's also, the next point is choose your battles. So don't go into any discussion. Choose your battles, choose short-term goals. It's a psychology of, and this is interesting, it's a psychology of togetherness, possibilism, and it ends up with resignation is a luxury and pessimism is a waste of time. Sounds like a trinity. But I mean, everybody who is now attending this conference does it for decades, as I said, not everybody, but many of you. And so there is, of course, a level of frustration that it's not going on fast enough because we all know it's dangerous, it's urgent, etc. So maybe it's really good to think about find your friends, find your allies, find the groups in which you can do something, and even you should have a party about every small success. Nobody has a crystal sphere for the future, but what we can expect is an unpredictable political weather situation. We are already in an unpredictable political weather situation, and so we should constantly present the best practices on final repository sites. For example, Finland and Switzerland. We should show continuously the high international connectedness of scientific investigations. Science is not a national issue. Science is a global endeavor of humanity. Science is the best we can do when we talk about technology, technical solutions, but also our relation to nature, and also to our own nature, concerning our health, for example. So show this high international connectedness of science. Science is the best we can do when it goes about the investigations on nuclear waste disposal. Show them all the strengths, all the time, the strength and power of scientific methods, results, of communication. We all know populists hate science. They love simple solutions. But we should present them the importance of content-driven discussions, reliable decisions based on scientific recommendations, and not on wishful thinking. Seems to me that might be a promising path to present the radioactive problem in a slightly new tone to the public. We can do that, and on top of that, it can pay the monthly salary. If a country has identified the repository, the site will bloom, that's for sure. In Germany, I followed a proposal that the country, for example, like Bavaria, should apply for the repository, simply because the other ones don't want it. A repository for high-level radioactive waste would be a unique selling point. In its best variation, together with a worldwide acknowledged university institution for nuclear technology to provide the future experts. To own a final deposit would be like a monopoly. As the only one, you can define the price. It should be made very clear, almost every day in every public speech we held, like a ceterum censeo, that radioactive waste well under the ground is much less dangerous than on the surface. Concerning a possible communication strategy, we think it's a chance now to use a completely new political and security landscape to inform the society again. Public relation departments should find any possibility to draw the attention to the public in the net, in the radio, and where else. Use comic, simple language, elementarize everything, but say it every day and every opportunity you can say it. We can only hope that we increase the number of interested people to that amount which is necessary to carry out the successful storage on one of the most dangerous challenges several countries face. I know many of you are already a member of the Sisyphus Club. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have to roll the stone again. Now, thank you very much for your work and your efforts, and it's definitely not a when. Thank you very much.
Thank you for watching, thank you for listening, and I hope you took the same pleasure as my colleague Jochen Alswede and me had when we did this shooting with Harald Lesch some weeks ago in Weimar. He is involved this week in different obligations. He cannot be here, but since I'm going to talk to him tonight and telling him about safeND this year, I understand I can take your applause with me, right? Great, thank you very much. Okay, we would like to deepen our discussion, which will follow soon with 4 distinguished guests. And I would like to show you 2 slides which we have prepared. And I would like to, shortly at least, ask you to watch and consider these numbers which we have assembled. They are not totally validate because we found lots of sources, but let's presume these are profound. The first question which came to our mind after this shooting with Harald Lesch: how much high-level radioactive waste has been produced so far across the world? What are we talking about? Heavy metal tons. And we came to these conclusions. Each year, NPPs across the world discharge between 8,000 and 12,000 tons of heavy metal of spent fuel. Absent an operating DGR, the spent fuel is kept in wet-dry storage or reprocessed. And here you find the figures for 2013, roughly 10 years ago, 2016, and the latest available figure for us was 2019. An impressive increase, I would say. So, welcome to the Sisyphus Club. The next slide, please. Repository projects, milestones. Canada accumulated so far 64,000 tons of heavy metal. Finland, smaller country, but very eager when it comes to establishing a final repository, 2,500. The United States of America, of course, quite incredible big amount. Sweden and Germany, which makes it special over here because, as you know, 2 years ago, this country opted out of producing nuclear power from nuclear power stations by a political profound agreement. Decision on repository site. That's what Harald Lesch has been talking about. How many years, how many decades, he even mentioned 150 years, I think, will it take? Again, we'll come back to Finland, 2001, and since we're going to listen to a guest from Finland soon in a couple of minutes, we might hear about some news from Olkiluoto. And I'll leave that up to you to read on your own, but you come to the conclusion that we're talking definitely about the far future and some unanswered questions. Thank you for your attention so far, and thank you for the regie for the 2 slides. Let us continue with our today's panel discussion. I've already announced to you our 4 distinguished guests. I'd like to call them upon stage one by one, if you allow me to do so. They are very well-established figures in their field. They bring a lot of expertise with them, and I hope they're going to be charming discussion partners, I'm sure. And would like to, if we will be on time, allow you and make it possible for you to ask some questions about our panel discussions, and please feel free to use the microphones. They'll be available on each side, to the left and to the right, and let us know what you want to know. First one, please welcome with the Finnish Tervetuloa. No, Tervetuloa. You will tell me. It's Kai Hämäläinen from STUK, the Finnish Radiation and Nuclear Safety Authority. He's principal advisor. Welcome to Berlin. Thank you. 2 years ago, I had only the pleasure of speaking to Alison McFarlane online. She was by then across the Atlantic. Now she's changed sides. This year she's coming from Canada. She's been chairwoman, may I say? Okay, of the US Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and yet, as of today, she's director of the School for Public Policy and Global Affairs at the University of British Columbia in Canada. Thank you for coming. To go. The next guest did not have such a big trip to undergo. It's rather close. Lower Saxony and Berlin, almost neighbors. Sönke Reiche from the BGE, the Bundesgesellschaft für Endlagerung, or the Federal Company for Radioactive Waste Disposal. He is head of Site Investigation Department. I might already say well-known from TV and many, many discussions in public. Welcome. Hello. Last but not least, from Sweden, another guest from Scandinavia, from way up north, is Anna Storm. Varmt välkommen. She's professor of technology and social change at the University of Linköping, and I was studying her CV, and it says she's very much interested in the effects of industrial activities and their social, cultural, and environmental expressions. Of course, nuclear sites are involved. Welcome. Well, I can go in the middle. Good. So, here we are. Thanks for coming to Berlin. And as we have already spoken when preparing this event, we ask you to prepare a little statement. And please deliver it to us. And shall we say ladies first and then continue with the gentlemen? Would that be okay? Ms. Storm, would you like to start? Thank you.
Okay. Is this on? Yeah. It seems to work.
I hope. Yeah.
Okay, so 11 years ago, in 2014, I attended a conference in France organized by NEA called Constructing Memory, and I think some of you were also there. The focus on this conference was on how to preserve knowledge about nuclear waste repositories to future generations. And there were 3 timescales structuring this conference. The short term, which was corresponding to 100 years. The medium term, 1,000 years. And the long term, 100,000 to 1,000,000 years. And here, safety was seen as an ability to communicate with the future about the hazards of the stored waste. In parallel, of course, we've had safety discussions around different storage technologies themselves. And even if most countries seem to have settled on deep geological repositories, there are still debates, of course, on corrosion, on groundwater flows, on hard rock characteristics, host rock characteristics, etc., connected to for how long the storage technology will safely contain the waste. The theme of this conference is something different. It's new, I think. The time and safety relation with regard to nuclear waste here plays out differently, because it's about us and the world as it looks today, not in 100,000 or 100,000 years. It's about our own generations, the current geopolitical situation, as we also heard from the previous speakers. Safety issues now translates into questions of risks with interim storages, being vulnerable to natural hazards, wars, terrorism, but also that knowledge is actually disappearing with retirements, that funding is perhaps not enough when timetables are not met. My colleague Karin Edberg and I suggested the concept of decommissioning generations, as decommissioning is such an outdrawn process. People can live next to or work at a nuclear power plant for decades, while it is neither operating nor dismantled. As you're well aware, also nuclear waste issues are outdrawn processes. In Sweden, the storage technology research began in 1976. A funding structure was in place in the early 80s. Site selection was finished in 2009, and start of construction happened earlier this year. Does this mean that we are all good? Not necessarily, I would say. We can see that different time perspectives have influenced the outcome of this process. For example, I see a lock-in effect of resources being spent on one technology for such a long time. After 40 years of refinement, it is really difficult to give up a specific technological choice. There is also a belief in linear progress, that knowledge and societal organization will just become more advanced. Can we really put trust in that? So to conclude my little introduction to this discussion, I want to say that different time horizons connect to different risks and safety implications. Different time horizons therefore also comes with different types of responsibilities. Who or what is at risk? And who is to take responsibility for the safety measures? The key, I think, which is also a tricky one, is that we need to take several time horizons into account simultaneously. We need to consider the risks with the geopolitical situation, the knowledge that disappears with retiring generations, and at the same time, the risks of choosing a potentially faulty technology and the risk of future generations not knowing what they have in the ground.
Professor Stone, many thanks for your statement. I'm sure these aspects will be discussed in Swedish society as well, because there's quite an ongoing, even political discussion, as I understand from reading articles from Sweden at the moment, when it comes to nuclear power. Thank you very much. I will turn to my other side, and please, Alison McFarlane.
Okay, great. You can hear me? It's really a pleasure to be here. I'm really glad I made it in person this time. So, you know, in thinking about this question of time as a safety factor, it seems to me that there's a couple different ways to conceptualize time, and safety is a factor in both. The first is the time over which a site would be regulated after closure. And the second is the time needed to find the site, to construct the site, to operate the site, to decommission the site, okay? And I sort of separate those two things in my brain. So talking about the second, to find the site, construct the site, operate the site, obviously you need to do both technical studies and participatory siting, and different countries approach this in different ways, right? Some countries will do the political part first. That's what Canada did. Other countries will do the technical part first. That's what Switzerland did, and maybe you here in Germany. Sometimes you do both at the same time. I mean, you could also argue that Canada did both at the same time. Some countries don't do either. That's the US, and that's not a good a good example anymore, but I'm happy to talk about it at length. In terms of how much time it takes to find a site, I can tell you that in Canada, the site, from the passage of the law on nuclear waste to the site selection, was 22 years. So it doesn't have to take a really long time, unless you think 22 years is a really long time. If you're a teenager, you think 22 years is a really long time. So it depends on your perspective. But just some notable lessons and similarities from the countries that have had success in this aspect. For most countries, this is an iterative process. They do this over and over before they find success. And success only occurs when the public participates, especially when communities are allowed to opt out or veto, when they're given some kind of compensation, when they're given funding to do their own independent research, basically when they're trusted to make decisions. Of course, at the same time, you need a trusted implementer and a trusted regulator. That's what we're here looking for. Where the implementer and regulator, frankly, is independent, is transparent, therefore they share their decision-making, they share documents, is open and listens and incorporates the ideas and the concerns of the public. And I just want to assure you, after Harald Lesch's discussion, that there are communities out there that are interested in this kind of opportunity, shall we call it. In terms of my other conceptualization of time, and I'll just be brief, the time over which the site is regulated after closure. Whoops. Oh, sorry. Thanks. I can hold it for you. No, it's okay. The society, country, has to decide on the time horizon that's important to them. The United States, after some iteration, decided that 1 million years was important. Other countries have decided that 10,000 years is a reasonable amount of time to regulate out to. And it depends on the country. And they choose different methods to evaluate the site. The United States was going to depend entirely on a complex computer model, whereas other countries develop a safety case that they update regularly over time as knowledge changes. So just throwing some more concepts out there for the discussion.
Thank you very much, Alison McFarlane. That was part 2, and I'd like to switch sides once again and pass the mic. You've got your own microphone, of course, to Sönke Reiche from Germany's BGE. Please.
Thanks a lot, and good morning, everyone. Yeah, I wanted to use my introductory statement to briefly introduce you to the situation that we currently have in Germany, and I briefly talk about quantity as well as about time. Now, first, about quantity. You saw the global numbers on the slide Mr. Hartmann showed. In Germany, we are having, in terms of high-level radioactive waste, currently roughly 10,000 tons of heavy metal of spent nuclear fuel, in addition to roughly 3,800 canisters of vitrified reprocessing waste. And we know that quantity quite well because, as you heard, we recently stepped out of nuclear power production, so that these numbers are quite well defined. In terms of time, when we in Germany are going to decide on a site where the high-level radioactive waste is going to be disposed, we can historically look back at the year 1977, where a political decision was made for Gorleben as a site to build a waste disposal center and a repository within the salt dome of Gorleben. Now, during the construction phase after that decision, we had decades of protest in Germany, and then in 2013 decided to basically go back and reinitiate the process, starting from scratch, starting with the German site selection procedure and from a so-called blank map of Germany. The law behind that is the Site Selection Act, which came in its latest version into power in 2017, and on that date also the site selection procedure started. Now, in terms of time, you can look into the Site Selection Act and you will find a date at which we aim to actually complete the procedure, and that year is 2031. Now, many people from the beginning knew that this was a rather short duration, and some even felt that this was not a good way and an honest way to communicate how long this procedure is going to take. On the other hand, you can say that having such an ambitious date in the law helped to speedy initiate the entire process with all the stakeholders needed to organize themselves and to be founded. So after the site selection procedure started, we had in 2020 the first legally defined milestone in Germany, which was the Sub-Areas Interim Report. And 2 years later, BGE, where I come from, published a framework schedule of phase 1 and time estimates the implementer needs for carrying out the second and the third phase. And if you go ahead and just add up these times, you would see that they go well beyond 2031. And basically that was more or less confirmed by a study published recently, initiated by the Federal Office for the Safety of Nuclear Waste Management and carried out by a research institute, the Öko Institute, saying that if you add up all the times needed by all the stakeholders involved in the German process, it's going to be unlikely to have a decision of a final site prior to 2074. And obviously, since then, we have discussions in Germany on how to accelerate, optimize the process such that we can come to a conclusion earlier than that.
Thank you. That was a very good general impression of what BGE is up to. Thank you. Oh, you have brought some colleagues with you, I estimate. Thank you. Mr. Hämäläinen from Finland, please. You will be the last one with your contribution.
Yeah. Thank you, and good morning, everyone. And I'm really pleased to be here. So thanks for the base for the invitation. And yeah, Finland is usually quite often referred with the waste disposal program, since we have had lack of progressing here. But it's a long-term project, and we have started in 80s. When I saw the topic for the panel discussion, time as a safety factor, I my first impression was that we don't usually discuss about the time as a safety factor. But then when I was considering all the factors which we are discussing, they are all related to time. I think the main contributor for the progress in Finland is that the first decisions were based on the fact that we shouldn't leave the burden of the waste for the future generations. So it's time related, the program was started right when the nuclear power plants were started in Finland. So late 70s, early 80s. So the search for the site was started then. There was other options also during those days, but there has been some progress in the worldwide, and for example, finding a reprocessing and disposal abroad, it's shown to be impossible quite soon when they started the program in Finland. So the domestic disposal option was the one to go. And it took about, let's say, from early 80s to 2000, so 20 years to find the site. And then from the site selection to the construction, it's about 15 years to the beginning of the construction. And then from the, now the disposal facility and the encapsulation facility are nearly constructed, and they are under commissioning, and the operating license application is under review now. So again, 10 years from the start of the construction to the commissioning of the facilities. So it's in our case around 40 to 50 years. And I would say that, of course, if we would do it again with the knowledge which we have now, we might shorten the time a bit. For example, the site studies could probably be done in less time. But then again, the political and the public acceptance might take a bit more time nowadays compared to the 2000. So it's difficult to say, could we really do it faster? But it's an interesting point of view as also the let's say, if you don't do anything, there are risks which need to be taken into account. If you just interim store the waste, there is a risk, and it will cost something. So in our case and in the Finnish case, I think it's a pragmatic approach to proceed with the project. But it needs work, and it needs the timeline to be followed, and also the roles of regulator and the government and the operator to proceed with the time. So, yeah, I'm looking forward for the discussion.
Thank you for your contribution, Mr. Hemmelainen. Thank you. Please, to all of you. I don't want to simplify things, but in general, if something is produced, if a company, if an individual is producing something, it turns into waste, leftover. Something has to be done with it. Our local garbage is taken from our house or apartment to the street side. Someone's going to collect it, hopefully, when there's no strike. And it's gone, and we trust in a good way of recycling or putting it on a future location where it will be not dangerous anymore. And now we're talking of, this is what I took from the video from Harald Lesch, we're talking of nuclear waste, something, let's call it very special or toxic. Do you have the impression that in your countries, society, politics, everyone involved, companies, producers, have already always taken this rather simple question right from the beginning? What's going to be done with the leftovers? Seriously enough? Or seriously enough?
Could you repeat just the last sentence? I didn't get it.
Does the society in your countries, or politicians, or institutions, or those who were involved producing these leftovers, have right from the start taken this challenge of disposal seriously enough?
I mean, in Sweden and I think in many other countries, this was not a question when you started the nuclear programs. This was never discussed or on the map, and there were no plans. And if there were any thoughts about it, it was put into the box of things that are solvable with technological progress, and you know, also this expectation that, for example, the spent nuclear fuel would be used as a resource in new type of reactors. So I think this was not part of the early discussions. Mm-hmm. Then, of course, it has, at least in the Swedish context, been resurfaced in technological and public discussions in various intensity. I think you could say that it's both connected to how interested people have been in the nuclear issue in general, but also how much focus has been on nuclear power production and nuclear weapons versus the waste issue. And I would say in Sweden generally, the waste issue, it has been politicized, but I think it has generally been more of a outside local communities. It has been very much a technological discussion.
Thank you.
Yeah, but we'll see if I can stay with that statement later on.
The American, the US perspective, I would like to ask Alison McFarlane, the home of the most advanced technological companies these days, artificial intelligence, tech companies as huge as any in the world with very, very well advanced knowledge of the future, but there's waste, and it has to be dealt with in a, at least geographically, very, very big country. So maybe you can say there we'll find any kind of desert where we'll put it, and then it's out of sight, out of mind. But is that enough?
In the US now, it's very different than when the Nuclear Waste Policy Act was passed in 1983. Back then, there was much more of a sense of societal responsibility to deal with this material and energy to do it. In the intervening time, especially now, I don't know that folks are taking this that seriously. Last week, I was actually at a meeting on nuclear waste disposal in the US on consent-based siting, and which is not allowed to be called consent anymore. It's now collaborative siting, anyway. And there was a discussion about the need for a national debate on this issue to raise awareness of the need for disposal of this material and the responsibility of the current generation to manage and dispose of this material. I don't think that in the society at large this gets any attention, and a lot of the people that you referenced, the tech bros, shall we call them, they have close relationships with the nuke bros, and the nuke bros, I know because I've worked with some of them, don't really want to pay attention to the waste at all. They don't know what the waste is. They haven't focused on it. So I think it's something for the future.
For the future. Good keyword. Mr. Hämäläinen, I know that Finland has a society which is very much consent-based, pragmatic, open to new technologies, but not into too much adverse discussion when it comes, for example, to nuclear power. So is there any kind of, I wouldn't call it stress, but pressure that you have experienced in finding this place, which is called a cave, right? Olkiluoto. How's the feeling of time? Is it pressing, or is it just a solution? Finnish engineers have already saved this problem.
I would say that from the society point of view, there is not so much pressure on the time. I think we are still quite on time with the original time schedule. So not so much, but of course, from the funding point of view, it costs something, and of course the operators would like to start the operation as soon as possible so they can proceed with their own programs and have like the decisions on the investments, how they need to do it for the future. So if for example it needs to be the start of this disposal would need to be postponed by 20 years, it would cost them some money because they would need to invest for the interim storage more. Mm-hmm. So there is some pressure, but not much for the time at the moment. But for us, of course, there is some pressure because we are doing the review of the operating license application, and it shouldn't be a pressure for the regulator, because it should be the regulator's task to do an independent review of the safety and make a decision on the safety. No, it's not relevant for the short time period, like few years. How much does it need?
The Finnish slogan has always been, we're looking for a good site, but not necessarily the very best, the only possible site, right?
Yeah, I would say it has been a good concept, at least for us, because it's quite easy to argue that you are never able to find the best possible site. You need to have a good enough site, and the safety has to be on a good enough level, because I think one of the issues is that and which also the public needs to be aware of, that there are some risks which we cannot take away. Mm. So there is some residue risks with the disposal facilities. So that's which we are dealing all the time, but it might be a bit more difficult for the public to understand the concept of residue risk, which relates to this, and also it's a really big, well, let's say, question for us how to communicate it to the public, that there is risks, but it's taken into account in the design, and we cannot get away with the risks, but this should be the least risky solution for the disposal or for the waste management. Then one thing which I would like to stress, your original question for Sweden was, did the government take into account the waste issue in the very beginning? Mm-hmm. In Finland, I would say, because the first decisions were made in late 70s, early 80s, and they were quite strict that you need to proceed with the program. But before that, we had one small research reactor in which they were not so strict with the produced waste, because it was so small amount. But still, the small amount which was produced from this research reactor, it has caused quite much work afterwards, because it was not included in the very beginning in the waste management program.
So identifying and tackling a rather easy question can be quite revolutionary, obviously.
Yeah. And again, looking into the future, I would say that the hype with the SMRs, we are always trying to raise the waste issue, that no matter how small the reactor is, no matter how safe the reactor is, there will be waste. There will be spent fuel, and you need to take care of it. And it's a big issue, and it needs to be taken into account from the very beginning of the design of the reactors.
Safety is undisputed in Germany, of course, as well. But I guess you've just listened very carefully to the Finnish perspective. Germany's Site Selection Act is aiming for the best possible site. Scientifically, expertise shall be used, and because of the very, very intense political discussions in Germany, we refer to this almost magic place of Gorleben, since starting in the 70s. It's a very disputed topic. How does your company deal in a sense of time with this aim, the best possible site? Does it make you more relaxed? Because anybody can guess the best possible site to find takes time, of course. We cannot rush. Or do you still say we need safety? Maybe not today, but hopefully tomorrow or in next year. So more pressure. How do you deal with it?
Well, probably the short answer to that question would be that as BGE, we certainly have our eyes very closely on the time that we need to take until we can actually deliver results. So there is certainly pressure, there is certainly a clear focus, of course on quality, but on time as well. And you mentioned the discussions that we are currently having in Germany, and we are having them for a good reason, I think, after the studies.
To make it quicker, the search, right?
To make it quicker, the search, right. And within these discussions, I have the feeling that more and more time is also considered as a safety factor by various experts from academia, from expert groups involved in those discussions, and that we no longer have such a very strict separation of, looking at safety and quality, and on the other hand, on time. Of course, as a geologist, I also need my time to go thoroughly through geological data to make good and technically sound decisions. But the relation saying that the faster you go, the less participation and safety you have, it's not as simple as that for very obvious reasons mentioned by Harald Lesch, for instance, interim storage, the burden to future generations, political and public acceptance, and so forth. So therefore, I think it's good to have time pressure on the entire procedure and to consider time as a safety factor. And I dare to quote Claus-Jürgen Rul, who later has a keynote lecture and published a paper in 2023. And in that paper, he says, 1 million years starts now.
Thank you. What could be done for progress in disposal programs? What do you think, without compromising safety, or in Germany we would automatically say without compromising too much the involving the public and making them also join this selection process, making them heard? What could be done to speed up the process? We're having this discussion here, which is very fine and hopefully interesting for you as well. But is there any kind of international community, or with contacts, of course, maybe to leading politicians, making them aware that time is a safety factor and we shouldn't count on intermediate storage, for example, for ages? Harald Lesch mentioned a war in Europe, easy targets. He told me it's so easy, I can just check your website at BASE or at the referring company, and you have 16 wonderful, when it comes to mean people, you have 16 aims where we can do very bad things because it's still stored above ground and not safely underground. Is there anything that you could imagine that could be done to speed up all this? Open question, I know, but anybody? So I see it's very difficult, right? It's Sisyphus indeed.
I think it's a societal decision, if you want to go faster or go slower. I don't think, you have examples of Finland and Sweden and Canada moving faster than Germany is planning on moving. So I think it's, and clearly demonstrated that it's possible to go faster but not compromise safety. But again, it's a societal decision. I think in the end, it's very important to make clear, you had mentioned, Kai, that it's difficult to explain that to the public that a repository is not without risk. But it's really important to remind people that that's not the absolute question. It's a relative question. The risk is posed by the spent fuel, as you point out, that is sitting there above ground, that even without, any nefarious attacks or anything, if you don't do anything with it, that radiation will get into the environment. It must be dealt with. So.
Thank you. Please feel free to muse upon this question.
I would like to mention a couple of aspects to that question. And the first one, I think, is an obvious one, which BGE has also been communicating frequently. And it's not related, obviously, to safety. And it is as simple as make the exploration phases work in terms of permits to actually, get permission for the exploration, but particularly to get permission to step on the properties where we need to make the exploration from, without being caught without being caught into year-long legal cases, which would interrupt the process and cost us time. The other aspect is a bit related to the question: is time a safety factor? And if we would all agree that time indeed is a safety factor, and if we would somehow define that legally as a date, as one of the central principles of the Selection Act, which shall be participative, self-learning, transparent, and so forth, then time could also be used as an argument, for instance, when it comes to BGE suggesting a number of siting regions. That number could be large, but it could also be due to the argument of time that we want to keep the duration of the following phases short. It could be fewer siting regions. Harald Lesch said go forward in small steps and find fast success, which I liked from environment psychology. I think we do this in Germany by having annual publications of interim results, how the narrowing down process is continuing and progressing. And the final point which I would like to make is that I think it could help us in Germany if we would have, between all stakeholders of the site selection procedure, a common schedule or project plan where we are all committed to. And that project plan could be composed of individual institutions, individual project plans, each of them composed in a way to keep the own time needed for the procedure reasonably short. And then, combining them would be an overall project plan. And that, together with the attitude and the courage to make these decisions necessary to go through the process within a reasonable amount of time, I think would be a very good thing to do.
Danke, thank you. Anna Storm, please. Storm, excuse me.
Yeah, so I'm thinking about what is the time that it takes to build trust? Because I think this question, of course, it's technological and geological, but it's also, in my view, it's mainly social and political. And the social and political is on a national and international level, but it's primarily on the local level. And how do you build trust with the local community? And I think, Swedish and Finnish trajectories are rather similar in abandoning the idea of the best geological site and finding a good enough geological site where there is local acceptance. And I think some of the key choices made in the Swedish case, which I'm not saying they're the best ones or that I support all of them, but there was this where you started from the geological site doing test drillings on interesting places, which was met with fierce local resistance, and you had to stop the whole program and start over again, where you invited all municipalities to express interest. And from this expression of interest, you started a dialogue. And all this ended up in exactly what Harald Lesch also joked about, that there was a competition between two municipalities to get the repository. And I think, I don't know if this is possible in all countries, because it is based on trust in institutions and in the companies, and this trust has to be earned. And maybe there is also, it's not 100% or super self-evident, but I think this building trust between regulator and implementer and the local community is something you can never skip. So maybe that is the closest to speed up the process answer I can give.
Your applause. Thank you. Please, before I'd like to open the discussions, anything you would like to add?
Just a short comment. We have been discussing about the length of the period. How long does it take from the site selection to the operation or even to the closure? It's one point of view, but I think one of the things which it's really crucial is the what might stop the project, and it's usually the political and public acceptance. So of course you can plan your science and you can do the science and site studies in 20 years and if you will have plenty of information. But I think you need to focus also on the public and political acceptance, and also the commitment for the acceptance. So it's not just the site studies and concept development and construction, but it's getting the acceptance and maintaining the acceptance, meaning trusting for the process and for the actors around. So that's really important, because if you lose the acceptance, then you are again in point zero, and you need to calculate again for the next 100 years. So that's really important for the timeline.
Thank you so far. Questions, please. I would like to activate your curiosity now, your potential, what you would like to know from our four distinguished guests here. Please feel free to prepare your questions, and I would like to direct you either to the left side, from my point of view, or to this side. There'll be two microphones. I've seen the first question from, I think, someone there, from a gentleman. Maybe you can tell us your name and where you come from.
Sure, good morning.
If you have any relation to the topic today, and if you would like me to direct your question to someone specific, let us know. Please.
My name is Guido Huben. I work for Transmutex, which is a recycling company. So one way you deal with the waste is to take it as a given. But in society, often enough, when we have waste, we recycle it, we treat it in different ways, we separate stuff. If you recycled what you call nuclear waste, you partition it, you transmute it, whatever you have it, assuming that then the waste would be much less, or what you have to dispose of is much less, and it would be much less time radioactive, how would that impact your work?
Thank you. Anyone specific? In this case, I would like to ask Alison McFarlane. She was quick to signal to me that she would like to reply to your question. Very interesting one, by the way, I think, because it's just related to our topic, time as a safety factor.
Yeah, I just want to put on the table that reprocessing or transmutation or any ideas like that, those are ways of managing spent fuel, but you still need to, or nuclear waste, you still need a repository in the end, so that doesn't really have anything to do with the process that we're talking about right now. So.
Thank you. Maybe we'll continue your discussions. I think there's potential amount during the coffee break. There are two more questions from two gentlemen over here. Maybe from, it's in the middle, I don't know from which side the microphone is available. Once again, please introduce yourself and maybe you let us know where you come from.
Yeah, Clemens Walter, University of Hanover. So Mr. Hämäläinen said that we will probably never find the best possible site, but that we need a site that is just good enough. In Germany, we're doing the opposite way. We're looking for the best possible site, and that might be problematic. And my question is, might there be a chance to step back from that, especially taking into account that Harald Lesch said that prevents voluntariness. And as unlikely it might be that you find a voluntary community in Germany, if you look for the best possible site, that will never happen. And of course, Harald Lesch made it very clear that he is convinced that there might be benefits from a site. He even had said to me, new idea to combine that with the university and be the world leader and so on and so on. That probably is given to Finland already. But still, might it be an option to step back from the best possible site?
Thank you for your question. I think you were constantly looking at Sönkerei, yeah, but please feel also free to add your point of view. There was a famous book in the 80s called The Never-Ending Story. I think this is what the gentleman is referring to.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I mean, I understand that question, and it's a discussion we also have while discussing time currently. I was referring to expert publications that we recently had. There was one such expert publication in 2023 as well by Bruno Tomauske, who made basically the same suggestion. Again, I refer to what Claus-Jürgen Rul wrote, and I like that perspective on best possible safety. The question is, what is best possible safety for us? Is it one, I mean, do you define it in a way that you say, if I would have perfect knowledge of the subsurface of Germany, and with that perfect knowledge, I make some calculations and compile some arguments against criteria, and then I can pick that one single spot? Or do you rather regard best possible safety within the process of the site selection procedure, saying, okay, we do have imperfect knowledge, we are in a process where we have to, consider certain aspects. Time could be one of these aspects as well. And then what comes out based on scientific arguments at the end is within that process defined as the site with the best possible safety. And I think if we get that perspective, then we can have a good selection procedure within a reasonable amount of time and still concentrate on the site with the best possible safety.
Thank you. Second question, please. Always up to you. Second question from the gentleman well behind. Please, yes. And then, please, over there. Next one.
Professor Mark, University of Liverpool.
Bruno
Mark, University of Liverpool. I'm working in nuclear waste management since about 25 years. One question about trust. The discussion started on Guido Huben saying, yeah, but there are other technologies. The question for me is, do we need and do we need to prove other technologies as a side way to create trust by the people that we have the best solution, A, and B, that when we are at the end of our process and we have a site, that nobody comes and says, yeah, but there is another technology out, and if we have not tested this, where we have a much lower level of quality we need in a final disposal, do we need to do this?
Would you like to? Sorry, may I see the microphone once again? This was a very brilliant and almost philosophical question. May I kindly ask you to put it in one sentence? Seriously, I think then we can better deal with it.
Do we need to understand the opportunities of alternative technologies to create the trust in the site selection with the people?
Can
Finish
I
answer,
start
please.
Shortly? I think it depends on the national system. That for our case, we did the concept selection in very early phase in 2000, and there was a comparison between different kind of technologies of disposal, and then the decision was made that this is the good choice for Finland. But of course, if you leave it into the later stage, then you might need to develop more. So it's more related for the system of the society that when you do the decision. But in our case, we did it quite early. Mm-hmm. We did the studies for the accepted concept on more detailed level, but then for the other ones, I would say they were studied, but not really detailed.
Thank you. In addition, Anna Storm.
Yeah, so in my view, I think for earning the trust, I think it's important to be transparent about the implications of the different technological choices. For example, retrievability or non-retrievability, or the easiness of retrieving the waste or not. And also if the geological storage is, which I think we can see a slight change in the Swedish discourse, where you see, where we have this multi-barrier system, like in Finland, where the bedrock is like the final barrier, which was initially understood as the barrier towards leakages, while it's now also seen as a barrier towards human intrusion. So what is the main idea with different storage technologies? What do they imply in terms of how we see the future? I think those things, rather than maybe specifics on different alloys, is maybe what needs to be talked about publicly.
Thank you. One more question above there. Please forgive me because I'm under a strict, tight rule to obey the timeline. There's one more question over there, and I remember there was another question. I'll be happy to welcome you after our party on stage and listen to your question directly and maybe bring you together with the one best to answer your question, so it will not be lost. Otherwise, coffee break will be endangered, and I cannot risk that. Please.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Kalle from the regulator in Sweden. And I just had a question. So it's sort of like a comment to the comment before. We have in Germany the best possible site. So just wondering if there has been any discussions what this means, because best possible site could also mean that the site is the best, but it's not possible because you don't have social acceptance or other criteria. So, I mean, you might want to add best possible and reasonable site to be really sure that you're not looking for the holy grail. It's not an illusion finding the best site. But has this been discussed in Germany, how to interpret best possible site?
Thank you for your question. Let us clarify it very quickly. Would you do it for us? What is best possible? Not relating to the holy grail, no, but maybe you can do it. Thanks. And then we have one more question, because I think we got mixed up with someone over there on this side, and then we finish our first round. Thank you. Please.
I'll try to make it very brief. So we certainly had discussions, each stakeholder himself, for how that definition of best possible is. I think we find many aspects of how to define that within the Site Selection Act. And I do think that acceptance of that site is by definition not part of best possible, but it's more the other way around. If we have scientific arguments that this is the best possible site, then this would also support acceptance of actually deciding on that.
In a country which has a long tradition of fiercely debating these topics, in Germany. Right. Thank you. The final question, please.
Hello, my name is Hedwig Sleijering. I'm working for the Dutch ministry, which is responsible for waste management policy. And I'm working on the Dutch research program for disposal. My question is this. We live in a society which generates waste. It's not only produced by nuclear power plants, but also for medicine, for hospitals, for very different options. Would it help the trust in the process for the general public if we are more clear what we are talking about? So what kind of waste are we talking about? That it's also sometimes for the benefit of the whole society. Mm-hmm. I don't know who can answer that.
That sounds a bit like a moral implication, you mean, right? Yeah. Though highly radioactive waste is there because nuclear power was produced. So, anybody contributing? Please, Alice McConnell.
So the wastes that you're talking about are considered low and sometimes intermediate level wastes. No, you're shaking your head. They aren't high-level wastes, I promise you. No, they're not. So it requires a different kind of disposal facility, the low and intermediate level, than the high-level waste? No, okay, well, she doesn't agree.
Maybe one more sentence, then you clarify and we can go to the coffee break. Please, if you want to clarify.
We have in the Netherlands 2 research reactors, and one research reactor is producing medical isotopes for hospitals, etc. And they have high-level waste. which has to be stored. So that's the background. Thanks.
Sure. Yeah, and it could help in the discussion with society, certainly, to say that this waste is not just produced from electricity production, it's also from medicine, and which many people are taking advantage of. But I don't know.
Thank you. Anna Storm with a final answer in this round.
I think, in one way, it's also easy to say that we benefited from nuclear energy. So I think in principle it's not different. What I think you are hinting at is if we think about radioactive waste as exceptional or as part of a bigger waste issue where we can talk about other toxins and non-decaying materials like arsenic and things like that, lead, that we also have to deal with. And I think there is a bit of, my sense is that in the nuclear industry there is a sense that radioactive waste is treated unfair. It's not considered in connection to other as dangerous things. But it doesn't solve the situation. We still have to deal with the nuclear waste. So.
I would like to express my sincerest thank you to Anna Storm, to Alison McFarlane, to Kai Hämäläinen, and to Sönke Reiche. Thank you for joining me for this discussion and this panel. I'm glad. And thank you for your questions and your patience, for all the big input we delivered, hopefully, the keynote, the two guest speakers, and our panel here. Coffee is ready. It's been ready for quite a while. It's awaiting you. Tea, I think, is available as well. Please come back well before 11 o'clock. Join your discussions, your workshops, whatever you have chosen, and we'll be back here after the lunch break, and I hope to see you again. See you later. Thank you. Thank you. Not too long, all of it.
Yeah. Yes, it works. Hi. We are going to start with the panel. First of all, a very warm welcome, Sergio Novak and Anna Storm. We are co-organizing this panel on the nuclear renaissance.
Yes, and we have a very tight presentation schedule, so not to lose any time, we want to ask Fanny Böse, our first speaker, to come on stage. Fanny will talk about techno-optimism versus realities, the nuclear energy paradox and narratives.
Great. And how do I change slides?
This little green button, you put it and you see your presentation.
There. Okay. Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. Okay, hello everybody. I'm going to present a study or a paper that I compiled with colleagues from Technical University Berlin, which is Alexander Wimmers, Christian von Hirschhausen, and Björn Steigerwald, and it's called the Nuclear Energy Paradox, and we looked into energy projections and energy scenarios, historically and current ones, to look into the expansion of nuclear power. Two observations, there are more than two, but two are in particular some that made us curious for the topic. The first is that nuclear power has its momentum in the context of climate change mitigation. One example you can see here on the right, where there is governments and companies that pledge to triple nuclear capacity, the global installed capacity, by 2050 at the COP 2023 in Dubai. If you look into the supplemental material, you can see that the reasoning behind this is the IPCC report and the energy scenarios that are collected in this report for the target of 1.5 degrees. And they would, on average, show this increase. Then the second observation you can see here is the historic development of global installed capacity in these blue lines in comparison with this pledge in red. And you can see here that there is a huge gap. And we ask ourselves, is this something that is like a one-time phenomenon because of the climate change, or can we find more energy projections than the today's ones that are showing maybe a similar reoccurring pattern? So the aim of this paper was, is there maybe a pattern of energy projections that showing a same strong increase in nuclear power, and to compare them with the actual development? And if they are not matching, maybe on a reoccurring pattern and over time and among actors, we would call it the nuclear energy paradox. And the second aim was then to ask what are possible root causes of the reoccurring overestimation. And we looked especially into narratives and socio-technical imaginaries. Socio-technical imaginaries are a collective vision of future developments, and we specified it into looking whether we can find nuclear imaginaries that we define as a vision of the future techno-economic performance of nuclear power. We looked into various studies from the IAEA, from the International Atomic Energy Agency. We looked into the World Energy Outlook. We looked into historic energy projections from the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s, and until today. So I will show you the results as an overview here first, and then I will pinpoint a few of them. So what you can see here is either the historic projection of how assumed that nuclear power will evolve in terms of installed capacity or electricity production over several decades. And with this collection, you can see a pattern of curves that are going up, showing that they are projecting a strong increase in nuclear electricity production or capacity. And then you can see a thick line down below, which is the actual development. So you can see there are many projections that have been overestimating nuclear power. And they are from IAEA, from the International Energy Agency, they are from the DOE, or the former Atomic Energy Agency, and also from the International Institute of Applied System Analysis, short IASA. And we also will look into the current energy scenarios. We cannot track actual development, but we will look into the assumptions, whether we can find some collective shared visions here as well. Okay, one of the spotlights that I've chosen here is that the International Atomic Energy Agency, short IAEA, has published since the 80s a study, an annual report called Energy, Electricity and Nuclear Power Estimates for the period up to, and then they are projecting into 10, 20, 30, sometimes 50 years ahead. They have a low case and a high case assumptions, and we will look into the high case assumptions. And as you can read here, they're assuming that nuclear policy targets will be achieved, that the global energy demand will grow, and then that climate change policy will lead to an increase of nuclear power. If you look into the historic reports, then it's the Kyoto Protocol that was one of the trigger points to say that low carbon will be something of interest and that nuclear power will increase here. So there's no more specific details on the specific assumptions on how they projected, but these are usually the points that you can find in these reports. Now we have a look into all the reports since the 1980s. You can see them in grayish. The ones to the very left are from the 80s, and then have some from the 90s projecting, and we have them until 2024. You can see the installed capacity or the projections of them, and the thick line is the actual development. The key fact, since 40 years, none of those projections ever met reality. So this is one of the examples that there is probably a nuclear energy paradox. Now looking into the more historic ones, we can show that there's a similar pattern of projecting very high growth nuclear futures. And then we also looked into what are the assumptions or the visions that are connected to these projections. One example here is from the 70s, from the Atomic Energy Commission, and you can see here that they not only say that nuclear capacity should increase, they also see that a certain reactor type is increasing dramatically. So these projections in the 70s, and this is just one example of many, shows that this vision was that a certain reactor technology, in particular the fast neutron spectrum reactor, short sometimes called breeder, would be deployed massively in the US. The thick line down there is what has actually happened, and this is something generated capacity at around 100 gigawatts, for example, and you can see that those other projections are way up. And the vision was that this kind of reactor type has a characteristic of breeding additional fissile material. And the considerations back then were that fossil fuels will peak at some point and needs to be substituted, and substituted by something unlimited. And this was the idea that this could be the breeder, sometimes also called plutonium economy. This is a shared vision by national planning organizations, politicians, and leading scientists back then. Another example here is from the 80s, a similar pattern of growth and curves for nuclear power expansion from the IASA under the lead of Hefeler. Some of you may know he's also known to be the father of the German breeder program, and he was also leading the energy program at the IASA, and the study was from the 80s, global energy modeling. And on the left side, you can see one example of the Northwest Pacific National Lab. The same pattern here. And if you look into the documents, the same reasoning of that breeder reactor technology becoming deployed dominantly. So this is one imaginary. Now, from the history connected to this fossil fuel depletion, sometimes even climate change, but it plays a minor role, and with this specific reactor type. Now we're looking maybe shortly in the today's scenarios that I just mentioned in the very beginning that are used for negotiating nuclear energy futures at the COP, for example. And this is the scenarios that are collected in the IPCC report. On the left side, you can see the full plot of this category that was mentioned at the beginning for the 1.5 degree limits. Those are the scenarios that they were referring to. And if you take the average, you can see what they have stated, that they would show the increase or the tripling nuclear by 2050. Now, if you look a little more detailed into this, you can see that they have a great variety in projections. And you can distinguish two groups, which is one that you can see that have like super high nuclear growth futures, and then you have some below and some even phase out. And those two that are projecting the super high growth futures are two. And they're the message model and the GECA model. And those two are the ones that have their origins in the 80s. So the ones that I just have showed, can I go back? That I've just showed here. So the message model and the GECA model are the ones that already have been here, and they're still the ones that are producing these super high nuclear growth futures. If you now look into the one of the assumptions, then you can see that they are connected to cost assumptions and declining costs, either because they look into capital costs or into learning rates. So there's another imaginary now entering here, which has the focus of being a low carbon reactor technology that has declining costs, which is not something that the light water reactor has shown so far, so it's something hypothetical. And if you look into the literature for nuclear economics, if you look into their assumptions, often the small modular reactors are connected to cost declining characteristics in theory. So it's not something they have shown so far. Mass production reactors is something hypothetically at current state. So there are two imaginaries that can be found in those energy scenarios and projections. Conclusion. The nuclear energy paradox exists over time and among different actor groups and organizations. We have identified these two nuclear imaginaries, and the modelers should be critical when they're assuming and when they are quantifying their narratives, and politicians and decision makers should be critical when they see those growth curves. Maybe a last sentence to the future research here. We could even go further into history and ask the question where this vision actually stems from. We could go to the 50s. You can see a figure on the right, which is from the 50s, from the concept of peaking oil and then the substitute of the nuclear reactor technology, or into the 70s, where climate economics emerged in response to the limits to growth modeling, when this famous Bill Nordhaus was introducing the concept of backstop technology into the climate economic modeling, which is still something that is relevant until today in the today's models. We could also investigate a potential bias towards other technologies, and there are very likely other imaginaries in those scenarios. Maybe there are also emerging scenarios if you look into the hydrogen markets and high temperature reactors, and then fusion or carbon capture. And leave it with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And because time is always an issue, we have time for one question. So if there is someone that would really urgently like to.
So just one short one. It's Kalle from Regulator in Sweden. I'm just wondering, if you go back, look at Sweden, for instance, we had the same high, prognosis of energy consumption and so on. And actually, we are consuming as much energy today as like in the 70s, 80s. And the reason, as I understand, is that we are much more efficient in using energy. So if the future prognoses are wrong, what might be the causes for them to be over-exaggerated?
Well, one of the reasons that we explored are here that there is this vision, which is hypothetically, but this is something that is not materialized and that never turned into reality. But it still is reproduced by certain actors and organizations, and maybe there's even a path dependency built into the models.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great. So we move on to the next speaker, and I think it was a perfect base for you, Marco, to continue this discussion. So we have Marko Lehtonen presenting also on behalf of Matti Koivu and Tapio Litmanen. And you will speak about geological knowledge, institutions, and the materiality of the construction of the promise of safe geological disposal in spent nuclear fuel in Finland. The floor is yours. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Right. And you change the slides there. Okay. Yes, hello. So I'm Marko Lehtonen. I'm originally from Finland, but I work at the university, Pompeu Fabra University in Spain. And before I start, I have to say that we submitted a major research proposal yesterday, which had nothing to do with nuclear power or nuclear waste, and I'm extremely relieved, which means that I haven't had time over the past few weeks and months to do almost anything for this. But fortunately, a colleague of mine, Tapio Litmanen, prepared the slides and presented this presentation already a few weeks ago, so that was a first one. So what we want to talk about is analyze the Finnish nuclear waste disposal project from the perspective of promises, and more specifically the role of geological knowledge and engineering knowledge, but especially geological knowledge in constructing this technoscientific promise of nuclear waste disposal, safe nuclear waste disposal. So here's the outline. First, a few words about the project that we're working on, of which this paper is a part. Political geology, what it is about, some findings on legitimacy and credibility as key components of a powerful technoscientific promise, as we call it. So first of all, simply to say, we have this project which actually deals mainly with small modular reactors as technoscientific, the latest in the long series of technoscientific nuclear promises. So I won't go into details, simply to say that it's a project that involves my colleagues in Finland and myself in Barcelona, and we have five country cases that we look at. But the theories and concepts that we apply in this paper come from this literature on science and technology studies, and more specifically sociology of expectations and technoscientific promises. So this paper actually is very much work in progress, and I'd like to have feedback. This is not necessarily the best place for it, but it's more about concepts than the empirics. We haven't gotten all that far. So on political geology, in very simple terms, what it means, it simply says geology is not a politically neutral science. There's always politics intertwined with geological knowledge and its role in policy making. On the issue of Finland, what is meant by the political geology of safe geological disposal in Finland. So what we try to do is we illustrate through the case of Finland what this construction of the promise means, and what is the role of geology and engineering science in this process. So I mentioned legitimacy and credibility. These are the key ingredients of any technoscientific promise. Regardless of the technology that you have or innovation you have, you need to construct promises and promise that this technology or innovation provides something useful for society, and you have to be able to prove that the promise is credible, that actually you're able to deliver on that promise. So what Tapio Litmanen very kindly did, he basically pulled out these, well, not out of his sleeve, but almost the 6 categories of legitimacy. Because basically legitimacy in technoscientific technology literature means that you have to show that this technology is in a way indispensable to solve a major societal problem, typically climate change, and in the case of nuclear waste management, we have to provide a safe solution. So that's the underlying legitimacy. And what we're trying to do is to break down legitimacy into different categories. So it says pragmatic legitimacy, this is something that has to be done. Cognitive, that the solution is understandable and logical in a way. Morally, that this is the right thing to do, and that's typically in the discourse debates in Finland, for instance, that we have to deal with, not only in Finland, we have to deal with the waste. Institutional, reference to legislation, clearly structured system of decision-making and planning. Procedural is very much related to the institutional one, that the process has to be perceived as democratic. And then lastly, the narrative dimension. We have to have a convincing story to tell. Then when it comes to credibility, we can divide it into strong credibility and weak credibility. And the first one founded on what is often called confidence based on previous experience, that we actually have a company, for instance, that has a track record of successful implementation of certain projects or technologies. And then the second one, the weak one, is founded on trust, what is in the literature considered as trust, which is more, I trust this person because it's my father, it's my friend, and I don't necessarily have any proof of it, but I trust more in an almost like emotional level, and that refers very much in the future. In the future, we're able to find a solution. Technology will advance, so in a way, even though we don't have proof of earlier performance, we believe and trust that this will happen in the future. So what we try to do, these are preliminary findings. We look at the Finnish decision-making process all the way from the early 90s. I think that's where we start our our research. Look at basically four documents in the planning process and how they construct legitimacy and credibility by using geological and engineering knowledge, especially geological knowledge. So first of all, the pragmatic dimension of legitimacy, the Finnish system builds on the Swedish KBS design. So here you could say this is a pragmatic solution, something has to be done, and this is the solution. But then the question, of course, is why precisely this? Why it is that KBS solution is the obligatory passage point on the way towards the solution of this problem? Could we not use other options or find other options? Cognitive legitimization or legitimacy, that this is a logical and understandable solution, the multi-barrier idea, which is very clear and understandable, that we have the waste capsule, and then geology and engineering and geological barriers. The moral legitimacy is of course very strong. The idea that we have should not leave the burden of waste to future generations, but at the same time, we should not close the door to new solutions arising. And as you all know, this is one of the basic dilemmas in discussions about what are our responsibilities towards future generations. Is it precisely to leave options open or decide on behalf of them? The institutional legitimacy, this is where the Finnish decision-making, stepwise decision-making comes into picture. In many countries, the plans are very similar, but in Finland, the surprising thing perhaps has been that the process has been followed more or less. The timetable has been followed as planned. Very similar is the procedural legitimacy. Often Finns like to describe the history and present of the project as a linear curve, or not curve, but flash, which goes through these steps, and that it is democratically anchored. Maybe that's the important thing about the previous slide as well, that all decisions are anchored in parliamentary and municipal democracy. And then lastly, narrative legitimacy, that you need a convincing story that can convince people about the need for this disposal site. And with Onkalo, the repository, we have we're going to be the first in the world to safely dispose of nuclear waste. A few words about credibility. So I mentioned the two different categories of credibility. First one, the strong one, built on experience and proven track record of the people, organizations involved. So there's first the argument that most of the design solutions are based on proven technology already in use. And this is extremely typical, again, not only in nuclear waste. We see that in discussions about small modular reactors. Typically, we build on earlier technologies. We know how to do it. And the second one is equally typical. We have a long experience in our country. Our country is a leader in this area. We have the institutions, competencies, skills needed for this. And we have throughout history proven that we have those capabilities. And the third argument is essentially the same. On the weak credibility argument, that is interestingly also very, very strong. First of all, that we assume that technological development will continue and will offer new solutions. And these are all quotes found in a report on nuclear waste disposal in Finland. The long design, that is something, no, that's not. The long design phase of a plant will allow new and emerging technologies solutions to emerge. And both Posiva and the Swedish organization responsible for nuclear waste, Posiva is the Finnish counterpart, are conducting trials to test, and we can basically trust these companies to come up with solutions for the future. And then maybe lastly, what Tapio has called procedural credibility. I'm not sure whether that's the right term, but simply the changes in the argumentation and in the ways in which credibility and legitimacy are being built. And the role of geology, to what extent we trust geology as opposed to engineering knowledge. And actually that is something that we'd like to look at in detail in this documentation produced by the Finnish actors responsible for the project. To what extent there have been changes, and to what extent we trust in geology as opposed to engineering. And personally, my hunch is that over time, the balance has shifted towards more trust in engineering knowledge, but this is simply a hypothesis. And the search for a suitable, not the best possible solution that goes slightly in that direction, that is more of an engineering question rather than finding the best geology possible. So I conclude by simply repeating the key questions in a way. So this is a global problem, and as such, the promise of safe geological disposal relies precisely on the existence of this global problem. Something has to be done. That's a basic argument. And geological knowledge, engineering knowledge, are intertwined with politics, and to underline the fact that it was in 2001 essentially that the legitimacy of this disposal project in Finland was established through the parliamentary decision. So you could say that we no longer need to continue constructing legitimacy. That is more about credibility, that this project can be carried out in a safe manner. And I will stop there, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. And in a similar manner, we do have time for a question. Yes, please.
Hello, thank you for that interesting talk. My name is Tim Vita. I'm of Nagoya, Switzerland. You actually mentioned the term political geology a few times. Actually, for me as a geologist, geology can be, measured, quantified, categorized, stuff like that. But it's not it's not political per se. And you didn't come back to the term actually trying to define it actually in your talk. So why do you say that geology is political? I don't see it like that at all.
This is, of course, a very dangerous debate that we're opening in this audience, but I guess for the easy answer is that geological knowledge is always used but often, and in these circumstances, used for political purposes. That's the easy side of the politicity, you could say, of geological knowledge. But then, of course, the way in which geologists conceive their, well, I'm not blaming geologists for being political, but there is, of course, the choices that you make when you choose your research objects, the basic issues facing any science, basically. Science is not politically neutral. In some ways, that's obvious for social scientists, I guess. Maybe I should refer you to your countryman, Ronnie Emmenegger. He's developed these ideas much better than I can explain them here, especially after a few weeks preparing a proposal on something completely different. But I'm sure there are people in this room who are able to explain this much better, so I refer to coffee break discussions.
Okay, I mean, we will leave that for the coffee break. Thank you very much again. Thank you.
Okay, so we move on. Now it's Thomas Keating who will speak about whose renaissance is it anyway? Rethinking the speculative futures of the nuclear renaissance within the Anthropocene. So, welcome. Yes, that one. Okay, good. Here, perfect.
Perfect, thanks. Great. Yes, so really a pleasure to be here and to talk to you today. And my background is in human geography, and I'm a lecturer in technology and social change, and a kind of wider interest in notions of nuclear memory and accountability and questions of diplomacy in the context of final repository technologies. And some work I've done previously with Anna Storm on Foshmark and writing the key information file. Actually, I have some goodie. Anyone who wants a printed report or a flyer, please help yourself to those later. But today I want to really develop the question of the nuclear renaissance in a specific way, and really thinking with the following question. So what is the nuclear renaissance? Who gets to name it? And what kinds of future does this renaissance portend? And I'm interested here in how future is about kind of processes of speculating, and imagining and heralding particular Anthropocene futures over others. And I'm really especially interested in how certain social and technical processes are attached to this future making. So to develop this line of thought, I begin with my own impressionistic portrait experiencing the nuclear renaissance firsthand. Hinkley Point C, a landscape of cranes. Hinkley Point C in the UK is not so much a construction site, but a permanent lived performance of a nuclear renaissance in progress. All in, Britain's largest building site contains 140 cranes, including Big Yellow Carl from Belgium, which is the largest land-based crane in the world. The site is an expansive choreography of concrete, steel, and high-vis jackets. There are temporary canteens that seat 700, medical centres with physiotherapists, and a bus station that rivals small airports. Teams of workers exchange shifts, so work continues 24 hours a day. The second reactor building has just begun. It is a place where nuclear ambitions meet industrial logics, where sound deterrents are installed to confuse fish, and where sewage and uranium share a coastline. My visit began driving along a securitized road towards HPC Cannington Park and Ride, the rendezvous point for an EDF guided tour. Inside a temporary cabin, our two expert guides began the brief. The vibe was energetic and light, a reminder: no explosives, no radioactive materials, no sound or radiation detectors, no alcohol. I can take your alcohol and look after it for you if you like, offers one of the expert guides enthusiastically. Aboard the bus to Cannington Court, a 12th century nunnery turned corporate conference centre, now partially run by EDF. Besides the Skittles and the Summer Bar, members of the group, mostly made up of a local Rotary Club, encounter familiar interactive displays celebrating the technologies and visions of nuclear energy and infrastructure. With some, albeit little, acknowledgement of the nuclear remains at Hinkley A and B, both decommissioned nuclear plants enduring just up the coast from the current Hinkley Point C building site. Hinkley Point C is already being envisioned as a living site of new advanced energy production, a development that is seemingly sensitive to local nuclear pasts, and one that is being made with high levels of safety. Time for the formal presentation with Q&A. Members of the tour are asked questions and encouraged to participate. One presenter notes, "Who here has an electric car?" A few hands are raised. You need electricity for all the new electric cars? We all need electricity. Sitting through this talk, we learn about the pressure water reactor. It will produce 3,200 megawatts. It will last 60 to 80 years, possibly 100, depending on optimism and maintenance. A uranium fuel pellet replica is held aloft. It is small, dark, and apparently powerful, equivalent to a ton of coal. We're given key rings shaped like the pellet. We're told uranium is cheap and that there's plenty of it, and it can be mined from the UK seabed. There's mention of cheap energy followed by quiet acknowledgement of waste costs that will stretch into geological time. If we want to combat climate change and power electric cars, then we'll need more power, the presenter goes on. Once ready, Hinkley Point C will provide 7% of all the UK's electricity needs. But in the future, we will need more. So we hope this is just the beginning. In recounting something of this experience at Hinkley Point C, I wanted to convey a sense of the energy and enthusiasm, as well as there's certain future visions currently at work during the visit. A place that is often, Hinkley Point C this is a place often referred to as a kind of key sign and indicator that the nuclear renaissance is now upon us. The idea that nuclear energy is experiencing something of an upturn in certain countries is now fairly well established. In the second edition of his book, William Nuttall argues that the nuclear renaissance is apparent given that nuclear energy is now one of the few large-scale technologies capable of providing baseload electricity needed to combat global greenhouse gas emissions. Yet declarations of a coming nuclear renaissance are hardly new. A survey of online media post-2004 indicates an early surge in references to nuclear renaissance in 2010. In this early renaissance, much attention was placed on tempering optimism. Here, the nuclear renaissance was characterized by a set of reminders of the limits of public acceptance to nuclear power. Oops, and I just go back. As well as a recognition of the associated risks and uncertainties around nuclear technologies and waste plans. Looking back further, the nuclear renaissance is a term that starts showing up frequently in the mid-2000s as a hopeful reframing for new nuclear reactor builds. It peaks around 2008 to 2012, especially with hopes for new nuclear construction and then shocks following the Fukushima disaster. After Fukushima, several economic and financial setbacks, the phrase recedes somewhat in popularity, though it continues to be used, sometimes critically, sometimes affirmatively. Yet with renewed interest in nuclear power for climate change and energy security in the 2020s, we can see a proliferation of the term arrive once again in media and to a certain extent in academia. Though today perhaps with a more ambivalent and contested framing. So in the 2020s, the nuclear renaissance is perhaps best characterized in terms of renewed interest and investment in nuclear energy and technologies industry, wherein the nuclear renaissance is attached to a select few global north countries. Yet it's worth stressing that the 2020s nuclear renaissance is perhaps an unlikely event. As Ramana, writing in 2011, notes, how nuclear energy was perceived as a dreaded technology, one that was deemed too risky when compared to renewables. as he writes, with growing public concern about global warming, the industry experimenting with a new strategy playing up the climate mitigation potential of nuclear power. While this has increased the benefit side of the equation for nuclear power, it hasn't decreased the risk perception associated with the technology. And nuclear power remains a reluctant choice at best. Renewable energy technologies offer the same benefits, making it unlikely that large-scale nuclear renaissance will materialize. Recognizing the nuclear renaissance seeming unlikeliness as an actualized event, or what perhaps after Deleuze and Guattari might refer to as nuclear renaissance contingent reason, it becomes possible to think more directly about the ways the nuclear renaissance is perhaps more an historical accident than an inevitable outcome of technological change. Indeed, there remains possible worlds where the nuclear renaissance does not take shape. Its legitimacy is not sustained or made possible. Why, therefore, does the nuclear renaissance appear as a matter of concern today? And here I note just 4 main reasons. The last, I contend, is fast emerging as the most significant. Energy security, aging infrastructure, climate goals, SMRs, and especially AI data center electricity demand. Indeed, there seems to be little doubt of the growing role of AI data centers as a driver of new nuclear energy infrastructures and investments. Witness, for instance, the British media this week with declarations by the US Energy Secretary Chris Wright that we're now in a nuclear renaissance and its connection to a planned nuclear-powered data hub in Cotton, which is a massive investment, it must be said, in the UK context. Which is to say that there is a need to ask what kinds of future are being envisioned by the nuclear renaissance, and who or what is included and excluded by these visions. Indeed, to what extent might the nuclear renaissance be understood after Didier Debye as a predatory abstraction, one that seeks to destroy possible visions of other nuclear energy futures? And what, therefore, are the social and technological processes underpinning this function of predation? For companies like EDF, part of the answer to this is in leveraging certain affects about the future, particularly anxieties about population, climate change, and energy security and scarcity. This recent nuclear renaissance is not just a technological revival, I argue, but social and temporal, and in a kind of very strong reimagining of energy futures. And here I just move towards a conclusion. So the emergence of a nuclear renaissance is not new, and it's the second of this century, and a product of a very recent claim of a golden era for nuclear energy and its technologies. It's a product of contingency and a question, not necessarily a question of necessity. So nuclear renaissance might be understood as an accident, including the sudden rise of large language models, AI data center investments in the 2020s, and many other speculative investments are attached to that. And you could say it's a logical outcome of what's come to be known as cloud capital. Much like capitalism itself, the nuclear renaissance rewrites history in this sense by projecting its logic backwards, making prior events appear as steps towards its emergence, even though its arrival was contingent rather than necessary. The imagined futures produced by the nuclear renaissance proceeds through unpredictable conjunctions in this manner, not as a sufficient reason, but as a contingent reason. And here nuclear futures function as abstract machines here, as that reframe past events as precursors to a new universal nuclear logic. Who here has an electric car? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And because the time allows, I mean, we could actually have even 2 questions, so please, if you are interested. Yeah, I mean, please. So, and then, yes, so there's a privilege of 2, so yes,
Okay.
I saw the second person. I
Great.
don't know if I saw the third.
I'm Allison McFarlane. You saw me this morning. So I think this is really interesting. But the nuclear renaissance is imaginary. Because if you look at the actual generation of nuclear power, Hinkley Point aside, it's shrinking, not growing. SMRs are imaginary. They're not real. They haven't even been demonstrated. So, and the AI data center is just the most recent justification for an imagined nuclear renaissance. So I guess I'm wondering, real or it's solely imaginary? And does it matter?
Oh, yeah, well, it goes to the heart of what I'm interested in, actually, exactly that. I mean, and that's why this language of speculation for me is quite important in thinking about, I guess, the reality of speculations, I guess, put it as. I mean, yeah, I really agree that a lot of it, and this is what I tried to talk about at one point in this kind of, in the displays, the familiar displays you get when you go to these kinds of tours, that you get the images that these things are already done, that these things are already in place, and that the technologies are all figured out and decided upon. And actually, that's often not the case. And I really agree there's a kind of projection, but there's a kind of reality making in those projections. So I probably would take a less firm distinction, or I'm interested in the kind of complex interaction there. But yeah, so I'm not heralding and celebrating the Renaissance, but trying to think critically with it. Yeah.
We had another question, yes?
Cornelius Holthoff, UNESCO Chair on Heritage Futures at Linnaeus University in Sweden. Interesting talk, a very quick question. Do you see any signs that parallel to a nuclear renaissance, is there also going to be an anti-nuclear renaissance? So do we see the same kind of mobilization of a larger environmental movement in response to what you've been describing? Is this happening?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm interested in the politics of anti-nuclear movements in the Swedish context, and I've been surprised at how little there seems to be, or like how familiar faces from previous events seem to be the ones making up these movements. I actually wonder, the only thing I could say about the UK context maybe as well is that it looks like, Cumbria is going to be the place for the final repository, as other sites have dropped out. And it will be really interesting to see what support there is around Sellafield for a final repository. Given that, like Forsmark, there's this connection to nuclear energy and industry, but unlike Forsmark, I think the nuclear still has a much more contested space. I'm thinking about things like Windscale and those longer legacies. So I'd be interested to see how smooth and easy the UK plans go for this rapid expansion, and if there is actually a bit of pushback. I don't know.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next presenter is also the co-chair, Anna Storm, with the presentation entitled Victoria Lake at Barsebek, you'll pronounce it properly, sorry, a radioactive sludge pond as material witness.
Thank you, Sergio. Let's see if I can. This is where we are, at the Barsebäck nuclear power plant on the southwest coast of Sweden, next to Denmark. And I will begin by taking you on a short walk from the asphalted area directly surrounding the nuclear power plant, where movement is strictly guarded, into another part of the grounds, although still within the fenced within the industrial fences. Here are open green fields and small mounds, scattered groups of trees and bushes, and different kinds of buildings and infrastructure. For example, at a distance, you can see the remains of a barn where there was once a fish farm. Or here, does it work? Or here, a slightly decaying outdoor gym for plant employees, various storage spaces, and a mechanical workshop. Together with our guide, we head for one of the small mounds. The slopes are overgrown with thorny sea buckthorn, offering substantial resistance to our efforts to climb them without damaging the clothes. After forcing the vegetation, we are finally able to overlook the so-called Victoria Lake, a rectangular artificial pond for storing radioactive sediment, named after an employee engaged in its construction. It is an unexpectedly peaceful place, protected from the coastal windiness by the surrounding walls, and our guide talks about how she uses to pick buckthorn berries here to make a particularly tasty marmalade. Victoria Lake is not only peaceful, but also meticulously mapped since the nuclear power plant was shut down in 2005. Investigations showed that most of the radioactive contamination of the industrial area is located in Victoria Lake and the neighboring Allen's Pond. You can see them here in the picture. Among the identified radionuclides, cobalt-60 and cesium-137 are those that have attracted most concern. While cobalt-60 mainly originate from sediment dredged from the nuclear plant's harbor basin, cesium-137 originates partly from power plant operations and partly from weapons testing and accidents elsewhere, including this is very quick. Including US tests, Windscale, 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, Fukushima. Notably, the fallout originating from elsewhere is comparable in intensity to other areas in this part of the country. The origin of the radionuclides can be detected because of their specific isotope decay character, and thereby the various events that produce them and their lingering effects are clearly linked. Like other drift matter, the radionuclides may seem unfamiliar in their new local setting and unrelated to each other. Yet, they have been weaved together into what appears as a familiar and to some extent pristine environment. In this way, Victoria Lake may be viewed as a site of intensification, where locally produced sources of radiation are combined with the circumstance that there is no place on Earth where the nuclear signature cannot be found. Correspondingly, the pond may be viewed as pointing outwards from itself, as representations of sites elsewhere and of broader global processes. What is evident, however, is how the slow and invisible violence of radiation cannot compete with the spectacular detonations of mushroom clouds, as indeed there is not much spectacle attending to Victoria Lake sediment pond on the Barsebäck grounds, but rather a mundane everydayness at the backyard of a nuclear facility. An inherent paradox characterizes the material remains of the atomic age. On the one hand, from a human perspective, radioactive matter will remain forever and only sometimes be moved, stored, and at least imaginatively contained. Indeed, worldwide radiological contamination has decisively contributed to fostering a sense of the planet as an endangered place. On the other hand, radioactive contamination entails substantive materialities to disappear. Nuclear facilities are to be fully dismantled, machinery to be cut to pieces, sorted, melted, earth layers moved, skylines drastically changing. What remains will be voids, scars, in resonance with what is no longer there. It's tired. Nuclear remnants are therefore also endangered in themselves, possibly as material witnesses, possibly as heritage. And together with my colleague Linara Dovadaitite from Lithuania, visible here to the right, next to the model, we have been thinking with artist scholar Susan Shupley's conceptual work on material witness, which departs from a straightforward assertion that materials can bear witness, implying that Victoria Lake sediment pond may carry some sort of message. with potentially transformative power in terms of historical and future justice truth claims. In her work, Schuppli concentrates on violent events and the power of materials to record and recall such events to act as witnesses. Thereby, she challenges the act of testimony to be a condition of human experience and argues that matter has the capacity to register change, resulting in an accrual of information. From Andrew Barry, Schuppli borrows the notion of informational enrichment and writes how this condition, and I quote, allows us to read history and ultimately politics back out of the complex material strata of our world. End of quote. Is this informational enrichment mirroring something of the intensification representation qualities we sensed in our encounter with Victoria Lake? This radioactive sediment pond is currently planned to disappear as part of the full decommissioning of the plant. It will be dried out, the water filtered and pumped into the sea, and the remaining radioactive mud stored elsewhere. The new ground is first to be used for storing non-radioactive materials from the dismantling, like concrete. Then, in a longer perspective, it's planned to reach a state sometimes characterized as industrial for less sensitive uses, and sometimes as to be released for free use. A long-standing hope in the local municipality to develop an attractive seaside residential area on the site is not really considered in the current planning, although the projected disappearance of Victoria Lake is connected to some considerations, mainly regarding natural values and heritage features. In an environmental impact assessment, it is stated that some parts of the Barsebäck industrial grounds hold high natural values, corresponding to a key biotope, due to rare migrating birds using the shrubbery and the water surface as a resting place, and frogs using the ponds for spawning. However, both birds and frogs are said to have plenty of alternative habitats nearby, as much of the surrounding coastal area is protected wetland, and the report's only recommendation is therefore to do the drying out of the pond during wintertime to avoid affecting the frog spawning period. When it comes to heritage, it's briefly mentioned that all archaeological remains were investigated and removed already when the nuclear power plant was built, and thus the decommissioning activities are not expected to entail any negative consequences in this respect. Natural and heritage features of Victoria Lake therefore seem to be easily disentangled, similar to how the radionuclides in the pond's water and sediment are to be moved elsewhere. The radioactivity mapping of Victoria Lake has, however, been challenging. Despite recurring investigations, much is still unknown, for example, regarding possible transfer to humans through groundwater flows or animal migrations. Studies already in the 80s, when the Barsebäck plant had been operational for a few years, showed that cobalt-60 was present in blue mussels in the sea close to the plant, as well as in sludge at all nearby sewage treatment plants. Having come this far, one can wonder, do any of these observations matter at all, and if so, in what way? Victoria Lake, a sediment pond with a witty name that few people beyond the Barsebäck plant staff has ever encountered, or ever even know it exists, will be lost in its physical appearance. Its non-human inhabitants and radiological contaminants will be moved elsewhere, and the geographical spot will be economically, rationally repurposed for the benefit of a safe and efficient power plant decommissioning process. The envisaged disappearance of Victoria Lake will be a process of waste management, possibly acknowledging the pond as a site of informational enrichment, which must be dealt with in terms of radiation complexity, but devoid of consideration how this informational enrichment might speak to the pond's capacity to become a material witness, or for that matter, understood as heritage. Some recent heritage scholarship explores how to find meaningful ways of responding to material decay and eventual loss. Kathleen De Silva and Rodney Harrison, for example, highlights how the potential in how partial loss can increase heritage value through an emerging scarcity and thereby rarity. If applied to Victoria Lake, will a removed sediment pond at Barsebäck make sediment ponds at other places more rare and thereby valuable? Perhaps. The most important potential, however, we believe, is something more explicitly future-oriented, related to the intricate relation between heritage and waste. And more precisely, if Victoria Lake may hold qualities of material witnessing and possibly heritage, or if it's altogether to be considered just a waste heap. The relation between heritage and waste is not necessarily intuitive, but when looking a bit closer, they both form a material and discursive legacy, oriented towards the construction of particular kinds of actual and imagined futures. Therefore, the prospective disappearance of Victoria Lake implies the construction of a particular future, regardless of whether it's seen to hold heritage values or to be a messy conglomerate of residual materials. The potential lies in the processual opening for attentive sensing and reconsiderations of possible significance, with transformative capacities, such as the expectation of certain forms of action. One such form of action can be observed in another wet radioactive environment in Sweden, more precisely the seabed outside of a long-standing nuclear R&D facility on the country's east coast. Here, radionuclides in sediment layers were recently mapped and read as an historic archive to complement and challenge written records of historical radioactive emissions from the facility. Indeed, this form of action may be understood as enabling nuclear matter to become material witness to past events. The future construction through this action is one with new witnesses to truth claims about the nuclear site's past, but also, importantly, potentially better understandings for how to live with this radioactive environment. While environmental harm, like violent human past, cannot be undone, we can aim for legitimate memories as well as futures based on reconciliation and repair between humans and non-human species and entities. Also, unspectacular materialities, like Victoria Lake, may deserve careful consideration in terms of how to engage with its past and its future. Hitherto, the pond is rather to be seen as an unused archive, a latent material witness. To conclude, some nuclear remains cannot be preserved because of radioactive contamination, while other remains will most probably outlive our current societal organization. Furthermore, nuclear matter carries significant values of informational enrichment and simultaneously poses a threat to living biota. These paradoxes imply that nuclear materials that are not heritagized or in some other way brought to the public as witnesses may not even remain a latent archive. Instead, like Victoria Lake, they will be dissolved and lost in their current shape and only sometimes reassembled elsewhere. This future orientation highlights a final tension showcased by nuclear matter, namely between human and non-human temporalities, historical and geological, if you like. Under what conditions can nuclear matter bear witness? For how long and to whom? In contemporary efforts to make sense of the nuclear age through nuclear material remains, we may as well view humanity as a species that for a short moment engaged with radiation. The acknowledgement of non-human entities and matter with other temporal patterns is key to decentering human perspectives, relative interrelational, but also parallel legitimate subjectivities within processes of heritage and witnessing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. if there are any questions, please, Ellie.
Thank you very much for your talk, Anna. My name's Ellie Carpenter from Umeå University in northern Sweden. And I wondered if, thinking about the agency of the material witness from Shipley's concept, I wonder if there were any examples of the materials that you describe being used in a legal process. So the idea of the witness in the court providing evidence in a court. So that's my first question. I've got other questions around temporality, but perhaps I'll save them for the coffee break.
So in Linares and my work, we haven't looked at anything that moved into the legal court process. I know that Shipley herself touches upon some of those cases where it has happened, for example, in relation to the Chernobyl accident. What I think is one of our interests here is this the scale between matter as increasing our understanding and matter as a tool for judging. So this scale between understanding and judging and how it's not like black and two different things, but a scale where we think that within heritage studies we could actually think more of like moving a little bit, not only staying with the understanding, but also thinking that it could matter more into a political discussion, for example.
Well, thank you. And also just one small remark. I very much liked how you made us distinguish between Linara and Kurchatov in the picture. You said on the right, Kurchatov being on the left. Never mind, maybe someone noticed it. Igor Kurchatov, the Soviet, whatever. Thank you very much. We now come to the last presentation, Detlef Müller, with a presentation on long-term documentation in Germany, steps towards a systemic strategy. Please.
So, hello everybody, and thank you for choosing this session. We're going to take a brief look on what should or could be at the very end of it. And of course, our journey starts today. In Germany, long-term documentation is a key measure in preserving information and knowledge about radioactive waste repositories over long periods of time. In accordance with its legal mandate, the Federal Office for the Safety of Nuclear Waste Management, BASE, will permanently store analog and digital information about the interim and final disposal of radioactive waste. My presentation introduces the long-term documentation approach in Germany and showcases past, present, and future research regarding storage media and markers. Long-term documentation is, as I mentioned, a task of BASE. The responsible department has been established since 2017. But the issue of preserving information and knowledge about radioactive waste repositories is much older. The necessity for documenting significant safety-related records was formally recognized in 1983 as part of the safety criteria for the final disposal of radioactive wastes in a mine. With the planning approval for the construction and operation of the Konrad repository for low and intermediate level waste in 2002, the term long-term documentation was introduced. Classically, long-term documentation is about the knowledge of the location of the site. And the documentation consists of information on the final repository mine, its inventory, and measures during construction, operation, and closure. The main purpose is to prevent inadvertent human intrusion. In a modern sense, long-term documentation is of importance for making processes comprehensible, even during site selection. During the decades a repository project takes, it enables the parties involved to answer upcoming questions and to compare data. And on the long run, its main purpose is enabling future generations to understand the safety function of the repository and enabling them to make their own informed decision. The only time horizon given up to now is 500 years after repository closure. This is the time the recovery of the emplaced waste must be possible based on comprehensive documentation. As announced with the title of my presentation, BASE is taking steps toward a systemic strategy. So where does this idea come from? The idea of following a systemic strategy comes from the OECD NEA initiative, Preservation of Records, Knowledge and Memory Across Generations, which was launched in 2011. Its final report was published in 2019, and it still represents the state of the art, so to speak. The main thought is simple. If you're serious about preserving information and knowledge over long periods of time, combine several different approaches. Long-term documentation is equivalent to dedicated record sets and summary files on the left side, on the upper part of the figure. BASE is primarily responsible for the creation and preservation of the German set of essential records, SER, and the key information file for the high-level radioactive waste repository. Now we jump to the box above, to memory institutions. As BASE must maintain an institutional awareness for the significance of the systematically compiled records, it will gradually become the memory of nuclear waste disposal in Germany. One step further up, markers. BASE plans to carry out research on different types of markers and their combination in marking systems. The call for tenders is currently open, and I'm going to say that a few times more. A quick view down to the right. Last but not least, we're active in forming the regulatory framework. Let us now focus on an element of the lower part of the figure on the left, multiple media. BASE plans to ensure that there are sufficient independent copies on various durable storage media, which are regularly checked and replaced as necessary. The project Long-Term Durability of Paper was conducted by the Department of Paper Technology and Mechanical Process Engineering of the Technical University of Darmstadt from 2020 to 2023. It aimed to evaluate the suitability of paper as a long-lasting information carrier with a target lifespan of at least 500 years. The project comprised a review of state-of-the-art research and development, practical accelerated aging tests, and the identification of optimal paper and printing techniques, respectively ink combinations in different scenarios. The contractor gave us, as you can see on the slide, a best case, a good case, and a good enough recommendation. The overall results indicate that all paper types, including modern recycled options, possess aging resistance for several hundred years. Depending on the calculation method, the theoretical durability until refurbishment is required ranges from 2,800 up to 12,000 years. Notably, low-impact gravure printing methods on Bible or rag paper were identified as the most promising for achieving the desired longevity. What could that mean? Imagine your SER printed on a paper that is very similar to the one we're using for banknotes today. Resistant to liquids to a higher degree, flexible and resilient. The ongoing research project, evaluation and optimization of the long-term durability of digital storage media, started in 2024. It is conducted by HTV Halbleiter Test and Vertriebs GmbH and HTV Conservation GmbH, both located at Bensheim. The project, once again, comprises a review of state-of-the-art research and development, practical accelerated aging tests, and the development of a methodology for analyzing digital storage media. It focuses on evaluating contemporary storage media, including hard disk drives, HDD, solid-state drive, SSD, an optical solution, particularly those that manufacturers assert can endure for several hundred years. Notably, the M-disk is highlighted for its potential longevity, claiming a shelf life up to 1,000 years, while archival-grade microfilm can achieve up to 500 years, and novel nanoforms aiming beyond 10,000 years. Current laboratory experiments involve accelerated aging tests lasting up to 16 months, assessing various environmental factors such as hydrolysis, humidity, temperature variations, and heightened exposure to both electromagnetic and ionizing radiation. Preliminary findings reveal that the M-disk shows instability in humid conditions, while SSDs maintain relative stability in similar environments. Additionally, first results indicate that HDDs made from glass and ceramic materials are preferable to those made from aluminium, which is susceptible to moisture damage. The final report is expected for next year. Marking a sealed repository has been discussed as a possibility to inform or warn future generations for decades. For a long time, however, the topic has not been systematically developed further on an international level. For a one exception was the very extensive but ultimately project-specific concept for the US waste isolation plant WIP in 2004. The OECD NEA ARCA and M initiative I already mentioned started to change the situation about 15 years ago. Marking was placed in a broader context the most important marking studies were summarized, and based on the pros and cons, a new classification of marker types was established. According to it, we can distinguish between surface, subsurface, and deep geological markers. Challenges connected with certain types of this approach are erosion and especially glacial erosion. But our monument on the surface could also be subject to theft in order to reuse or recycle the material. So it should be durable, but worthless, respectively, not usable. Following on from this, SPACE aims to investigate what role markers can play in a systemic RK&M preservation strategy in Germany. It wants to identify relevant aspects and requirements towards markers, as well as derive recommendations for their design and recommendable action against the background of no existing legal requirement for the marking of a repository in Germany. And as I mentioned, the call for tenders is currently open. I'm going to come to my conclusions. Long-term documentation is the German equivalent to dedicated record sets and summary files as the OECD NEA RK&M initiative understands it. Starting from this approach, BASE is currently taking steps towards a systemic strategy and considering several other approaches and mechanisms. Durable storage media and marking systems are or might be fundamental, especially when combined with the work of a memory institution. The regulatory framework needs to be further developed with regard to RK&M aspects. These are the references, so thank you for your attention. Any questions or comments?
Thank you very much. And indeed, so if there are any questions, okay, there are. One.
Thanks, Cornelius Holtorf again from Sweden. Great presentation, and I agree entirely with what you said, that the RK&M report is the state of the art until today. But there is one important flaw in the RK&M, because it states explicitly that it doesn't recognize that the future, especially the long-term future, will be different from the present. And that is the flaw that sort of is of a major significance, because if you address time periods, you mentioned 500 years, we may even think longer. Clearly the markers have a longer duration, possibly at least, than 500 years. Clearly we have to assume, that's the one thing we know about the future, is that it will differ in many profound ways from the present. If you look back 500 years, it was a different universe in so many different ways. So my question is, shouldn't, or how do you accommodate this fact that the future differs in nearly every important way from what we assume to be true about the world and about waste and about people and maybe other intelligent creatures in the present? How do we engage with that? And isn't really the challenge not to build markers, but to create processes that keep places marked? To see it as a process that is ongoing over long time periods, rather than create something now that will last, because it will not.
First, I agree with your comment, and I guess you're getting on the right track once you see it from both sides. As we cannot anticipate these futures, we're going to have to do the best we can do from our present on. And I thought, as I got it, one of the main principles is pass your message on. This underlines the importance of memory institutions that pass their messages on and take care they're still understood. And so I'm coming from the side, let's start in the present, let's do what we can do from our current knowledge, and even check our solution from a future point of view, from a possible point of view, and this is all we can do.
Thank you very much. And I would like you to ask you to stay there, because we're trying an experiment. I'm going to drive the people up there crazy, but I would like to invite all the presenters here, and we still have 10 minutes left. Sorry, yeah, lunch, everybody's hungry, but it would be nice to actually try a few more questions with the presenters present, since we have this time. And thank you very much for keeping the time in such a manner. So again, did anyone come up with other questions during the presentations? We have already 2-3 hands up, so yeah, I mean, if you're there.
Hi, I'm Claudio Pescatore from Sweden. I work with Cornelius. It is good that, with respect to your presentation, Detlef, it is good that we have to try all the ways to make the message survive. But I would like to take issue on one thing simply, that you say the markers need not to be worthless, so that basically they stay intact. In fact, there is a concept in memory preservation, which is the concept of the, how do we call it? The layer that you can get rid of. I mean, it's the sacrificial layer, right? And goes perhaps in the direction of what Cornelius was saying. That is, people have seen from antiquity that basically these monuments, for instance in Rome, you have a pyramid, a small pyramid that still exists since the Roman times, the Colosseum and others. You know, people went to get the marble after those, but then the monument stayed, so it became part of a process of life, if you like, but still was remindful of something of the past. So the concept of sacrificial layer could be an interesting concept also to consider in the markers concept. Thank you. A monuments concept.
Thank you. And if you are so kind to actually gather the questions, and then the speakers will react in. So there were 2 more, clearly, at least.
Sophie Einsiedel, Technical University of Munich. I had a question about the nuclear renaissance topic, and I was wondering if you could elaborate on the actors that are kind of pushing this narrative, because from my observations, it's becoming increasingly that the actors pushing the narrative are kind of private corporate interests, and the people carrying the responsibility and the kind of the risk of nuclear energy is typically generally the public, and kind of that challenge in the between the two.
And yes, and the last question. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So my name is Kalle, and I have a question both to Anna actually and to let's see, was it Möller? Dietel Möller, right? Yes. So I'm just wondering for the end state of a repository could be a nuclear facility like a nuclear power plant or a repository. So. Möller, in your strategy for memory preservation and so on, are you also discussing reuse of the site after closure? How we can, discussing the end state with the concern, you don't have any stakeholders yet so far, but do you have any ideas how you need to discuss the end state, reusing the site, creating value in the future, and have a people-centered perspective, and not only objects, but also including people in this strategy. And it goes also to Anna, because you talked about the end state. So I'm just wondering, how is this discussion, because I'm not so much at all involved in Barsebäck, so I'm wondering how is this evolving, the end state of the site? I mean, is it turning somewhere for, where is it going, if you know?
Thank you very much. I think that will be it. And so we have one in principle question which hits very much the topic. What is this Renaissance? And the other 2 more specific. I don't know. It is up to you.
on the Renaissance, I think, I agree that the risks tend to be. It's interesting in the first version of this, in the kind of 2010s, it felt like well, at least the articles I noticed, there's a lot of talk about the risks and potential uncertainties, and that's seemingly less prominent at the moment, and I'm interested to know why that is, and I think it sounds like you're actually doing that work to understand that, and I think there is a kind of a certain zeal for a nuclear renaissance today, and I think it's worth interrogating. Yeah, I agree, and I think, I'd be keen to hear more from what you're doing in that space.
First of all, my excuses, because I don't know if I got your question right. I just didn't understand it in parts acoustically. So maybe you, Anna, could start to answer, and then I'm getting on track, maybe?
It works. So it was, I didn't actually get your question, Claudio, but I think I got your question, Kalle. So I think, yes, the end state, fantasizing a bit what you said. But I mean, in my view, I think the communication or the relation to those living close to a repository is something that has to go on all the time. When it's planned, when it's built, when it's sealed, afterwards. So I think end state, I don't know exactly when that is, because I think it's an ongoing way of living with this place that maybe benefits from markers in some situation and benefits from other types of social engagement or processes. I mean, in these discussions, or also in RKNM, there's this variety of mechanisms that you also brought up, which I think is really key to this, where you have not only time capsules and these kind of long-term material things, but also different types of maybe rituals or other engagements with keeping this information both understandable and also relevant to people in every contemporary time period from now on and forward. Yeah.
And I would just like to add that we have a specific situation here at Germany. Of course, there will be surface traces on the surface after decommissioning and closing the installation. But I don't know the right expression, but the towers of the installation that function to get down burdens and people and so on, and to emplace the waste, they are already seen legally as monuments. So these towers will survive and mark the location of the site in a special way. And we could think about integrating this fact into broader considerations.
Thank you very, very much. And thank you for the haphazard bringing on the stage. And thank you for the organizers for making the panel possible. And in good German style, guten Appetit.
Hello again. Very good to see you again, and I have the impression that we are more here inside this venue, this hall, than we've been in the early morning. So I also would like to welcome those who have been a little later while attending and registering for this event. For those who are new now, welcome once again. This is safeND number 3, and time is a safety factor, and we're going to continue now. I hope you had a good lunch, and maybe some of you attended some sessions. I've been taking a look at the program. Long-term documentation, anybody been there? Long-term documentation? Good, very good. This was not an empty event then. I hope you enjoyed it. Or, for example, the shores of Lake Victoria in Sweden by Anna Storm. Wow. Thank you for attending. I hope it was worth doing it, and you'll be in discussions afterwards with it. I would like to remind you, because some of you even have asked me where to find the ship. Honest and seriously, it is not called MS Repository or MS Endlager. No, it's not. But it's simple to detect. You just take a look across the river. It's right in front of this side, next to this big building, which is the German trade union, by the way. And all you have to do is you just exit left, cross the bridge, turn right at the tree, go down, and you're there. There's coffee available, as far as I know, so please feel tempted to attend the sessions over there and on time as well. Approximately 5 minutes. It shouldn't take you any longer. That's the ship. The second keynote of today will be delivered by someone who, in German, we would call him eine Institution. I don't know the English equivalent. It's an institution, which is, he's an institution, which is easy to verify, because if you take a look at his CV, it's a lifelong trying to tackle any question of repositories, of how to deal with nuclear waste. And today it will be also the question of what does time mean when it comes to safety. He's professor in the Harz region called Claus-Zellerfeld, a famous technical university. And I'd like to welcome with you Claus-Jürgen Rul from Claus-Zellerfeld. Thank you for your keynote. You've brought with you some slides.
I did.
We're very eager to see them. And afterwards, please feel free to prepare some questions. I'll be moderating them, and then we can go into deeper some aspects. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and thank you for having me here. And I'm glad to see that you all made your way back from the lunch buffet in time. And well, basically, when I was asked to give this keynote presentation, I started to wonder about the subtitle of this conference. It's not the one you see here, time as a safety factor, but there's a subtitle of the subtitle, which you can see in the program. It's talking about timely nuclear waste disposal. And I started to wonder what timely exactly means in that context, and what it might mean to different actors, to different national programs, to different scientific disciplines. And what not has been mentioned, I'm a retiree right now. And from a retiree, you usually expect something about history, the deep history from his or her ancient youth, and I'm not going to disappoint you. I'm trying to go a couple of decades back, and would like to start by presenting you 2 approaches to timing of disposal or other waste management options I stumbled upon at around the turn of the millennium. The first one, The first one was in France. In France, in 91, an act was made called the Loi Bataille, after his creator. And one has to know about the history behind this act. The French program, as many other programs in Europe or elsewhere, faced a failure. And the failure has very much to do with repository citing. And I believe that most of the national programs came to such a point where they really failed and tried to restart. One recognized that earlier, others later. I'm afraid my own country belongs to the latter category. In this act, a restart was defined for the French program. They leaned back and said, look, we have to look at 3 different, at that time they called it options for waste management, 3 avenues of research: partitioning, transmutation, long-term surface storage, and deep disposal. And they gave the scientists and the engineers 15 years' time to produce findings about these 3 options. And after these 15 years, a summary should be made and a new act should be passed. And most surprisingly, exactly in 2006, this happened. And in this new planning act, geologic disposal was defined as a reference solution. There was a decision made about the siting region, about the principle of reversibility. There was also a time schedule for the later phases, which was not exactly respected for in the end, but almost, I would say. Very important, the definition of a national radioactive material and waste management plan. This is something now required by EU regulations, so France was a forerunner with regard to that. And there was also something said about public participation. And if you go further in the program, there was one more act, and if you look at this here, this is the timetable right now, which foresees disposal of high-level waste in the 80s, which is not really early, I would say, but at least there's a well-defined timetable. And the relation to safety was established in view graphs like this one. I have seen many, many of these view graphs. The wording varied over time a little bit, but the important thing is that, that you have these iteration loops here. And the central issue is that uncertainties are to be characterized, safety scenarios have to be studied in what is called here a performance assessment. I would call it a safety case. And on the right-hand side of this overhead slide, you can see the many, many safety cases the French produced in these iteration loops. And you also can see the different purposes for these safety cases, from the licenses for the underground research labs, to the principal demonstration, to the studying of the repository operation, conceptual design. You can also see, and finally the license application, of course. And you can also see that many of these steps were accompanied by international peer reviews, which I found very interesting and very valuable. Actually, I was lucky enough to take part in the first 2 of these peer reviews, and that's an experience I still remember fondly. Now to a totally different approach, for something completely different. The Netherlands, around the turn of the millennium, they created the Harbor facility, and basically it is a long-term storage facility above ground for their vitrified reprocessing waste. And along with the creation of this facility, different visions were formulated. One is simply indefinite surface storage. Another one is that after the expiry of the license, which was made for 100 years, the stuff could go underground, but one might take it back and it might go back to the interim storage facility, and this might even happen several times. And the Dutch had a couple of arguments. They were on this overhead slide, they are quoted, but on the next one, I just took the essentials because it's better readable. The first argument for doing it this way was public acceptance. Then, interestingly, capital growth. One has to say that was the time before the debt and euro crisis. So I don't know what they think these days about it. An international solution may become available. Okay, the Netherlands have a relatively small inventory, but nevertheless, they didn't say that they will do something for this solution becoming available. And the last three arguments could be seen in a kind of safety context. The cooling time, the radioactivity decrease, and also the perspective, we have discussed it this morning, about new techniques or management options. Well, what do we see here? Different approaches. One with a well-defined time schedule connected with safety cases and decision-making, but also with a potential for adoption. I didn't show you that one, but or not explicitly at least, but the initial timetable in France was also modified, in part due to results from the participation, in part due to technical reasons, but it were rather moderate adoptions, I have to say. Then something we did not see on the previous overhead slides, something which I encountered in seminars we hosted at the Claus-Jürgen University of Technology. We had guests from all over the world, from nuclear countries, and they had to present in the beginning of our summer school their own national approaches and strategies. And at least two of the participants coming from Latin America, nuclear countries in Latin America, said, look, our strategy is wait and see. Then something we had in Germany, I would say until 2013, Ortwin Renn, a very well-known risk researcher, called it muddling through. So a site was available, but it was not very well accepted, or, to say the least. It was heavily debated. Later on, Germany is not so easy to be placed into one of these categories. As Sönke Reiche explained this morning, we have a Site Selection Act which sets 2031 as a target for site selection. Recent estimates go far further into the 2070s under ideal conditions. That's what they say to these estimates. So where do we belong to? According to the EU, we should have a national program with well-defined milestones, with clear timeframes for these milestones, and we have to basically comply with these plans, of course. Nevertheless, the events which probably also caused the topic selection for this safeND took place in around 2022, when at some place in time, the BGE, as Sönke explained, presented their time schedules which were totally different from the original schedule. And I have to admit, I was very angry about a statement by the ministry made at that time. They simply said time targets must be subordinate to the principle of best achievable safety. But luckily, they also added, at the same time, the goal must not be lost sight of. I tried to argue in the paper Sönke kindly quoted that we still have to define what exactly we mean by safety, which system has to be considered. Do we just, as in the Site Selection Act seems to be suggested, are concerned about long-term safety, because the Act says we are looking for the best achievable safety for 1 million years. But what about operational safety? What about the safety of the storage facilities? What about the procedural risks? So for this, I think the conclusion is valid, that time is really a factor relevant for safety, and that the arguments made in the beginning by the ministry were a little bit, how could I put it kindly, under-complex. Nevertheless, we have still diverging views about this issue. One example is a huge project, a cooperative project called Transcends, Transdisciplinary Research about waste management in Germany, in which 16 institutes took part, And I had the honor to coordinate this project. And during the project time, this issue came up, and the reactions diverged considerably. I have two examples here on this overhead slide. On the left-hand side, an article published advocating for acceleration. On the right-hand side, an article asking for more consideration, not so much with regard to safety, but in that case with regard to participation. Because the fear in the wider stakeholder community in this country is not only that safety might be compromised by acceleration, but also that the participation issues might be compromised. A similar picture emerged at the participation format we had last year in Würzburg. There was even a variation from day to day. On day one, we had a plenary discussion which more or less was inclined to say, look, people, we need this acceleration. Of course, we should not jeopardize this scientific participative approach, but we really need acceleration. And the situation was totally different on the second day. I had the honor there to present the view of the Nuclear Waste Management Commission on this issue. There, I took a quote from that session that was said, time pressure is in contradiction to science-based, transparent, self-question and learning procedure. I started to wonder, actually, how can a procedure be self-questioning and learning if it does not accept the possibility of being changed itself? And the other thing which stuck in my mind during that discussion was that there were several scientific and technical arguments in this discussion, but they more or less died out. So one example was the Nuclear Waste Management Commission suggested to examine whether a repository in crystalline rock, similar to the KBS3 concept used in Sweden and Finland, would really comply with one of the regulations we have in Germany. We made a statement, but the only thing left was the ESK want to get rid of granite. That was what was left in the discussion. And even in the years since then, this argument has hardly ever been discussed. So my question is, why is this the case? What are the conceivable reasons for diverging views on timing, on diverging perceptions, and what might ways to address them? And the next couple of overhead slides come from two sources, actually. One is another work of the Nuclear Waste Management Commission in Germany, not about acceleration, but about dissent, in that case about scientific dissent. And the other one is, again, coming from this transdisciplinary transience project. Perhaps I need to spend at least one sentence to explain what that means. Transdisciplinarity meant to us that we involved, some people call them lay people, find it not a nice word, people from outside the scientific community, some stakeholders, some not stakeholders, people from the interested public, actors from practice, all these people into our research. That was the spirit behind this project. But first, back to the Nuclear Waste Management Commission. When we talked about scientific dissent in the beginning, we quickly found that many dissents we have in our community do not deserve the attribute of being the scientific. It's something else. And it has to do with debates within the scientific discipline versus debates when you go beyond the borders of the scientific discipline. It depends on whether you talk about opinions expressed in the public or in a professional context. It depends on whether interests come into play, whether you do a scientific debate or public debate. And this, again, has to do with something. We found a very nice model for that from Ana Maria Lozada. We modified a bit, as on this overhead slide, the arena model for the different actors and the exchange and interaction of the different actors. So you have the scientific arenas, the institutional public arenas, you have law, jurisdiction, you have political institutions, you have the public arenas, and the mechanisms for all these arenas differ from each other. The actors sometimes move from arena to the next. If you're lucky, they keep the opinions when they move. Sometimes not, I'm afraid. And the second thing, besides these arenas, is something we addressed in the Transcends project, which has to do with knowledge types. This is, of course, very simplistic here, the scheme you can see here. On one axis, you can see, on the y-axis, you can see what we call specialist knowledge, which might be about sorption processes in claystones, or about legal boundary conditions, or about politics. And the other thing on the x-axis is system knowledge, so that the geochemist knows to what extent his or her research contributes to the overall safety of the repository, that the lawyer knows what the technical implications of the laws are, and so forth. And of course, the people can be placed in this simplistic diagram at different places, of course, and there are more axes, of course. And in this Transcends project, actually, we tried to cover this whole area in order to account for different knowledge types, for different use, and for different value systems also. So what do we see here? We see nuclear waste disposal, a complex system, the safety or the perceived safety of which depends on many things. You might wonder about the system components you consider, about the timeframes. This has been discussed this morning. It depends also on learning processes, on knowledge evolution. Some claim that safety can be increased simply by increasing your knowledge. And probably in practice, it's not as simple as that. Then you have processes affecting safety, not always in a negative way, but I put here material degradation at one possibility. Another one has been mentioned this morning. That is loss of knowledge, loss of expertise. So these are processes in nature, in technical systems, or in society, which affect safety. And you have uncertainties and risks, which are sometimes hard to assess, especially, but not only when societal issues are considered. This also has been discussed this morning. And secondly, you have diverging views on the and approaches to what you consider timely waste disposal. This is due to different values. What is important? Safety, participation, political quietness, whatever. But the different values are often correlated with different knowledge types and also with different interests. I mean, how often has the nuclear waste debate been used as a proxy for a debate which was in reality about nuclear power? And, or a totally different example, when I talked about granite earlier, of course there were interests. We have federal states which have granite layers in their territory and others which have not. And we have other states which have salt and clay and so on. And of course, these interests produced biases in the discussion. And they also resulted in forgetting about certain aspects of the whole systems. And finally, emotions and gut feelings, which are important in my view. What is our role now, the role of science? Some of you might know this. According to Pielke, we have different types of scientists: the pure scientist, the science arbiter, which tries to communicate the results to the actors, the issue advocate, which is a party basically, and the honest broker of policy alternatives. And Pielke painted the picture of the honest broker being the ideal type of a scientist acting in society. However, in the Transcends project, we wanted to go a step further. We tried to integrate knowledge types and values by this transdisciplinary approach. And we had a couple of findings about transdisciplinary research, which I will not reproduce here, but I'm going to reproduce those which are related to the site selection process in our country. So we said that the potential of these approaches should be exploited in the site selection process, and we should bring together this type of research with the participation processes in the site selection, for example, in real-world laboratories, in order to promote self-reflection, in order to establish long-term partnerships, in order to extend peer communities, and finally, in order to improve the quality, legitimacy, and recognition of decisions. However, of course, there is no free lunch in nature, and even less in society. This would go along with challenges. The roles of actors have to be defined, competences, rights, and obligations have to be defined, and it's not absolutely clear how compatible this would be with legal requirements. What are my personal views on this? I think that neither muddling through nor wait and see are in any way acceptable. I'm very much in favor of the formulation of the EU directive about significant milestones and clear timeframes. This holds especially for programs envisioning new build, envisioning SMR concepts, and so forth. And I believe, this has also been discussed this morning, I believe that new but perhaps still immature technologies like PNT, like deep borehole disposal, they might be explored, but they are no excuse for a delay of disposal programs, because most of these developments would take at least as long as the disposal programs. And as long as the first container is still above ground, you can do everything you wish with your waste. Of course, deviations from plans are likely to be the rule rather than the exception, but they need to be bounded. Decades of difference are not acceptable. They need to be justified. I think the 2022 events were also a communication disaster. They need to be clearly communicated. These sudden increases of several decades are really unacceptable. And my views about Germany is that shortcuts at the expense of safety are, of course, not allowed, but some pragmatism is needed. This morning, there was a discussion about best achievable safety. The Site Selection Act is quite wise in its formulation about best achievable safety. It does not talk about some mysterious place somewhere underground in Germany which only needs to be found. It takes a procedural definition of best achievable safety. Best achievable safety is assigned to the site which comes out of the procedure, which of course means that there is a subjective factor in that. You have to take decisions accounting for risks and all that. And the argument or the reason for more or less ignoring this definition of best achievable safety is probably that there's still some illusion out there about this best place. And the other thing might be that if you present the site selection procedure like a Coke vending machine, you put all the data above into it, and down there, rumble, 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 you get the best achievable site. This produces the hope of the decision being accepted. And if you start to discuss this, then this goes along with the fear of losing acceptance. Same for participation, no shortcuts, but keep the momentum. Look at Switzerland, for instance. They managed the participation process, which was bound in time and, of course, didn't lose momentum. And transdisciplinarity might be a means in this process. Then we need, and I understand that the ministry is now doing exactly that, a very detailed study about which effort or time is needed for technical issues, like site investigation, for participation, for legal issues, for politics. We have 3 parliamentary decisions in our process. That's a huge difference compared to Switzerland, for instance. And finally, what about international peer reviews? I'm afraid our program has lost a little bit of sight with regard to that. And I tried to explain earlier with a French example how such peer reviews could go along with safety case production and with timelines and milestones. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take questions.
Your applause. Thank you for delivering your speech, Professor Röhlich. And we're now, as you've already mentioned, happy to take your questions. What came to my mind is an additional aspect here in Germany. We're looking at 3 different host environments, right? Clay, salt, and granite, which makes the search, some say, even more difficult. Some say we have even more options.
It's true, of course. I mean, Switzerland had 2, basically. They decided very early to get rid of one of them, which made things much, much easier, of course, because, I mean, it's not only the issue of finding the best achievable site, it's also the issue that you cannot easily compare the different concepts, because they work totally differently. And so, of course, we have a luxury problem.
Please, your questions. 1 microphone on this side, 1 on that. Just give me a hand, and there is a hand. Very visible. Maybe we can do it again, like in the morning. You can introduce yourself, tell us a bit about yourself and your question.
Thank you, Klaus. This is Claudio from Linnaeus University. You see, all you said is very interesting. It was very good. I found in all my career, which overlapped yours, is that I asked the question, why do we not have a definition of safety? And we do not have a definition of safety. So if everybody looks at safety, but with its own meter, then you will never have connection. It's very difficult, it's impossible, because everybody looks at safety differently. So I'm not sure BASE, for instance, BASE defines what safe is, or what safety is. We would like to know. There should be one definition which is accepted, and then we can work toward that. But if there are 100 definitions, everybody works towards its own definition, his own or her own definition. Thank you.
Well, it's a comment rather than a question.
And it's a basic feature that we should all aim for, safety. I would like to apply my very sophisticated technique once more. Could you please repeat your question in just 1 sentence? Thank you.
It's fine with me, but...
The 1 sentence is also 1 observation. There is no official definition of safety in the international document, and I don't believe there's a definition of safety in BASE or BASE, how you say. So if you do not have the definition, how do you know what is best achievable safety?
I guess for a regulator, the definition is easy. Safe is what complies with the regulation. However, I talked about different arenas, about different actors, about different knowledge types, and the perception of safety varies amongst these groups and amongst these actors. And the problem is, if someone comes around and defines safety in his or her sense, it will simply not be accepted, I'm afraid. We had once a guy at the Ministry of the Environment in Germany who said, safety is a feeling. Well,
this was the one who crossed the Rhine River swimming. Oh.
No, it was a couple of levels lower.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Next question, please. Please.
Guido Bracke, BASE. Klaus, you said you want to bring research and
maybe a little
participation.
Closer, microphone. Huh? A little closer, please.
Okay. Guido Bracke, BASE. Klaus, you said you wanted to bring research and participation closer together by a real-world laboratory. Can you explain a real-world laboratory, what you meant?
Well, I do not know the exact definition from the top of my head. However, it's an institution in which you interfere with stakeholders, with interested people about a certain issue at stake. In our case, a nuclear waste repository, of course. And there you can communicate, you can even define and attack research questions. And the charm of this is that you have a long-term partnership. It's not like the forum, the Endlager Forum, for instance, 1 year after another people meet. No, this is continuous. And you can build up knowledge, you can understand each other better. And this is why we made this suggestion.
Thank you. The next question, please. Your opportunity to ask, go into deep, whatever you like. Please. All fine at the moment? Already preparing for the afternoon and the following sessions? No more questions? Thank you very much, Professor Rullich, for your attendance and your speech. Thank you. Keynote number 2 is over, and I would like to call upon stage my dear colleague Carlo Dietl from the organizing team. For all of you who've been with safeND before, you know him very well, and he really, really deserves a big applause. And now he can also...
Okay.
Okay, you have a choice now.
Okay.
Stereo.
I'm going to jiggle a little bit around. No.
I would like before, once again, thanks for organizing all this, and the applause has already been yours. And now I'm handing over literally my microphone to you, and you'll be informing us about the poster pitches and the rest of this today's afternoon, right?
So actually, I'm handing over now to all the famous poster authors who put a lot of work in the poster session and the poster they prepared. And so we have now half an hour about, so 1 minute per poster for advertising, for bringing people to the poster session, either in the tent or in the catering area. And I hope all poster authors know who's now responsible for this part. Otherwise, I can also call the individual names. But I ask you to keep up or come up to stage so that we can stay in queue, and then we can go along with the poster session. Yeah, thanks for the applause.
Good luck. Good luck.
Okay, and first in line, so I ask Matthias Hinze to come up to present for 1 minute the poster he's going to present.
Hello, everybody. I think, okay, now you can hear me. Hello, everybody. So this contribution deals with the sandwich sealing system, which is currently tested in a large-scale experiment at the Monterey Rock Laboratory. At this poster, we will explain the functionality of this hydraulic sealing system to you and give you some insights into the experiment that consists of 2 experimental shafts that you see here, which are being hydrated by a pressurized liquid from the bottom. And you will learn something about the evolution of the experiments, about the monitoring. For one of the shafts, we will also provide some simulation results and compare these results to the experimental data. For the second shaft, we will have a closer look to the monitoring that we do there and to the measurements. And Professor Katja Emmerich, which is the overall project manager, and myself will be happy to see you at the poster. Thanks.
Matthias. Next in line is Louison Laruelle. Stage is yours.
So the knowledge of the crystal stress field is essential for safely designing subsurface subsurface projects, such as nuclear waste disposal. So usually we evaluate the stress state within a rock volume by doing 3D models. And these models are calibrated with real-life in-situ data. So the problem is that usually these data records are really expensive and result in limited data sets. But in northern Switzerland, that you can see on the map there, we had a really good data set, and we did the modeling of the stress field that you can see here. So it's a really reliable model. And actually, we developed a framework to evaluate what's the minimum amount of stress magnitudes data that you need to have results that are just as precise. So actually, we showed that 1/3 of the data set would have been enough. And this provides a lot of insight for the future, for site exploration for Germany. You can come and see my poster. I'm going to be in the kitchen or like eating room.
Thanks a lot. Looks very interesting. So next in line, Larissa, going to present crushed salt issues.
Yeah, hi. My poster is about the Measures project, so dealing with crushed salt as backfill material for a possible repository in rock salt. And for crushed salt, the sealing effect evolves with ongoing compaction, so with reduction of porosity and permeability. And in our Measures project, we are following a multi-scale approach, so from micro to up to in-situ scale in these different work packages. And if you're interested in crushed salt, or if you want to know what's the difference between these two samples, or at least if there is a difference, and what we can learn from the microstructure observations, then you should visit me at my poster.
Thanks a lot. So we stay mechanical and come to the poster of Carsten Reiter from TU Darmstadt. Don't rush, there's time enough.
Hello, my name is Carsten Reiter, and I usually apply geomechanical models to predict the present-day stress state in the upper crust. And what I'm doing here is I'm focusing on the mesh, because the quality of the models depends on the mesh, or the mesh resolution, and also on the elements using. So and I compare these factors by using a pseudo 2D model, and we will see, or I can show you which elements play good, providing good results. And then on the other side, I compare models from the same position, and which was prepared over more than a decade. And I compare how different are these models by having the, let's say, the low resolution mesh from the past and comparing to the recent mesh I have also. So
thanks a lot. Look forward. Okay. Next in line, Moritz Ziegler, former Darmstadt fellow, and also talking, of course, about geomechanics.
Well, I think nobody of us likes uncertainties very much. Either you get a review and it says, well, you need to address the uncertainties of your approach, or you know that you have a lot of uncertainties in your measurements. But actually, I think we should embrace the uncertainties, because they tell us a lot. And whether we have a model without any uncertainties, we will just have a single line or a single data point, which is our result. I prefer a model where I have a range, as you can see here in the stress depth plot, where we have a range of confidence, where we're pretty sure that somewhere in this range there is our real, true stress state, or whatever field value we are looking at. And then we can know, we can work with this data. So my approach to embrace the uncertainties is a geomechanical example. And come visit me at my poster in the lunch hall if you want to know more about this. Thank you.
I will be there, definitely. So from lab to geomechanical modeling brings us Olaf Kolditz and Mustafa Boulali.
Thank you very much. So this is part of the CoverLex project you see on the upper left, and we want to tackle thermo-hydromechanical processes in two different roads, from the thermomechanics and from the hydrothermomechanics point of view. You see the experimental setup in the lower part. This is done at the University of Edinburgh. And the idea is on the upper right to develop benchmarks, also simple cases, experimentally based, who can be easily reproduced by various teams. And this is the idea, and we provide this also as Jupyter notebooks, so it can be easily done in a computer way. And if you want to see some of the results, please visit us at the poster in the lunch hall. Thank you.
Thank you. And very much recommendable, the Jupyter scripts, actually. So, next in line is Cornelia Zemke, and we go back to rock salt.
So, hello, I'm not Sibylle Meyer, she's ill, and I will present the poster of secondary creep of rock salt, the mechanisms and the challenge. And our motivation is to get experimental data for constitutional laws for describe the creep. And we have for long times at low differential stress, there is pressure solution creep, the dominating process. And for this, we have only very small deformation rate, and it's not easy to measure. And at BGR, we have data from few measurements, and I present the data. We have data for 60 months, and we can see it's not enough. For 40 months, we have not the same, and we see we must measure for a longer time.
Thank you. Sounds very interesting. Carlos Guevara Morel is going to talk about how numerical modeling can increase the safety for crystalline rock disposals. Okay,
yes, I'm Carlos from BGR. So our team developed a concept here to assess, here I can see better the poster, to assess the safety and integrity of a nuclear waste repository, generic nuclear waste repository in crystalline rock. It was done within the CRYSTA project, yeah, and has 4 pillars basically. We like to define it like that. Yeah. First, some coupled THM modeling, yeah, looking at the integrity of the repository itself, some evaluation of potential fault reactivation, the feasibility of the concept we're using for these small units that we use for the disposal of the waste, and looking a little bit more at fluid flow at the repository for different fracture representations. Thank you, and I hope to see you at my poster.
Thank you very much. Next in line, Luisa Röckel. She is, of course, talking about 3D stress and slip tendency.
Yes, so I quickly wanted to give you an overview over my poster that deals with numerical modeling results and slip tendency. So the slip tendency is a really simple tool to gain an estimate of the potential of a fault to be reactivated and therefore to cause an earthquake. And in order to do this, we need stress data. We get that from a geomechanical model that provides us with spatially continuous description of the stress state, and with that data, we could calculate the slip tendency of 10,000 faults and fault segments in Germany. And if you are interested in which areas in Germany show a high slip tendency and which a low slip tendency, which factors influence the slip tendency, and how we handle areas where we do not have fault geometries, please come visit me at my poster.
Thank you very much. Felix Liscurno is going to present thermoosmotic behavior.
So today I would like to present you the TORN project, which is a fairly fresh endeavor focusing on reducing the uncertainties surrounding the thermoosmotic flow in the context of nuclear waste storage. And to achieve this, we are going to build and execute an in situ experiment in underground laboratory in France. And currently we are in the development and design phase of the project. So today I hope to present you and discuss with you results from our numerical model validation and verification exercises and some preliminary results and observations from the design phase. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the team from TU Munich, Ki Su and Timo Kurosh, of course, are going to present fracture patterns of the system, host-rock, and engineered barrier in deep geological disposals. Stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Qi Zhu, and I'm a first-year PhD student from TUM. And my postdoc topic is on combined experimental and numerical study on the fracture pattern of host rock and engineering barriers in deep geological repositories. And as we know, fractures in granite host rock and compacted bentonite can compromise borehole integrity and provide pathway leakage for radioactive undercomputed thermal hydromechanical loading. And to address these problems, procedure is presented starting from experimental studies of the fracture behavior of granite and compacted bentonite, leading to numerical modeling with finite discrete element code to simulate fracturing and deformation patterns under various in-situ stress field and temperature conditions. After that, our objective is explore the interaction mechanisms between the bentonite barriers and the granite host rock under THM covering. If you are interested, please come to my poster and discuss with me. Thank you.
Definitely very interesting. Thank you very much. Next is Jan-Philipp Kruse, and in his poster it's all about benchmarking and TH2M modeling. So
Hi everyone. I'm happy to present the BenvaSim 2 project. So BenvaSim stands for benchmarking for verification and validation of TH2M simulators. We compare basically 7 different codes. For the benchmarks, we use relatively simple geometries. We account for nonlinear material properties, also for anisotropy, and we do not only test TH2M, but also other more simple process couplings. So if you are interested, I'm looking forward to meet you at board number P13. Thank you.
I will be there, definitely. Okay. So, from BenvaSim to Oscar and to my fellow colleague Carsten Rücker. Time is not yet running.
Hello, everybody. I would like to invite you to my poster about the THM simulator Oscar, which we developed in BASE and which was recently published to open source. And in difference to the program, the poster is presented in the tent, not in the poster hall. So I would be happy to meet you there for some questions, just in case.
Thank you very much, Carsten. Okay. So Sven Hagemann is actually taking the motto of the safeND, time, and is talking about when time matters.
Thank you. Well, dear colleagues, time matters also when it comes to the development of thermodynamic databases. If you want to perform a long-term safety assessment, you need solubility limits for radionuclides as an important input factor. And we need adequate thermodynamic data, and typically this is done by compiling a thermodynamic database through full literature review combined with experimental data. Then you have a high-quality database, unfortunately often with gaps, and when such a database is completed, we don't know. So we would like to discuss with you an accelerated approach where we strive for a tailored database, where we focus on the relevant data, and gaps are primarily closed by estimation methods. Hopefully such a database will be available soon, but additional quality measures are needed, and this could be done by probabilistic modeling that allows us to identify those data with the highest uncertainties, and then we can focus our research on those data and then improve the database, and that is what I'd like to discuss today. Thank you.
Thank you. Arkadis Burelka is going to talk about technetium.
So good afternoon. So I'm going to present a poster of the young investigator group TechRad, led by Natalia Mayordomo, which unfortunately could not come today. But if you are interested in technetium geochemistry or development of in situ spectroelectrochemistry setups, I invite you to talk with you on the poster in the tent.
Thank you very much. Short and so we stay chemical, we stay thermodynamic with Norbert Jordan.
So, good afternoon. Just remember what Sven Hagemann was saying 2 minutes ago. This is exactly close to my topic. So, in my poster, we deal with the complexation of F elements with aqueous phosphate. This is very important to understand this process in case you would immobilize high-level streams containing actinides in ceramic monazite matrices, and what will happen in case of water intrusion. For understanding this, you need good ceramic databases with good data. And my aim is to close the gaps by performing different kinds of experiments, spectroscopy studies, thermodynamic approach, and ab initio studies. And this is a contribution to close the gaps with F elements complexation with inorganic ligands, in this case, phosphate. Thank you.
Thank you. Sounds very, very interesting. Okay. Next in line is Anna Sheh-Jung, whose topic is sorption behavior.
Hello, everyone. I'm a postdoc at KIT Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, and within the Evident project, we work on establishing the experimental condition in lab for the study of radionuclide absorption with the host rocks, with the collaboration with NAGRA and Grimsel test site, working on their granodiorite and lamprophire and their mineralogical composition and how different minerals absorb radionuclides. This will be the basis for the future in situ experiments at the Grimsel test site. And if you're interested in this project, please visit me at the 10th poster session.
Thank you. So my fellow colleague Fabiano Magri is going to announce the poster about the DRC project at Monterrey.
That's not the poster, though. Yeah.
Hey, something went wrong. That was me. I was skipped. You skipped, sorry, okay. Yeah. How could that happen, possibly? Okay, yeah, sorry. Susanne Britz, please.
Yeah, my name is Susan Britz, and I want to introduce you to some work that we've done with our partners at HZDR and KIT. And at the moment, we are focusing on the radionuclide retention in the presence of aluminum. When I'm talking about radionuclides, I'm talking about curium and americium and europium as a homologue. And so far, our many studies have focused on complex systems via straightforward lab experiments, which is okay and which is really fine. That's what we do as well to get a first insight. But we think it's time to take one step forward and to focus on competitive sorption, bulk and surface precipitation, cold precipitation, incorporation, and reversibility of these processes. So if you want to take a look at the right lower corner, this is some experiments and some results that we have, and what you can see is europium sorption in the presence of aluminum, and what you can see is that aluminum actually reduces the sorption of europium and has an impact on the sorption properties, and it's a quite complex figure, and we do have data for feldspars and for hematite as well. So if you want to discuss our results, I'd be happy to see you at my poster. It's P20 in the tint.
Apologies again, and thanks for the nice presentation. Okay. Fabiano, what now? Okay.
Yes, that's correct. So I'm presenting on behalf of Valentine from FANC, who cannot make it here. This poster will guide you through the experiment that is taking place in Monterrey about diffusion of radionuclides in clay. We compare with two reference settings, one at URL ambient temperature and one heated, the effect on temperature on the diffusion of radionuclides. And the poster will guide you on the setting, on the first radionuclide cocktails and our plans and goals. So it's P21 outside.
That's
right?
correct, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So Laurin Wismeier, he has the challenge to present two posters. The first one he's going to present right now is about TEREDA, the thermodynamic database.
Yeah, hello. I'm presenting to you today the thermodynamic reference database, TEREDA. It makes a regular occurrence at these conferences because it's a long-term project that is going on since approximately 20 years. It's a collaborative project led by DRS with contributions from TUBAF, from Helmholtz-Zentrum Dresden-Rossendorf, from KIT, from PSI, and I'm from CSD Engineers. TEREDA is actually two things. It's a compilation of thermodynamic data for geochemical modeling, but it's also a container for thermodynamic data where, for example, also Sven Hagemann from GRS was talking about. And one of the unique selling points of TEREDA is the consequent implementation of the pizza algorithm. So it makes this thermodynamic database suitable for high saline conditions. And that's it for now.
Thank you very much. Okay, you have to present your next poster later on, so we change presenter, and Raj Sarkar is going to talk about interfacial process, about actinides, lanthanides, and things happening at mineral surfaces. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I try to investigate the sorption processes and species of lanthanides and actinides on albite mineral surface. And for this process, I go through batch sorption experiments and other spectroscopic techniques. And if you're interested, then we discuss in a poster in details. Thank you.
I definitely am. Okay, thank you very much. So, now I have the pleasure to announce Eleonora Kriski and her poster.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this work was performed at Nessel, Switzerland, in collaboration with NAGRA. We performed the characterization of bentonite buffer material, in particular two-phase flow, so the transport properties of vapor and liquid at two different temperature levels. And on top of these laboratory experiments, we performed the analysis in a thermohydromechanical model, gaining insight into the role and the importance of vapor transport, but also on the uncertainty related to the parameters that we adopt in the models, particularly the viscosity, the tortuosity, and so on. So if you want to discuss this, that's poster 24 in the tent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll discuss definitely because we are next to each other. So. Okay, now I have the duty to announce myself. So, yeah. Yeah, so all those of you who have been at the permeability session this morning have learned that measuring probability of low permeable rocks is quite challenging. And so we at BASE thought it might be a good idea to develop a standard for doing so, a standard with a permeability between 10 to the power minus 18 to 10 to the power minus 20 square meters. And to do so, we found a really good consortium of FGK, what is a Glass and Ceramic Institute in westernmost Germany, and also in westernmost Germany, a company from Aachen doing some development of permeameters and flow meters and so on, and doing also very sophisticated measurements of permeability, porosity, absorption, and radial diffusion, and whatever you like. And then the fourth party of this consortium, including BASE, is an BGR. And Ben Laurich, he is here as a representative, and they did, for example, these wonderful BIPSEM images, which I brought to you. So that is a material actually we developed. And in case you're interested in what this is, which kind of material we have here, what the pores you see in black are, how big they are, if they are interconnected, and what finally the permeability is of the material we developed, then please come to poster P25 in the tent. Okay. So lucky me, not any longer announcing myself. Okay, but now I'm announcing Kafka, and it's not the author Kafka, but it's the poster Kafka by Laurin Wismeier again.
Okay, me again. Hello. I'm presenting now our novel software tool for multi-component, multi-phase flow in particularly developed for salt repositories. This software tool, as said, is not developed around the concept of Kafka, but it has a relation to the topic of this conference. And then time as a safety factor. We developed Kafka particularly with efficiency in mind so that we can run multi-phase flow simulations, that means gas and liquid, together with radionuclide transport very efficiently so that we can investigate uncertainties, probabilistic uncertainties and sensitivities. Yep, that's for now. Come and see us at the poster. We have a couple of tricks up our sleeve to achieve this efficiency that we are happy to discuss then at the poster.
Okay. Sounds really very interesting. So now to something completely different, to PNT and to Guido Huben.
Hello, good afternoon. Yes, I think this is something completely different. I have the impression of talking to an audience of geologists, and what we like to do is get out of business all the geologists by destroying the nuclear waste, and the result then is that you don't need a depository. Of course, we can debate that. I hope there are some non-geologists who would also like to join me in that discussion. So our topic at Transmutex, which is a company and not a research institute, is that we would like to evaluate with you the impact of electrochemical partitioning and accelerator-driven transmutation on high radioactive waste, and then on the necessity or non-necessity for deep geological storage. So this is a typical partitioning and transmutation model, a PNT, as Dr. Röhlig mentioned. Thank you very much.
I'm sure you will have a lot of visitors at your poster. Okay. Imagine is a song by John Lennon, but also the poster by Bruno Merck.
Yeah, hello, everybody. I want you to invite for a discussion. It's not about cool results. Sure, we know what we do, but I want to discuss with you the future. I want to see and discuss with you, is it absolutely sure that we need a GDF along Standardfall, or can we maybe avoid it? What alternatives can be done? How can we deliver it? Why do we need to act now? Why you cannot, we could say, have 10 years time or something like this. Why do we need to prove a new technology after scientists say, yes, we are there. We are as sure as scientists can be that we can deliver this. What do we need to do next? And why is this not the way back into nuclear power, which I have already been asked here? I invite you for the discussion, not all together in the tent at the same time, but maybe one after the other, or 5 after 5, no problem. Thank you very much. See you.
So it sounds like session T6A will be very discursive, and the same is probably true for the poster Nicolas Ganchev is going to present.
So, hello everyone. It's not Nicolas Ganchev. My name is Michal Kreins, but Nicolas Ganchev is also here afterwards in the tent for the poster. So our project, Our project is about the radioactive waste mass separation system, and so the main radioactivity is concentrated into a small amount of heavy particles, and most of the weights are light and non-radioactive bulk elements. So the aim of the project is to reduce the volume and the mass of the highly radioactive waste for long-term disposal. So therefore, we use a plasma torch to convert the waste into ions, and these ions are then afterwards separated due to a magnetic and electrical field. So thank you very much, and hope to see you at the tent afterwards.
This will definitely happen. Okay. So last but not least, and changing subject again, Vida Ekström is going to take us to nuclear nostalgia.
So, I'm Vidar Ekström from Uppsala University. And as you've all heard, there are a lot of interesting ways to research and engage with the safe disposal of nuclear waste. But if you want some more variation, you're welcome to visit my poster session. I will present the Swedish plans for new nuclear power and how new nuclear power is perceived and imagined as necessary to facilitate a desirable future. I also show how the plans for future nuclear power holds clear nostalgic connotations, reconnecting to the first time that nuclear was constructed in Sweden. Thank you.
Tack så hemskt mycket. Okay, so you see we have really a wide variety of posters to discuss. So just hurry. I think we have a little bit less than 60 minutes to be in the catering area and in the poster tent and join the authors. Yes, and appreciate what they did and discuss with them.
Hello, welcome back everyone. I hope you had a nice poster session and a nice coffee break. I will chair the next session, which will be on safeguards and non-proliferation in nuclear waste disposal. So we will have 3 presentations. The first one will give more an overview over the situation in Germany, and then we will have 2 more presentations on more detailed technical measurement techniques. So the first presentation will be by Martin Dürr. Martin Dürr holds a PhD from University of Heidelberg. He has been working in the field of safeguards for quite some time, and now he is a scientific officer for safeguards and non-proliferation here at BASE. So Martin, please come to the stage. It is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. It's my pleasure to give my presentation here today on safeguards. Safeguards is something quite different from what we usually have, and it's connected to something called the proliferation of nuclear weapons, which is the spread of nuclear weapons. And this comes because civil use of nuclear energy is accompanied with a possible military dimension. And this arises through the potential misuse of nuclear technology to acquire material which is suitable for nuclear weapons. And this itself does pose a threat to international order and peace. Therefore, the International Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, or also known as the NPT, addresses this issue. While it grants all members a right to use nuclear energy for civil purposes, and thus also the choice of how to safely manage spent fuel and radioactive waste, it imposes so-called safeguards on nuclear material and nuclear facility. To this end, the International Atomic Energy Agency was established as an intergovernmental organization, or as some refer to it, as a nuclear watchdog. But what are safeguards actually? There's a definition by the IAEA, which I'll quote. Safeguards are a set of technical measures that are applied by the IAEA on nuclear facilities and nuclear material. Through these technical measures, the IAEA seeks to independently verify a state's legal obligation that nuclear facilities are not misused and nuclear material is not diverted from peaceful uses. And the emphasis is that these are technical measures and that it is a set of technical measures. And the importance is that we have an intergovernmental body which independently verifies. The measures involve instrumentation, which is installed in facilities and sending inspectors into these facilities to physically verify nuclear material flows and inventories. The headquarters is located in Vienna. We can see this on the picture here on the right side, and operates in all non-nuclear weapon states to apply safeguards. Regarding final disposal of spent fuel in deep geological repositories, safeguards apply as well. And the aspect of safeguards should be considered, as I would argue, in a wider context of addressing safety, security, and safeguards as the facility aims to fulfill the goals and taking a long-term perspective on this. And so these 3 S have to be viewed in how there might be interrelations, synergies, and possible competition and competing requirements in fulfilling the goals to ensure safety, security, and safeguards. This already starts with the siting process, because the site selection, the site decision is made upon a favorable geology, which might have an impact on safeguards. So how do safeguards come into play, and why at which stage would we consider safeguards requirements? For one, we have German regulation, which prescribes that a safety concept should take into account nuclear material safeguards. Furthermore, while it is agreed that final disposal is consistent with the objective of nuclear safeguards, so there's no contradiction according to the safety guide by the IAEA, the set of measures have to be designed in such a way as not to compromise the safety. And most importantly, the long-term safety, because this is why we have a geological repository. This is its function. To address this, we have had engaged in an in-house project, safeND, to determine safeguards requirements for geological repository. and to consider some specific administrative, procedural, legal, and technical requirements which are specific to the site selection process and the repository project in Germany. I have to break it to you that I will not elaborate on the requirements. It is more on managing the requirements in how we handle this throughout the process we are engaged in. But a little more detail in the geological repository safeguards. These are defined by the proliferant relevant features. Why do we have this? So first of all, we have a strategic value of plutonium to a potential proliferator. And one needs to add also uranium-233 and highly enriched uranium, which is part of the inventory, which needs to be disposed of in Germany. And this is contained in the spent nuclear fuel. And also, one needs to take into consideration that this is a significant quantity designated for disposal. So diversion during operation of the geological repository and emplacement, but also after operation, poses a proliferation issue. Even a closed repository is sometimes coined as a plutonium mine because it may still be recovered as it is of strategic interest. Furthermore, we have some safeguards relevant features. So one is that we have an indefinite emplacement in a deep geological formation, so it's not directly accessible anymore for verification. We need to find some way to fulfill this verification requirement. We have an extended life cycle of the facility. We have talked about this already this morning. Long-term operation of instrumentation, technology life cycles need to be observed. We have a rock formation as a containment, which helps us, because then we know where the material is located and contained. But then this is something not typical. Usually we have containment as building structures. And then also the rock type gets some importance. And furthermore, we have an operation of an underground mine with excavation and possible blasting. So this is a very atypical environment. So it has been agreed that you need a facility-specific concept for safeguards to accommodate all the specifics of the site, the rock, the geological repository design, etc. And that also, as experts have advised, to apply safeguards by design principles. Safeguards by design means a voluntary practice of considering safeguards in the design of the facility, as this is not explicitly required by the safeguards obligations and the legal obligations. And in a recent publication, the aspect of considering safeguards by design has been extended towards radioactive waste management program, taking a wider perspective on this. Maybe just to give you a feeling of what happens or what needs to be done to fulfill the safeguards and where what is to be achieved. This picture shows an exemplary repository with typical features. We have subsurface facilities, hoisting system, ventilation facility. We have some shafts, ventilation shafts, auxiliary building, which may be a canteen or workshop. And the normal operation consists of emplacement of spent fuel in canisters in boreholes. Underground, we have some host rock, which serves as a containment for the emplaced fuel. And the normal operation is of the underground facility. You have this dark blue shaded excavation of a mine, repository mine. And in principle, verification takes place by ensuring that nuclear material is transferred unidirectionally from above ground into the mine and monitoring all access routes. And then you're essentially done, but you still have to verify that the host rock is integer. We have some possible diversion paths which we need to consider from the safeguards perspective. So for example, underground operations may be performed clandestinely to extract fuel assemblies and find some other pathways to extract fuel, or to have a reprocessing capability underground and then extract small amounts of plutonium which are very hard to detect. But also excavation of access shafts to clandestinely even remove an entire canister is something which has to be considered. And all this is embodied in a safeguards approach. The IEA has developed a model safeguards approach for generic repository design. One can subdivide the concept or the approach of consisting 4 elements. One is called design information verification, where you verify build as declared of the surface and underground facilities. You look at, you verify the absence of extraction and processing of spent nuclear fuel. A feature is that you have also baseline declaration before you start an excavation. Nuclear material accountancy is the bedrock of safeguards. And here, since material is not accessible anymore, it is required to verify spent nuclear fuel before emplacement in a disposal canister with the best available method. And actually, there's also no termination safeguards if you emplace spent nuclear fuel into a geological repository. So it still remains under safeguards. Continuity of knowledge is a principle where you verify that the material flows go into one direction, into the mine, and you verify the integrity. And then you know the material has still been there and not been removed. This has to be complemented with the capability to detect so-called undeclared activities, which might be some excavation activities, which might be also located off-site. And there needs to be some mechanism to be able to detect these things. There are some specific implementation challenges, but I will just go over these because, for the sake of time. So what do we do, actually? So we have some specific aspects in Germany for the geological repository. So some parts of these are already known, and they're laid down in some relevant documents, apart from all the literature, which has been quite extensive. So we have the legal requirements, Stand AG, a regulation, and also the national program, which defines the inventory which is to be displaced and placed, or for which a repository project is to consider. There are some specific aspects, site selection, retrievability, recoverability, and the waste inventory, which give a flavor to the generic model safeguards approach by the IEA. And this is where actually most of the work lies in. So instead of finding adaptations to this model safeguards approach, we said, let's find another way. And we took an approach called from requirements engineering best practice by formulating a set of requirements. And these we extracted from the documents. And we made a big list. I'm going to spare you the details of the list. We have the different areas and wrote down some phrases. And the best practice says that these should be unambiguous, concise, understandable, complete, and consistent. And we claim that we can actually make a list of this consistent and completeness of requirements. This allows us just to keep track of these requirements throughout the repository project. And for each requirement, we have some additional assessments. So the real table is much larger, where we look at relevant regulation, and we can trace that back to and find if any changes take place, find where we need to make some adaptations. And also on the right, you can see here we have a table. So we marked the different repository phases, siting, pre-operation, operation, and post-closure phases to see which requirement is of relevance. So this gives us a comprehensive and complete picture of the safeguards requirements. And this is where most of the work actually lies in. I'll just present you some selected key findings, which we can already identify at the moment. So one is the site selection exploration. Safeguard says that design information verification is performed in the underground facility prior to operation. So a repository project usually involves an underground laboratory or excavation for site characterization. And in Germany, if you know the procedure of the site selection process, that involves a comparative site comparison based on underground characterization. So this is a potential factor one needs to consider. And since we also have some advanced time, one can think of alternative approaches. Similar by retrievability, which might seem from a safeguards perspective a little bit dodgy. The safety regulation requires technical readiness, but this is already part of the baseline scenario, the retrieval. So that is something where we wouldn't see such a big matter of concern if we wouldn't go into the details. Maybe that would be something we would have to look at closely. The waste inventory is quite heterogeneous, and monitoring relies on radiation signatures and radiation detectors. So we have to consider in the long term the variety of fuel types, something to keep note of. More importantly, in the safety concept, it is to be considered that there's potentially nuclear material in place in a co-local repository. This is given as within the disposal program. There is nuclear material through the nuclear fuel cycle in Germany, which is low active waste and medium active waste. Not everything and not all nuclear material is in spent fuel. And this might make monitoring technically challenging. So this is something we might have to look at and consider throughout when we go on with this repository project. I'll come to the conclusion and outlook. So I hope to transport that taking a life cycle approach and considering the evolution of the repository and the disposal concept, the safeguards by design measure helps you. And it's of particular importance because the repository is designed for safety and long-term safety in mind. So we benefit from a structured approach we can take here. As requirements may potentially evolve, we need to deal with knowledge management and also technology life cycles. And to that regard, we'd like to find out safety-relevant factors, and we have a research study where we call for tender under preparation to go in a methodological approach and a systematic safety assessment to have kind of an update capability while this repository project continues. And with that, I'm at the end of my talk, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. So if you want to ask a question, please raise your hand, and it would be nice if you shortly state who you are. Yes, please, someone with the mic will come to you. Vierte Reihe.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. My name is Bo Stromberg from Sweden. I wonder, the fuel elements, there will be some verification measurements in the context of encapsulation. And then the canister or the container will arrive at the repository. Is it possible, is it feasible, or is it envisioned to do additional verification measurements at the repository site, or is it enough to verify the identity of each container?
That is still open. So, in fact, the fuel assemblies, well, they are packed in, and then you have to keep track of the containers. And it depends on the timing and the logistics. But the requirement is not to really have any further verification once you've kept track of it going into the repository. It's a tricky question, and it's a tricky thing to do, but at the moment, I think there's an idea of having some kind of a short-term label, but I don't know how long short-term is, if it is, let's say, a few years, something in that area. But it's a matter of the logistics and the containment above ground, and then if you see it's going into the hole, then you're fine.
Okay, any other question? So I am going to ask one question myself. It's the last question for Martin. So how much can you draw from experience and research from other countries? What are they planning for safeguards?
That was one of the motivation behind this approach. It's very hard to transfer conclusions and actually even discuss about it. We have a very different timescales we're talking of. In Finland, they're practically done. And now we're waiting for the next state. And within that time, actually, there's not much happening. And nobody really has thought of how to manage this time component in maintaining, let's say, the knowledge and also looking at specifics in the different programs. We are all sticking to the model safeguards approach by the IEA at the moment.
Okay, so let's all thank Martin once more. And we welcome our next speaker. It's Lee Thompson, and he is a professor emeritus at University of Sheffield. And one of his research areas is the application of experimental particle physics. And he does that, for example, to develop techniques or using anti-neutrino detection for safeguards. And I hope you're fine here now.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, so it's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you for the introduction. I should say that what I'm going to present today is a body of work that is performed just not by myself, but is performed by in fact, as the person introducing me said, I'm an emeritus professor from University of Sheffield, but left the university 2 years ago and along with several colleagues formed a spin-out company that is concentrating on this technology. But the work today has been performed with BGE, with Jülich, Forschungszentrum Jülich, and also with NAGRA. How do I move on the slide? Sorry. Yeah, okay. So I'm conscious that muon tomography is probably not terribly familiar to many of you, so let me start with a bit of an introduction. So what we're going to talk about here is something you can visualize as similar to an X-ray, except we use a different particle to an X-ray, muons. And muons are elementary particles. I've done a rough calculation through a room of this size. We've got hundreds of thousands of them passing through this room every second. They're a naturally occurring radiation. We can't switch them off. They just are there. They're created in the upper atmosphere. But importantly, these muons are actually penetrating particles. They're heavy particles, and that gives them the property that they're highly penetrating. And so actually what we can do is by using those particles, we can then use them in much the same way as a medical X-ray. So in a medical X-ray, we're all familiar with a medical X-ray. If we think about it, why are they important? They are important because they enable us to look at density changes in an object of interest, usually a human patient, in a totally non-invasive manner, and also without contact as well. And that's incredibly important. You don't open a patient up and find, no, they haven't broken that bone, they've just badly bruised themselves. So in much the same way, we can use muon tomography to look inside an object of interest without any need for contact with that object as a result of the fact that this naturally occurring radiation is very highly penetrating. So I always use that comparison in order to introduce the technique, because everybody understands what an X-ray is. With an X-ray, you have the object of interest that you want to look at, a beam of particles passing through that object, and a detector on the other side, an X-ray film. So in much the same way, with muon tomography, we have the object of interest. In this case, it's going to be parts of a nuclear waste repository, the naturally occurring flux of radiation, and then we need to put sensitive muon sensors, instruments sensitive to muons, in a way in which you can actually collect those and then see density changes above you. So whilst I'm sure that many of you have never heard of the technique before, it's been around for 70 years. In fact, it just celebrated its 70th anniversary just last month. First used to understand the geosphere, which is what we're going to be talking about today. So used by a British physicist in New South Wales in Australia to look at the overburden, so the material in the geosphere, material above, as a tunnel system in a hydroelectric power station around New South Wales. So that was 1955. That was the first use of the technique. The literature then goes quiet until the 1970s when Louis Alvarez, those of you who've seen Oppenheimer will recognize the name, decided, couldn't we use this to look inside pyramids? He tried it, sadly he wasn't successful, the instrumentation wasn't good enough at the time, and then things go quiet again until about the past 15 or 10 or 15 years, where there's really been a renaissance in the technique. The bottom left image there is an image taken of the Fukushima reactor from a distance using muon tomography. And that's a grainy image. You might say, well, that's not a very clear image, but actually it conveys very valuable information. The dark bits at the bottom, it's a density map. The dark bits at the bottom there tell you that the nuclear fuel is somewhere it shouldn't be because meltdown has occurred as a consequence of the reactor meltdown at Fukushima following the earthquake. So that's conveying really valuable information as a consequence. And there you can see in the middle at the bottom, probably one of the most famous applications of the technique. It made the news at the time all over the world a few years ago now, was when scientists used it to observe a hidden chamber in one of the Great Pyramids in Egypt. And interestingly, since that paper was written, other scientists have gone back with an endoscopic camera and confirmed that that chamber exists and it's exactly the size and shape that was envisaged by muons. So just a few words about that consortium I talked about on my starting slide, and the reason I'd like to do this is because safeND has played a part in building this consortium. So back in 2019, the IAEA actually brought together world experts on muon tomography because they actually realized that this technique may play a role in the future safety and safeguarding of nuclear waste repositories. So it was a two-day meeting. During that meeting, I had the great fortune to meet colleagues from both FZJ, Forschungszentrum Jülich, and also from BGE as well. And we started working together and actually planned a PhD student exchange, and then we all know what happened the year after COVID happened. So we put that on hold a bit, but we still managed to do some simulations and prepare some preliminary results, which I presented at this meeting back in 2021. And at that meeting, not in person but online, was a colleague from NAGRA who is responsible for a lot of the tests going on in the GTS, the Grimsel test site in Switzerland. So as a consequence of that, we basically made a visit to the site and have since done a lot of work, in part because the IAEA asked us to. They commissioned us to do so through the Member State Support Programme. And what I'm going to present now is a result of about an 18-month programme of work, which has resulted in a 90-page document on the use of muon tomography to the IAEA. So the Grimsel test site is a site in Switzerland, which is, I like to think of it as a non-nuclear, it's a nuclear test site analog without any nuclear waste in it. Lots of different activities taking place in there. And what we have done is we've used that as an exemplar for potential applications of the technology in the future. So we believe that muon tomography has a role to play in actually understanding the geosphere in a nuclear waste repository, and actually will educate the safeguarding agenda in that final disposal process. So in order to do this, we're actually proposing a series of experiments at the Grimsel test site, which I'll come to in a moment. But in order to qualify that, we've actually undergone a series of simulations work in order to tell us what may or may not be possible. So the way we always start with this type of work is we build a digital twin. That digital twin is ideally as accurate as possible, particularly in terms of densities, because ultimately at the end of the day what we're looking for is density changes with this technique. So as you can see there in the images to the left, those are the mesh geometries, if you like, of the areas around the Grimsel test site that are of interest to us. And then up there in the top right, you can actually see some of the tunnel system that exists within the Grimsel test site. So one of the ideas we have is to actually deploy instruments lower down to actually look through that tunnel system as a first proof of concept, if you like, really to sort of get to grips with working with the instrumentation underground. That's a nice, easy target to visualize, to see in the first instance. So we've simulated the flux of muons we would expect to see at that point in the Grimsel test site, and we've done that with and without the presence of that tunnel system in place. So if you like, within our simulations, we've artificially removed the tunnel system and then put it back in. And the two images that you get are the first two images on the left. Now, by eye, they look identical, and it's only until you do the mathematical subtraction of one from the other, you get the image on the right, which actually tells you, yes, there is a difference, and there is a tunnel system there. And this immediately plays into the conversation that the previous speaker so eloquently explained with regards to understanding, for example, nefarious state actors actually tunneling or creating tunnels after the event to access the nuclear waste. So this is why we think this is important. An important part of this, from a scientist's point of view, as a physicist, I need to be able to turn around to somebody and say, yes, you're seeing a problem, no, you're not seeing a problem. And in order to do that, we actually have to have, we have to be able to say we have a significant change in the muon flux at this point, and so the muon flux is not agreeing with what we would expect to see. And we can do that in many ways. I'll just leave the slides there in the background. I'm not going to go into it in too much detail. Typically, we use a mathematical measure which is known as standard deviations, but there are also other methodologies as well in order to say, I'm seeing an effect here. And so we've used 3 different methodologies in order to assess the technique as well, just to make sure that we've got all the I's dotted and the T's crossed. Now, in terms of detector formats, because it's a counting exercise at the end of the day, the more muons we see, the more sensitivity we have to any object we're looking at. Ideally, you want to put big detectors underground, and if you've got tunnels to put those in, pre-existing tunnels, that's good. But if you don't, then we actually have a borehole format of type of detector as well. So different types of detector systems do exist in order for you to actually deploy different types of detectors underground. And in fact, the borehole detectors that I'm talking about, this is just a slight aside, but we have actually deployed those in anger. We deployed them in Norway in the summer of 23. 26 borehole detectors went into the ground, and it was not nuclear waste related topic. It was actually an injection of carbon capture. It was doing carbon capture and storage, so CO2 went into the ground. A density change takes place when you put CO2 in the ground. We measured that, and we actually confirmed it against another technique, which is known as seismic, 4D seismic as well. But that's a nice illustration that we have instrumentation that we know will work, and we will know that works in quite sort of challenging circumstances within boreholes. So some of the sort of questions we've been asking ourselves are so I talked just about tunnels, but what about void detection in this geosphere? Okay, so here you can see some of our simulations which look at different sizes and shapes of voiding in the geosphere. Now that voiding may be karstic, it may be a natural occurrence, or again, it might be as a result of some unwanted activity. But what we have there, we have measures of our sensitivity to any voiding, spherical voiding, ellipsoidal voiding of different sizes and formats as a function of instrumentation time. So in other words, as a function of measurement time. And of course, the more instrumentation you can put in the repository, the shorter that measurement time is. So this is assuming a sort of quite practical amount of instrumentation going into the Grimsel test site. Another thing that our colleagues have said is of particular interest is presence of fault zones. Again, this is all playing into that narrative around understanding the geosphere. So have we got sensitivity to any undocumented fault zones? And the answer is yes. The measurement times are long, but you know, we're talking up to a year there maybe, but you know, we're talking about 10,000 years in terms of the lifetime of the repository. So it's a very different sort of orders of magnitude compared to that. So what are the next steps? We've done this study for the IAEA. The document has been returned to the IAEA, and now what we're doing is we're proposing a first step on a practical program of work within the GTS. And the first step would be there on the left-hand side is that very simple proof of principle, looking and seeing an existing tunnel system. So that we would do with probably both large planar detectors and borehole systems, so you can compare and contrast the different detector performances on the same objects. The next thing we want to do, which will be great if we have the opportunity, is phase 2, which is there on the right-hand side. So this is an image of an area within the Grimsel test site called Hotbend. So this is a different program of work that's taking place, and that will be disassembled from 2026 onwards. So we have actually what we know is will be a target which will be dynamic. And so we will have the opportunity, hopefully, to image that at the time. So perfect timing, hopefully. So hopefully I've given you a flavor for the fact that muon tomography is a powerful non-invasive imaging technique. It has a possibility, strong possibility to educate the safety and safeguarding processes within long-term nuclear waste disposal. We're already having great conversations and have done work on initial simulations around GTS, and we see those as a precursor to an experimental program of work in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. So again, are there questions from the audience? Yes, please.
Michael Walz from the EWN. Thank you for your talk. And just one, maybe a bit critical question, but basically if you build something like that into a final repository, and then how long do you intend to measure it? So basically, do you say you measure it for the, maybe there is one day a final repository, we put all the waste down there, and then for the first 10 years we measure it so that we can claim for the IAEA that we do not put it out and just claim we put it down there? Or do you intend to, for example, measure for the next 100, 200 years that the formation is still intact?
No, so that to a certain extent would depend on obviously how things need to be regulated. The instruments probably would degrade over time anyway. There's a natural degradation in the base material of the instruments. So 10 years would probably be possible, and you would accept some degradation of the efficiency of the instrument in that time, but 100 years unlikely. So, I mean, you would either choose to replace, or you would choose to accept the fact that you're going to have that sort of ability to monitor for a limited period of time.
Thank you. More questions? It's hard for me to see with all the lights. Is there anyone raising his hands or her hand?
I don't think so.
No, so again, I am asking a question. And I want to, maybe this is like very over-egging, but there are so many safeguard techniques already in use, because we do have safeguards on all kind of fuel and spent fuel. So I understand that there's a difference between if the fuel then is sent to final repository, but why do we need new techniques? And what makes this technique so special compared to the ones we already have?
Okay, so I think you should always be open to new techniques, and I think there's complementarity between different techniques. I think that's one of the important things. I mentioned that work we'd done with carbon capture and storage. We used two techniques and got the same measurement from same result from two completely different techniques, and that's important to have confidence. What's new about this technique? It's non-invasive and non-destructive, and is sensitive to density, and basically that helps you to understand your geosphere, which is important, I believe, for the point of view of having confidence in the repository.
So you would suggest using this technique in addition to other ones?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm not proposing it replaces others. I would say it's complementary to other techniques.
Mm-hmm. So, if there is no more question from the audience, I would say we give you a warm applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now we're getting to the anti-neutrino detection. I'm sorry for the one before. I mixed up the titles. So this presentation will be given by Jean-Guy Schnellbach. He holds a PhD from physics from the University of Liverpool. And he now leads a junior research group at the Technische Universität Darmstadt, which is associated with the research group Science for Nuclear Diplomacy at PUF. And his group focuses on detection and measurement techniques for non-proliferation and safeguards. Thank you for being here. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. Thank you everyone for coming. How do you stop slides here? Oh, thank you. Excellent. So just a short introduction. Formerly at Aachen and now at Darmstadt and PRIF, there's an interdisciplinary group on nuclear issues, and that is very much all about verification techniques, partially for nuclear disarmament, but also with a focus on non-proliferation and safeguards. And we concentrate on a couple of things, but specifically for this, there was a new safeguards project about safeguards for nuclear fuel, and this is ongoing work. So this I can almost skip, but as Martin explained earlier, we have obligation to follow these safeguards, and it's very important to remember how much material is actually contained within nuclear fuel, because there's about 1% of U-235 and about 1% of plutonium, and a significant quantity is usually on the order of 8 to 25 kilograms, depending on what it is. And this fuel is going to be in spent fuel ponds for several years, and currently most of it is in some form of interim storage facilities, and then it will be in geological repositories for often a century of active operation, so where people potentially have access to it. And that means even without operating reactors, we have to manage spent nuclear fuel for decades to centuries. And safeguards mostly rely on continuity of knowledge that is achieved by material accountancy, the containment surveillance, and design information verification. And at least above ground, these declarations are often verified by inspections. And there are quite a lot of safeguards techniques already, so a lot of that is in form of working there. And one of the problems is that it also means you have radiation exposure for your inspectors, but also that it in general also involves time and effort to conduct these safeguards inspections. So a lot of safeguards R&D is actually aiming at complementing existing methods to lessen the operational burdens or ease the difficult parts in some way. And for example, you heard about muon tomography, and there are also improved containment techniques like laser curtains and so on. And a lot of them are kind of in R&D and progressing very well, I would say. But one thing that has been a discussion topic for the last 15 years or so is also using anti-neutrinos, mostly in context of reactor safeguards. And anti-neutrinos are produced from fission fragments. These beta decay, and as with beta decay, they produce your betas, but also anti-neutrinos. And anti-neutrino flux is really dependent on what isotopes you have in your fuel and how it decays. And hence it gives you a pretty unique signature of nuclear fuel as opposed to other sources. And the really unique thing about anti-neutrinos is that they basically cannot be shielded because they have a very low interaction cross-section. So you get this clear signal that you cannot hide, telling you exactly where nuclear fuel is. The problem is, of course, low interaction rates means it's very hard to detect. But conceptually, that's very nice because for spent nuclear fuel, ideally you don't want to touch your nuclear fuel, and you want at some standoff distance be able to tell there is some nuclear fuel and hasn't been moved. And what works for a reactor also works for spent nuclear fuel. So in the context of a new safeguards project, we investigated especially that and all the advantages of it that come along with it. So we looked at traditional techniques, usually scintillation techniques, but we also look at different more advanced techniques. And usually they're detected using inverse beta decay, so the same process but in reverse. So what happens is that you get your neutrino, it reacts with some proton, usually in some hydrogen atom, and produces a positron, and the protons convert into a neutron. So we are suddenly back in the realm of very kind of standard detection techniques. So you need to detect a neutron and a positron. That's something we do very well. And these are time coincident. So you get both at the same time. One is detected a little bit later. So you get this very nice time structure that allows you to reject other signals. And in fact, this is also how the neutrino was discovered, using exactly this process. Your physics impose some thresholds, so you need your neutrino to have a minimum energy so you can actually convert your proton into a neutron, otherwise you don't have enough energy to do so. And as I said, you need the hydrogen or the protons, because if it's in a different atom, it doesn't leave a detectable signature. So you use detection media that are rich in hydrogen, so that's usually organic scintillators, organic media, because in organic matter you have a lot of carbon-hydrogen chains, so that's a very nice target for you. So the detection technologies have been very active in R&D because this is also a field that's very rich for fundamental physics, but we are looking here at a specific application in the context of the nuclear industry. And here you actually see two examples which have been in nuclear power plants and saw clear signals of the nuclear power plant itself in the neutrino spectrum. And the main technologies, as I mentioned, are usually scintillators because they have advantages listed below, namely that they scale very well, so you can make larger, smaller detectors of it. You can tell where something happened in a scintillator. You get sensitivity near the IPD threshold, and you can read them out constantly. So it's not like a film where you have to develop it. It keeps running. But ideally, you also want to identify the particles very well, and even better would be the direction of anti-neutrino, which is very hard. But that's why we're also looking at so-called time projection chambers, which are an adjacent technique which allows you to resolve some of these additional properties. And the idea here is basically you have a big tank of this organic liquid, and then you convert your neutrino. It ionizes some matter in there, so you produce electrons, and you put the whole thing under an electric field. That catches the electrons coming out of the ionization tracks, and you can basically use that to reconstruct what happened in your medium. And that is done with very high resolution, so usually millimeter resolution. But problems, you need a medium you couldn't put under high voltage. You can't do that with water because you short it, so you need something that's basically inert in terms of electricity, dielectric. And one substance that works, in theory, is tetramethylsilane, which is organic silicone liquid, and it gives you all your hydrogen. And there have been a preliminary analysis done in Stanford that in theory you can see signals in there, but as you see, this is a centimeter scale thickness, so it's not quite clear whether you can scale it to the size you need for effective monitoring for a nuclear power plant or spent fuel repository. Nevertheless, we've done simulations. These are done with a program called GANT4, which is very common in particle physics and allows you to basically resolve exactly where the individual particles travel and what comes out of it. And based on these simulations, based on what, our best guesses how TMS behaves, you can resolve your positron very nicely. You can even tag where it positron annihilated, produced your gamma rays, and where you neutron captured. So that gives you a really nice topological way to identify your individual particles and reduce background. And the spatial resolution is high enough that it actually allows you to tell you where the neutron went, because that allows you to tell you where the neutrino came from. So based on this analysis, we saw that we can reconstruct the original neutrino direction with about 10% deviation, which is enough to basically point back to your original source. So we modeled a couple of things. So we then transferred that to an interim storage facility. That is a STEAC concept-inspired facility where we have nuclear fuel of varying ages for a reactor basically that run 40 years. And we have containers placed around it with the TMS in it, basically acting as shipping container-sized detectors. We put them there, we start to monitor the facility and basically want to figure out when can we see that something has been diverted with 90% confidence level. So that's for people thinking standard deviations, just under 2 standard deviations. And then we did the same for a geological repository. Here we assumed that we would be, for example, in tunnels above it, so with about 50-meter distance above the caskets, where you see all these individual canisters or containers, and we put a couple of detectors above it to see when we can see diversion. And there's also a plot what the signal looks like for different scintillation and organic media, so we're all in the same order of magnitude. And the advantage of being underground is actually that you get a lot less background. So one of the problems at the surface is that you get a lot of background signals, for example, from the muons. Underground hides a lot of background. So in order to understand what we actually see as a signal, we simulated our reactors, simulate the fuel, what it looks like, tally up the isotopes, then look at the antineutrinos emitted from a fuel in the middle, and then we basically turn that into what the detector sees and evolve that from 5 to 200 years. And you can see on the very far right that you basically get one big spike, and that is mostly coming from strontium-90. So strontium-90 is basically your main signal within spent nuclear fuel. Everything else starts to die away very quickly. So you're basically measuring the strontium-90 content of your spent fuel. And then we also looked at the background. The main background that mimics the signal we're looking at is spallation from cosmic rays. So your cosmic rays basically pull apart some carbon-12, and that gives you a fast neutron coming out of it. And afterwards, you might get an accidental deposition of something that looks like a positron. So you combine these, and they look very similar to IBD signal. And this is based on segmented detectors, which have been used, and we use these to calculate a couple of background rates. So if there's anything for our shipping container-sized detectors from about 250 events, and if you aggressively use different background reduction techniques that exist, especially with TMS, you get down to like a handful, 6-7 events per detector per day, which is of course much nicer. Then we did the simulation for our facilities. For example, this is the above ground facility again, where every square corresponds to a container, and what happens if you remove it, and how long it takes to see the signal. So you see in the color, if it's a very light color, it's like on the order of 1 to 2 months. If it's a very dark color, we are talking about years. And if you do this analysis, you see something that on median for a facility you monitor that way, it will take up to 1.5 years. But it can also work much faster, because this is a conservative background where we have a full background, no background subtraction. When you start to subtract the background, and suddenly you get a lot better signal, because, as I said, the neutrino signal is very low, so any background ruins it. So you can start to see things within a handful of months, basically, which is much closer to the timeliness criteria we need to detect diversion fast enough for people to react. And then we did the same for the geological repository. Here we see a short time for fresh fuel, but one of our problems is that for very long time scales, our signal basically dies away, because strontium-90, our main signal, has a half-life of 30 years. So accordingly, your signal drops every 30 years by 50%. And the other problem is that you want to cover potentially very large area, because the repositories are large underground. We took this information and worked with FZ Jülich on analyzing possible use cases. So that was safeguarding interim storage, safeguarding geological repositories. And here we looked either at a case of devoiding a cask or a significant quantity and associated timeliness. So there's a little plot, just as an example, where we have things like background rate versus confidence, and so you can figure out what background rate you need to achieve to detect something in time. And then we used acquisition path analysis for both cases to see in which phase anti-neutrino monitoring can do something. So for operational phases are listed here. So for interim storage, it's mostly transport to the facility, for reception area, for maintenance area, for kind of static storage, and then transport for final disposal. At the geological repository, we're talking about the unloading of a cask, spending time in the buffer zone if present, transport to a shaft, transport to emplacement, and after emplacement with operations in the same tunnel continued, emplacement after a tunnel is closed, and then repository closure. So in general, we looked at all of these scenarios, and we basically highlighted in colors where something can work. So red obviously means that we cannot achieve timeliness compared to existing techniques or requirements. Orange means with improved detectors potentially, and green means that's actually well suited. So I'm just going through these cases. So for interim storage, the maintenance area is after moving a cask is potentially interesting because you can get much closer, but you need to make sure that the radiation from your cask is interfering with your main measurement. For storage area, so static monitoring, this is actually quite well suited because you basically have your cask sitting there, they get inspection once per year, and by getting additional confidence on the non-movement, you can potentially stretch out the interval between inspections and hence lessen the burden on the operators and the inspectorate. Then for geological repositories, there are basically only two scenarios because all the other scenarios require too much time to get a signal, but after emplacement is interesting because here you can utilize, for example, non-filled tunnels and see a signal from things that have been in place and no longer further monitored, and can continually kind of monitor as you move through a repository while filling it up. So as a conclusion, anti-neutrinos are very attractive for safeguards due to the properties, but it's a very challenging signal. And we have done a use case analysis and see that there are sufficient signal rates in a couple of use cases and need the requirements of cutting-edge detectors of that. And something which is ongoing, where we have ongoing research is detector research. For example, you see something that was a photo taken last week where we analyze the TMS to understand how we can push detectors towards these requirements. So this is basically saying the same, more or less thanking the people that have funded and supported this research. And with that, I'm done.
Thank you. So, are there any questions? I wonder, Jan, you said that if you're going for long-term monitoring, and then you said on one of the slides that it's not working very well if we're using strontium-90 as your signal, and then you made more use cases basically showing that it doesn't make sense for long-term monitoring. Isn't this kind of obvious that it's not going to work out if you're using an isotope with a half-life of 30 years, that this is not...
Yes, but that was part of the analysis which isotopes actually survive, because it's quite interesting mix of isotopes. There are other ones which do survive longer term, but in general they don't produce enough signal.
So are there any other isotopes?
Potentially. So that is the problematic part, because there are isotopes which are below this magical 1.8 MeV threshold for inverse beta decay. And these ones are long-lived enough that you can see them, but we don't have the detection technology mature enough to see them. There are interesting things that are happening, but they're far along the TRL level where we have concepts.
Okay, you already mentioned the TRR level, even if I'm not a fan of it, but what do you think, how much time do you need to kind of put something in actual monitoring of this technique? Even for interim storage, we're not talking about long-term now.
I think we're talking about something within the theory for next decade, at least for plastic scintillator based, because you've seen the prototypes that have been in reactors. That technology is mature enough. With TMS, we're looking at it. That's a longer time scale because we need to understand the scaling up, but we are talking about 10, 15 years if everything goes well.
Okay, thank you. Last chance for someone from the audience. Yes, Martin, please. Oh, no, two people. Yeah, Martin was.
If you would look at interim storage, which would be central, so consolidated storage where you have more fuel, is that favorable or is it not so good?
I actually think it's favorable because we get more signal in total, and if we get directionality, that doesn't, the other ones don't swamp out your signal. So it just means more strategic placement of your detectors, but it would certainly mean you can use less detectors to control a larger area. So in terms of kind of cost efficiency, it's favorable.
Okay, one last question, please.
If I understand correctly, the method is based on strontium-90. But if the background is enhanced by contamination, what would you do?
Sorry?
If the environment is contaminated by strontium-90 and the background is high, you can cover that?
For strontium-90 has much higher quantities in nuclear fuel than in any background. So the background we see is usually accidentals or things that mimic your IBD, but not true IBD.
Okay, thank you all very much. Now we are going to the next coffee break, which is like a bit more than half an hour, and then the next session here will be on alternative disposal methods. We are happy to see you back.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm impressed that the room is as full as it is. People still have energy to keep going. This is our last session of the day, and it has been a jam-packed day. We've had a great, I've learned quite a lot. I'm Alison McFarlane, for those of you who didn't meet me this morning. I'm at the University of British Columbia in Canada, and I'm going to be your moderator for the session on alternative disposal methods, possibilities to simplify the need for deep geological disposal. We are going to start off the session with Friederike Fries from Boku University in Vienna. And she's going to talk about the state of play accelerator-driven transmutation of high-level waste.
Thank you. So very welcome from my side as well. So you already know the title. What I will actually do is I will give you a short introduction into partitioning and transmutation so that we are all on the same page. I will give you an historic overview how this concept developed, since I think this is really important to be able to contextualize the recent designs. And then I will detour into financing of nuclear technology installations. So the first thing we have is we have like 400,000 tons of global spent nuclear fuel inventory. So there are different approaches how to deal with that. In the earlier times, there was the idea of dilution, which is now forbidden. Dilution is basically discharge into the sea. Then what is now basically the common way to go is the isolation. This is underway. It will probably be being underway for quite some time. And then there's the idea that you do first start with basically separate the spent nuclear fuel into different material streams, which is called partitioning. So you have the short-lived fission products, which are of course easier to store, long-lived fission products. You have the plutonium, uranium that you might use in new nuclear fuel. And you also have the minor actinides, which you can actually or might be able to convert into radionuclei that have smaller half-lives or that are even stable or reduce radiotoxicity. And the overall goal is to reduce the requirements on the final disposal side. So one can ask several questions regarding this topic. The first thing would be like about the possible benefits, the legitimacy of this approach. So this is kind of a thing, what radionuclides can actually be removed and transmuted versus the question which radionuclides should be removed to actually make an impact on the design. And this is a question which has been extensively discussed, for example, in this report of ours, where I put the QR code on the slide. So I will leave this question aside for today. The next aspect one might discuss is about technical feasibility. So in order to be really able to transmute minor actinides or maybe other types of isotopes really efficiently, you need fast reactors. You need novel fuel types because it would make sense if you have more of the radionuclides you want to transmute into other nuclides in the fuel than a normal fuel. Those novel fuel types, they have really unfavorable impact on nuclear reactor cores. You have delayed neutrons. You have like worse reactivity coefficients. And all this together means a nuclear reactor, like a fast nuclear reactor, which handles this kind of fuel, is very difficult to be operated safely. So what to do with that? The idea is, or one possible idea is to have a so-called accelerator-driven system. So this system consists of a subcritical core, so we never have a chain reaction in it. What this system only is doing is that it amplifies spallation neutrons and neutrons from an external source within this core. And this external source, in most cases, is a spallation source, which is fed by a particle accelerator. And via the control of the accelerator beam strength, you can also control the neutron population, and you can supposedly rather easily shut down the whole reactor core. What you see here is a picture. It's from the beginning of the 90s. This is how the concept was envisioned at that time. This was now the energy amplifier. There's also the concept of the so-called trace incinerator, which is more or less the same. And I think I do not have a pointer here. But what you see on top is basically the subcritical reactor core, which uses thorium fuel and which is lead-cooled. And then you have, like, from the bottom coming in, this particle accelerator. And then there is also, like, a spallation source, which produces those neutrons. Since the idea has been around for quite some time, there has also been around assessment for quite some time. And I only give you one example, which has been done by the National Research Council in the United States. They call it separation and transmutation, not partitioning and transmutation, which is basically the same. It's from 1996. And I will quote two things here. None of the dose reduction seems large enough to warrant the expense and additional operational risk of transmutation. And the other one is, the committee found no evidence that applications of advanced S&T have sufficient benefit to delay the development of the first permanent repository for commercial spent fuel. I think these statements are rather clear. What happens? The idea is still around, sometimes in other ways. Now we're looking at Mura. Mura is the proposed research reactor to be built in Belgium. This is now the picture from 2010. It's still being built, and they are still searching for money. So what we see here, we have, like, in blue, a particle accelerator. Those particles, high-energy particles, they go into the subcritical reactor, where there's a spallation source, so they produce neutrons. The reactor is lead-cooled, so it's basically the same context. Now we're proceeding to a very recent idea how to do this. It's called Subcritical Transmutation Accelerated Regenerative Technology, START. What we see here is, of course, they made progress in rendering. This is very obvious. We have, on the left side, some kind of particle acceleration. Those accelerated particles, they go into a subcritical reactor core, where there's a spallation source, where neutrons are produced and amplified. This core consists of thorium fuel, and is also lead-cooled. And the similarity, especially to the first picture I showed you, is probably also because some of the people working on the first concept are also part of this concept. So now I could be talking a lot about the technology. So is it really is it possible? And usually discussions go like, they say it's possible, and then I say, like, you know, colleagues of mine and I, we do actually constantly evaluate the state of art and technology, and we do not think it's possible. And then say, yeah, but you know, it's proprietary. We do have patents pending. And then kind of the discussion ends here. And since I do not want to abuse that all the time, I decided to do a little detour. So it's about financing. So how could actually this kind of facility generate revenue? So for large-scale nuclear reactors, I'm again going to cite a study which is more recent than the last time. It's now 6 years old. The fundamental problem of nuclear power plants is cost. And this is a study which is from the MIT, so not from the anti-nuclear lobby. And there has been also recent scholarship that nuclear projects are largely bankable if government is de-risking the investment, at least in Europe and other states as well. This counts for commercial nuclear power plants. The situation is even worse if you look at other facilities which operation and design is not optimized for production of power for commercial use. One example is the Mura reactor. I already mentioned it. So the Belgian government announced that it's going to cover 30% of the costs. It's also 7 years ago. And they are currently searching for investors. So if you have money and want to invest. Then we do have the high flux reactor in Patton. The high flux reactor in Patton is supplying a lot of European medical isotope supply, and it's supposed to be replaced by the Pallas reactor, and this was originally planned to be self-sufficient regarding costs by selling radioisotopes. This is history. They also get government support. So what we thought is we will have a closer look at what kind of additional revenue radioisotope production might actually offer. So there are two types of radioisotopes. The first type, it can be produced by irradiation of specialized targets in reactors and accelerators. One example is lutetium-177 or molybdenum-99, technetium-99m. These are usually used for medical purposes. And then there are also the isotopes that are separated from the spent fuel, like cesium-137 and strontium-90. And those are also a lot, they are used in medical applications, like for diagnostics and for treatment, but they are also a lot used in industrial processes. So now we're looking at the possible revenue from the isotope production as it was calculated in the Sprint study, which came out earlier this year. So they looked at two scenarios, like a negative one and a positive one. I've only talked about the negative one. And the total turnover in this negative scenario is between 250 and 850 million euros. It's depending on the year of operation. So interestingly, around 0% of total turnover is from radioisotopes by radiation. So this report actually states 15,000 euro. If you have an idea how much kind of turnover a nuclear power plant or nuclear facility has, 15,000 euro is basically nothing. And they also state that 20% of the total turnover are from radioisotopes produced by recycling. And from this, it's only strontium-90 they mention. So what is strontium-90? We're looking at the global market. Strontium-90 has like a half-life of approximately 29 years. So there is actually a global market. That does not hold true for the other medical isotopes because they cannot be shipped so far because they decay too quickly. However, the market has only a couple of suppliers and is very intransparent. So we tried to figure out how big actually is the global market. And it ranges, like if you're looking at market analysis, from 10 million to 200 million dollar in 2024. Then there, of course, there are also projections how big this market is supposed to be. And apparently 2032 is the year to go for projection. And there the range we found is from 13 million to 250 million. You cannot find exact prices for strontium because it's a controlled material and it's highly regulated. Then the price also depends on the form, on the purity. Of course, you need like another quality assurance if you want to use it for medical purpose than if you want to use it like for industrial gorging verification things. But our estimate is that we derived that from several sources and did like rule of thumbs calculations that should be like $10,000 to $50,000 per gigabecquerel. If you look then at the global market, then you see probably maybe the market could be global 1,000 gigabecquerel. Now I will come back to the start and I will show you a slide which is actually directly taken from the report. That's the reason why it's in German. So we remember we have like total turnover of 250 million euros in the first year. 20% of this turnover is supposed to be from strontium-90. So they assume that they have 15.6 kilobecquerel per year production, which might or might not be. I don't know. But now we're coming to the second aspect. So they assume a price of euro per gigabecquerel, which is like 95 million. So our estimates, based on the sources we find in open literature, is $10,000 to $50,000 per gigabecquerel, not 95 million. And of course, there's like an endnote. This endnote says they got this information from, it's basically private communication. So they wrote the email to a company selling isotopes. So this is the first thing where we think, okay. And now we're looking at the second aspect. So we keep in mind that the global market in the highest estimate in 2024 was $200 million. So what they do here is they, as a total turnover for strontium-90, they offer 200 million or 50 million euros. So 50 million is the negative scenario, 200 million is the positive scenario. There again is a footnote. This footnote states that they could even make more, but the global strontium market is not big enough. I agree with that statement. However, like it's rather bold that you assume from one facility you get like 50 to 200 million turnover if the global market is only so high. And we're not talking about the price they assume here. Apparently something is not working out if you're looking at this table compared to data in the open literature. So somehow this presentation now ends with, it raises questions. I don't know how to answer this. It's just something that kind of, caught our eye when we were looking at this business case. So if we put all this together, then we can say that this concept of accelerator-driven systems has been under consideration for more than 40 years, while the basic ideas stay more or less the same. I put benefits and feasibility here in brackets. I did not talk about that much, but I really want to state that it's not at all clear whether this is going to help, and it's not at all clear whether this is going to be feasible, but this is not what I was considering today. I was looking at the financing issues, and one say here, at least the calculations they offer, it shows inconsistencies. So what does that tell me? If I believe that this is actually the reliability of data they provide, and the same reliability they do offer for the technical details, then I have a hard time believing that the time plan they offer for bringing this facility into operation is actually possible. Thank you.
Okay, time for questions. Now, my problem is I can't see out there. But please raise your hand. There's a hand all the way up in the back. Sorry to make you climb stairs. It's hard to see.
Clemens Walter, University of Hanover. It is not really contradiction to what you say. It is just an amendment. So you don't really need transportation for getting rid of the waste, but you definitely need isotope production. And if you're referring to medical isotopes, the question is, can we trace that back purely on economic grounds? I think we need to have a supply of medical isotopes. And in Germany, during the last few years, we had the situation that the national reactor sites were not producing, Patton was not producing, and also the chain from Canada was breaking down. And then our medical care was without medical isotopes. And that should be something where you drop the pure economical view. And that the worth, the isotopes, is to be calculated against lives. And that is not much about euros and reactor cost and operation. But I repeat again, that is not in favor of transmutation, or again, that is just, please decouple the provision of medical isotopes from purely economic grounds.
I totally agree. I would never question that we need the supply of medical isotopes. What I do question, if we do not believe that our supply is sufficiently robust with like one facility supplying 60% of the market, maybe we should try to build another facility which is specialized at producing those isotopes, and not building a facility which is specialized as something else, where the isotopes are kind of a byproduct, especially if those medical isotopes, they're actually not in the business case. It's 15,000 they make. Why is it in there? And the next point is, this is one facility. If the market is basically saturated, I am not sure how you can go into the market with adding like 100%, 200%, 300%, and the price stays the same. I'm sure that you can't, sorry.
Great. Other questions? No? Yeah, there's one.
Michael Walz from EWN. Just one question. Do you also calculate it in some sort of purification or something like that? Because I guess for this whole procedure, you somehow need to purify the waste and also the radioactive elements and so on.
Yes, I'm sure that you have to do, but I was not doing this calculation. I have no idea what they put into that calculation. Sorry.
Yeah, I note that the START facility that you looked at, it seemed to include pyroprocessing.
Yes.
I know of no country that has perfected pyroprocessing yet.
Yeah, I want to go back to this feasibility unclear. Maybe I should stress unclear.
Okay. Great. Great. Any other questions? We have 1 minute left. No? All right. Well, then let's thank Friederike.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Bérengère Cordier from ANDRA, talking about the objectives and scope of the technical and safety options report for assessing the feasibility of shallow disposal on the Communauté des Communes.
I will say it.
Yeah, thank you. In France.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. So I am Bérengère Cordier from France, from ANDRA. That is a French waste management organization. And the purpose of my presentation is to outline the objectives and scope of the technical and the safety option report prepared by ANDRA in 2024 for assessing the feasibility of shallow depth disposal for low-level long-lived waste in the site of Communauté of Communes de Vendeuvre-Soulen. It's in the east of France. I will show you a map after. So first I will talk about the context of the specific low-level long-lived waste in France. Secondly, I will explain studies carried out to design a shallow depth disposal for this kind of waste, specific waste, at this site. And lastly, I will discuss the prospects to consider following this report. Oops. So just a few words about the context of this type of waste. In France, we have a classification for radioactive waste, and we divided them into 6 categories associated with a management solution. So, as you can see, low-level long-lived waste are an in-between waste, an intermediate category between very low long-lived waste and intermediate waste, but with short-lived, that are disposed of in a surface disposal, and between intermediate level waste with long-lived and high-level waste that are supposed to be disposed of in a geological repository. For now, low-level long-lived waste has no solution to manage, and we are trying to find, with a graded approach, to find a suitable solution for this kind of waste. So given their intermediate nature, we called waste candidate for a shallow depth disposal because it is a solution that in France we are considering it is the proportionate solution to manage this kind of waste regarding the hazardous of this waste. Low-level long-lived waste are characterized by a wide variety of the type, origin, nature, and also level of activity. It's something that is complex to find one solution, so we are trying to define all the possible solutions that we can find for this waste, and the shallow depth disposal is one of them. So these waste we can divide it in main 4 or 5 categories. We have the radium-bearing waste, including T-norm, from mining of ores, processing of raw materials for nuclear power or non-nuclear power uses, and also decontamination of sites having used radium or thorium in the past. We have also a big amount of graphite waste from upcoming decommissioning operations of first-generation reactor that we call UNGG, uranium natural graphite gas, and also from fuel of UNGG reactors reprocessing operations in the past. We also have bituminous waste from the treatment of radioactive aqueous effluent in France, and also some technological and maintenance waste from operation or decommissioning of nuclear facilities. And those wastes are classified into the low-level long-lived waste category. We have also some residue from treatment and conversion of uranium, but it's not in my presentation. And another solution, shallow depth disposal, also is developing by Orano for this type of waste. So these four categories representing around 280,000 cubic meters, so a big amount with a wide variety inside this category. So here I have just some photo, to illustrate each category with some rare earth mining residues or depollution waste stored in Andhra storage. You can see also some graphite waste, sleeves for the UNGG fuel, and some canister of technological waste or bituminous waste. So, as I said previously, the reference route for this typical type of waste in France is the shallow depth disposal, just an intermediate solution between deep geological disposal and surface disposal. So it is considered to be a proportionate solution appropriate with the hazardous of this waste. And we are trying to define a solution in a clay formation to best confine radionuclides of this waste at a shallow depth, around 20 or 30 meters depth, to isolate the waste until its activity has decreased sufficiently. But as it is long-lived waste, we have to take into account also the effects of erosion in a clay formation, not so far from the surface, and over a very long period. So it's a complex topics that we have to study for such disposal. So during the 2000s, Andhra conducted generic studies without a site, in particular to specify the characteristics of the desired site for to design a shallow depth disposal. So in 2013, after a process to search a site, to find a site, sorry, we identify a site. Here, the community of a group of community in the department of Aube in France, in east of France, that is suitable. It's not the best site, but it gives a good performance to confine radionuclides from this low-level long-lived waste. So after, we conducted some geological campaign to characterize the property of the site. But we identify that the capacity won't be enough for all the amount of low-level long-lived waste that we have. So in France, we have a national plan for the management of radioactive materials and waste, published every 3 years, but now every 5 years. And the last plan requested Andhra to find solution to pursue the definition of solution for this type of waste. And the objective is to set up a management plan for this waste, taking into account its wide variety. And so we have a site in the CCVS, but it won't be the only solution because it's not, the capacity is not sufficient. So we have to define other solutions. And the plan requested also Andhra, so first to continue to design the solution, a shallow depth disposal in the site, but also to identify all the possible options for given waste. So consider just one waste and try to identify all the possible solutions. So shallow depth disposal maybe in CCVS, but maybe also in surface disposal. A part of graphite waste could go to surface disposal, or we have also the DGR, CGO, maybe could accept in last resort a part of low-level long-lived waste. So Andra realized some scenarios for each type of waste, and these scenarios are currently under analysis by a multi-criteria, multi-actor group. And in fine, we have to manage a plan establish a plan to manage all the low-level long-lived waste. And the CCVS site, so the first part and the subject of my presentation, is one of the solutions and could play a role in the management of low-level long-lived waste. So in 2024, we conducted studies to pursue, to design a solution, a shallow depth disposal on this site. So just a little history about that. After having identifying the site, Andra conducted the first studies, first engineering studies for disposal located at the depth of 20 meters. And we also conducted exploratory evaluation of post-closure safety assessment. The safety authority gave its opinion about this report and asked Andra have additional knowledge on the performance of tegulin argil, that is clays, on the site, as well as geodynamic development, the erosion phenomena in this site. And they also conclude that the depth of around 20 meters is not enough, and that we have to propose some margins to justify that the shallow depth disposal is at the suitable depth. So, in the report that I want to present you, here you can see the site that we are considering is about 10 square kilometers with an outcropping clay formation. The thickness is between 30 and 70 meters, so it's not a very big formation, with substantial containment capacities, not very, very good, but sufficient for a part of radionuclides, and underlying an aquifer. The implantation depth that we have taken into account is 30 meters. From the roof of the disposal, we can't go deeper because of the clay formation that is between 30 and 70 meters. So we have a site with specific characteristics, and we will try to justify that we can design a shallow depth disposal at 30 meters in this site for a part of low-level long-lived waste. So the main objectives of the report is to study the feasibility, just the first step, of a shallow depth disposal in this site for all the candidate waste. So we will see which part of waste could be suitable with this shallow depth disposal, to evaluate erosion phenomena, and also to present the post-closure safety approach over the period beyond 50,000 years. So it's a challenge. It's not science fiction, but we try to do that. And to obtain an opinion for safety authority about this post-closure safety approach. So, just 6 minutes. We conducted some study of environmental issues just to diagnostic the environmental factors, and if we can design disposal in the site. So the main conclusions are here. We identify no problem, any sector to exclude for the implementation of the disposal. We also review constructive solutions, and we identify two main type of architecture, open cast with concrete wall or not, and also underground galleries with diameters, variable diameters between 6 meters or 3 meters. And this review confirms the choice of architecture studied for post-closure safety assessment. So here you can see the three concepts that we studied for this report. About the geodynamics evolution in this site, the main conclusion was, depending on the climate evolution, climate change scenario taken into account, the average thickness losses for the time after 70,000 years is around 18 centimeters and 4 meters. So this study confirms that the depth of 30 meters is enough, under our opinion, to implement a repository in the site. About safety assessment, the big objective was to conduct a safety approach beyond 50,000 years. And we try to develop new scenario, conventional scenario, considering that we lost the two main safety functions. First scenarios is alteration of safety function limit confinement. And the second one, we degraded the safety function isolate waste. And we compared the radiological impact with a value. We have no value in regulatory frames for this period, but before 50,000 years, it's 0.25 microsieverts per year. So we have to compare with this value, and depending on the conservativeness of the scenario, we try to consider if is it acceptable or not to design this disposal for each type of waste. And we also conducted all this evaluation, but I will go faster. Main conclusion of this safety assessment is that radium-bearing waste, including TENROM, are suitable, are eligible to be in the inventory to develop a repository, a shallow depth disposal in this site. But for graphite, bituminous technological waste, we can't dispose of all this waste in the CCVS site because of the mobility of radionuclides in this waste. I want to say carbon-14 in the organic form, also chloride 36 or selenium 79. So the lesson learned about this report, this study, is that we have a part of low-level long-lived waste that are suitable for to be disposed of in this site, in shallow depth disposal, but big part of low-level long-lived waste are not suitable. So we have to find another site. And this study helped us to define the characteristics of the geological characteristics of the sites that we have to search. And we have to restart a search for another, to manage all this waste. So next steps. The report is under review by ASNR, our safety authority. We are waiting for their opinion. And after, we will, with producers of waste, we'll take a decision if we continue or not study on this site to develop this shallow depth disposal. And we try to find another site for the other part of low-level, long-lived waste. Thank you.
Great. Okay, if you have a short question, we have time for one question. Do I see anybody out there? Yes, Joachim?
Yes, Jochen Altshuler from BASE. Thank you very much for the interesting talk about this project and the review. Can you say a little bit how you derive this 50,000 years as basis for the safety analysis? What are the reasons to choose 50,000 years for this kind of long-lived waste? Thank you.
In the French regulatory, it's 10,000. But we consider that with the knowledge that we have about the climate evolution, about the configuration of the sites, we are confident that till 50,000 years, we have not a lot of uncertainties of the evolution of the site. We can justify that the safety functions are okay. After 50,000, climate change, we don't know how it will be evaluated, how it will be. So we consider that after 50,000 years, we have to consider other safety approach, another safety approach. But before, we have enough. The uncertainties are not so big that we can justify the safety function of the disposal.
Great. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and our last talk this afternoon is by Gaspar Zarovnik of BASE. He's going to talk about opportunities and risks of partitioning and transmutation of the long-lived fission product iodine-129.
Thank you very much for the introduction. As said, I will speak about partitioning and transmutation about iodine-129 with emphasis on transmutation. Sorry, how can I? So, as you have already heard, partitioning and transmutation of spent nuclear fuel is already for decades considered as an option for high-level radioactive waste disposal. But so far, on industrial scale, separation and partial reuse was done only for uranium and plutonium. In theory, much more is possible. With actinides, we can make use of neutron-induced fusion, fission, to produce energy. And on the other hand, for long-lived fission products, one could use other reactions which are from energetic point of view not so not so good, but theoretically it can be done. So there are several possible benefits and risks related with partitioning and transmutation, but I will try here to emphasize on technical aspect. Why iodine-129? It's a fission product with a relatively high cumulative fission yield. So for example, for thermal fission of uranium-235, it's slightly above 0.5%. It's one of the longest living fission products with 16 million years half-life. It's very volatile and has a relatively high mobility in geological environment. In principle, transmutation is possible with neutrons, protons, or charged particles. We will concentrate here on neutrons. So the most relevant safety factor related with iodine-129 is possible emissions into the environment. So here we have to weigh on one hand the emissions during partitioning from spent nuclear fuel, and on the other hand, with the typically a very large time delay, emissions during final disposal. So these two values are difficult to directly compare because we are talking about very different time scales. So in principle, we have three scenarios. So direct disposal, partitioning and transmutation, or partitioning and conditioning. In this case, for example, if as it is done in some countries that, for example, one part of uranium and plutonium is reused, but the fission products are conditioned and not transmuted. So all these kind of scenarios have large uncertainties involved, and there are studies that show that in all cases it is at least, let's say, achievable that that the emissions related with it are at least relatively speaking low. So now to concentrate on transmutation. So we have to, the most promising reaction for transmutation of iodine-129 is neutron capture. And here you see a cross-section as a function of neutron energy. So we can observe two things. So first of all, strong dependence on neutron energy, and we can see that the probability for transmutation is typically better for low energy or thermal neutrons. And the second thing, if we compare different nuclear data libraries, there are quite significant differences, which is to part due to inadequate or lacking nuclear data in some energy regions especially. So there are also other reactions. So for example, neutron emission, photon-induced neutron emission, and there are also some other neutron-induced reactions that could potentially be considered, but they are less interesting because either they have very high energy thresholds, or they the end products are not suitable. So do not create short-lived or stable products. So in this case, we didn't consider other reactions. So in order to have a good estimate, so from the methodology point of view, as we can see, as we have seen that the cross-section is strongly dependent on energy, we need to know the energy distribution of neutrons. This we describe by neutron spectra. In this study, the reference spectra from the IEA Condirc database were used. So examples were taken for different neutron irradiation facilities, so from thermal reactors, fast reactors, and also more exotic facilities like accelerators and fusion devices. So in order to get an understanding of the probability or efficiency of transmutation itself, we have to look at the system-dependent parameters, which in this case would be a spectrum-averaged neutron cross-section. So that means that the spectrum-average cross-section basically tells per a single neutron how efficient or what is the probability for the transmutation reaction itself. And then in order to estimate the transmutation time, we also need to know something about the amount of neutrons that we have. So this we typically describe by the neutron flux, which is proportional to the power of the facility. And usually, if we, for example, when we roughly estimate transmutation times, we usually assume the neutron flux at the nominal power, which is usually maximal power. So the transmutation times estimated this way are a rough approximation of the shortest possible time. And transmutation time means that the concentration or the amount of the starting material is reduced by a factor of E, so around 2.7. This also, the transmutation time is just an integral, so it just says the time in case there is no feedback of the irradiated target on the facility itself, and in case we want to get an estimate of some absolute values, so that we describe the absolute transmutation rate. From the absolute transmutation rate, we can also calculate then the masses of the material. But for the absolute, to calculate the absolute transmutation rate, we have a finite sample, so we have to integrate over the whole volume of the sample or target itself. And there we have to take into account two things. So one is the dependence of the neutron field within the sample. So this is related with so-called self-shielding effect. And the other thing is, how does this sample affect the neutron transport outside of it? So this is then, for that we actually need to solve then the neutron transport equation. So this adds a lot of complexity to the problem. First, I want to show some results of the spectrum average cross-section and transmutation time. So this is just the integrals for infinitely small samples. So if we look, one thing which we observe, so if you compare the third and the fourth column, we can see if we take different nuclear data libraries, the differences can be more than 10%, which is an indicator of the level of uncertainty that is in theoretical data. The next thing that we see is if we compare the effective cross-sections from different facilities, we can see that the differences are even much larger. So this goes back to this energy dependence of the cross-section. So for example, typically in high-flux reactors, so in thermalized irradiation channels of high-flux reactors and in some research reactors, this cross-section is quite high, so it is optimized for this purpose. But on the other hand, if we take, for example, fast reactors, but also power, light water reactors, power reactors, it is typically up to 1 order of magnitude less, and the same as if we take accelerators or fusion devices. Then in order to get a transmutation time, we have to assume some intensities of the neutron flux. And if we make assumptions on this, then for example, then if you look at the last column, so for example, in light water reactors or in some typical research reactors, the transmutation times are of the order of some decades up to 100 years, which is quite long. And on the other hand, if we take, for example, typical accelerators or fusion devices, they typically have a much lower intensity of the neutron field, which directly translates into much longer transmutation times, which means that at least in the cases which we have taken here, is then completely impractical. On the other hand, there are some dedicated devices, such as fast reactors with thermalized channels or high flux reactors, where the transmutation times can be much shorter. But here we have to say, again, this is for infinitely small samples, so this doesn't say anything about the quantities of material that can be transmuted. So in order to do that, we have to do neutron transport calculations and, to simulate more realistic irradiation scenarios. This way we take into account neutron self-shielding and also the time and location dependence of the neutron field. So this is basically the irradiation history. This can help determine the neutron balance multiplication factor or the neutron multiplication factor, because the transmutation target basically acts as an absorber. So we have to have enough neutrons at our disposal in order to use them for transmutation. So and then we can also try to roughly estimate the absolute transmuted quantities. And here I have to say also that this kind of irradiation scenarios, they don't say anything about technical and economical feasibility, especially with other steps of the process. So we are here concentrating only in transmutation. So when it comes to partitioning and preparation of samples and so on, this is not related with the study. It's not covered by the study. So 2 irradiation scenarios were taken. One is a typical fuel element of a typical pressurized water reactor, and then also a fuel pebble from a high-temperature gas-cooled reactor. So if you remember the table from before, these are not the optimal possible facilities, but here it's more about the methodology and what we can learn from it. So if we, for example, here in the PWR model, it was assumed that the empty positions where usually the control rods are placed are iodine 129 is inserted in different chemical forms. So it was made sure that the effect on the neutron multiplication is comparable with the average effect of the boric acid, which is diluted into the water in normal operation of PWRs. So from the neutron economy point of view, that this is feasible. And in that case, we come to some estimations that at a burn-up of around 60 megawatt days per kilogram, that about 10% of the initial iodine 129 is burned. This burn-up is close to the highest currently achievable burn-up in light water reactors, so this would have to be very soon probably partitioned again. And this corresponds typically to 5 or 6 years or maybe 7 years of irradiation. So because this is only 10%, so it is not a full transmutation time, at least the order of magnitude is comparable with the transmutation times from the previous table. But in addition, we can say something about the also about the absolute quantities, and in this case, it was roughly estimated that about 70 grams of iodine 129 could be reprocessed in a single fuel assembly. And what I also have to say here, of course, during normal operation of a reactor, also as a fission product, more of this iodine isotopes is produced. So practically, and this is about, in this case, about 10% of the amount that is burned. So that would be an order of magnitude 5 to 10 grams. And then also the second scenario, so here more different configurations were considered. So the iodine 129 was inserted either in the fuel material or in the matrix material, which is graphite, or in the absorber pebble. What I was, since I'm running a bit out of time, I will just say that compared to a PWR, the transmutation times are even longer, and that is primarily because of a lower power density in high temperature reactors, which is a well-known fact. But on the other hand, higher burn-ups can be achieved. But then in the end, still the irradiation times are comparatively longer. So to conclude, I would like to just put emphasis on the methodology and basically say that to estimate the transmutation times, we actually need only reliable information about neutron spectrum and neutron flux intensity for the given irradiation position in a nuclear facility. But on the other hand, if we want to try to estimate the absolute amounts, we need detailed design and operational data so that detailed 2D or 3D models of the facilities can be done and neutron transport calculations can be performed. Thank you very much for your attention.
Great. That was a lot of information packed into a few minutes there. All right, some questions. We have time for a couple questions. I look out in the audience. So I will ask one. What about other fission products?
Yeah, there are different fission products. So iodine 129 is yeah, okay, I explained why it is interesting, but there are some other fission products that have a similarly long half-life. So the one that we figured out that is actually definitely more difficult to transmute is cesium-135, because there, in addition to the lower transmutation cross-section, there is also an issue with the isotope contamination. So you have, on one hand, cesium-133 and cesium-137. So in order to efficiently transmute cesium-135, most probably isotopic separation would be required, which is then which is more difficult compared to iodine. But there are also some other fission products for which it would be, let's say, easier than iodine-129. So it depends case to case.
All right, thank you. Any other questions out there? Yes, right here, Friederike.
Thank you, Friederike Fries from Boku University. It's basically a follow-up to your question. So you also need to have your iodine-129 in pure form without other isotopes, or are there no other isotopes? How do you separate them?
Yeah, in this case we don't separate it. We just assume that there is that it is in pure form. But actually, with iodine, it is not. So if we want again to transmute everything, it becomes a problem, because there is in spent fuel, apart from iodine-129, if we forget about the very short-lived isotopes, we have iodine-127, which is stable. So it will, over time, with 2 neutron captures, start producing iodine-29. But for, let's say, in one cycle in a light water reactor, this percentage is negligible. But then if you want to really transmute all of it, then this, after some time, would also become a problem, yes.
Okay, thank you. I am going to call it there and say that it's clear we need a repository. All right, let's thank all of our speakers for this afternoon session. And I think that's a wrap. We're done. We'll see you tomorrow? Yeah? Or no, right here. Oh, back to you, Christopher.
Thank you for once more, Alison McFarlane. Thank you. Hello again. Now it's almost evening time, and indeed I would like to close today's day 1 here at safeND. Just please give me a little response, a little echo. Did you enjoy this first day, or will you pack your stuff and leave tonight? I know, fishing for compliments. You will excuse it, please. No, seriously, I'm very happy to hear this. If you're not comfortable or if you're somehow not satisfied with anything, please let us know, because now we can still try to change it and improve it for you. Just confront me, talk to one of my colleagues, and let us know. Tomorrow will be day 2. We were going to start at 9 o'clock in the morning, a little later. And I hope you're going to enjoy this evening. There's a next opportunity to talk about topics like time as a safety factor, and we call it Young Scientist, Young safeND. It's an opportunity to meet Jochen Alswede. He's head of our Department of Research and Long-Term Documentation, and his team. Please get engaged with him, and there'll be some drinks, obviously some evening sunshine outside, and join them for a discussion about research topics, about whatever might be of interest to you. Once again, thank you very much for your attention. We're going to start tomorrow with another keynote. I'll be happy to introduce you to another expert in his field. And if you don't have any further contributions or any other things to give us a response or an echo, I do wish you a wonderful evening in Berlin. The city is yours. Enjoy it, but please come back tomorrow. And tomorrow, don't do anything in the evening. It will be a nice and lavish conference dinner. See you tomorrow.